Chapter 41, Hubby, don't cry, good boy. Haha, good. Since my wife asked me to drink more, then I will drink more, in case I go crazy with alcohol and beat you up, don't cry ah. Looking at Lu Shui's meek and good behavior, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Brat, I'll see you dare to hit little Snow a little? Don't think that I don't know what you did in the past. Now since you're like a human being, then live your life with Xiao Shui properly. Upon hearing that Su Yang was going to hit Lu Shui, the dad was immediately a little upset. For so many years, thanks to this daughter-in-law who often looked at him. Even after how much she had been wronged, she still spoke up for Su Yang all the same. Don't worry dad, this is the happiness between our young people, you don't understand. Husband. Su Yang smiled, reached out and put his arm around Lu Shui's shoulder. Lu Shui also smiled shyly and leaned her head on Su Yang's body. This degree of harmony. It was obvious that it didn't look like it was really going to hit someone. Oh. As long as it's not a real fight. Dad twisted his head towards one side, with a feeling that he couldn't strain to laugh. It looks like. He seemed to have understood Su Yang's meaning. Come on dad, drink some more, I see that you seem to be growing black hair on your head. Su Yang downed 3 cups in a row. The more he drank, the happier he got. But dad was old after all, 1 cup was almost enough. Well, yes, I also found it. Dad smiled and nodded, picking up his wine glass and sipping a little more. Honey, you're almost done with the bottle of wine. Is it hard? Under Lu Shui's assistance, Su Yang staggered into the bedroom, then directly paralyzed on the big bed. Auntie, I do have some hard feelings. Su Yang squinted his eyes and looked at Lu Shui beside him. He couldn't help but hold her in his arms. Hubby, is it hard on your stomach? Let me pour you some water to drink? No, it's not hard on my stomach. It's hard in my heart. Su Yang tightly hugged Lu Shui with increasing strength. So much so that it made Lu Shui start to feel a bit suffocated. Hubby, what's hard in the heart? Every time I see and touch the scars on your back, I'm so sad. Su Yang felt tears coming out, directly flowing from the corners of his eyes on both sides to his ears. Hubby, you help me wipe the scar removal cream every day, now it's already a lot shallower yet, I believe it won't take long for it all to disappear. By the way, the thin scar on my thigh is basically invisible now. Hey! I'll dare to wear more transparent stockings from now on. Don't wear too transparent, I'm afraid that my wife will be slimed by others. Okay, I'll only wear them for you to see at home from now on. Saying that, the power of Su Yang's hands suddenly unloaded. Who? Surprisingly, he snored and fell asleep. Lu Shui climbed up from Su Yang's arms, then helped him straighten the bed and covered the quilt. It was getting late, she had to hurry up and go to work. Walking out of the bedroom, Lu Shui realized that her dad had also gone to rest. So she hurriedly left the house to go to work. Su Yang, this time, drank too much again. Although he drank 9 taels of highly alcoholic liquor, he didn't mix it with sleeping pills. It was nothing more than sleeping a little longer. Hubby, don't fight anymore, okay? You dead bitch. I'll fucking sell you tomorrow. Come here. Dance for me properly. Be serious, who are you showing this droopy face to? Hubby, keep your voice down, don't affect the kid's study. Pa. What the hell kind of water are you serving me? Are you trying to scald me to death? Get out. Get the hell out of this house. Hubby, don't give Lorraine any more money, okay? She's lying to you. She doesn't love you at all. How dare you ask me about my business, just wait, I'll fucking chop you to death. At this time, Su Yang's mind was popping up one image after another. Mainly all of them were of Lu Shui trembling under his lustful authority, bottomless all kinds of cooperation. That bloodied back, bleeding all over the place. From time to time, there were also scenes of him hanging out with his fox friends. Scenes of fooling around with little bitches. Scenes of drinking with Lorraine and others. Scenes of large money transfers. Drinking and playing cards with little pussies, day after day. Happy to be there. Ah! With a cry, Su Yang suddenly woke up. Grass! This fucking drunk again. Rushed to pick up the cell phone to take a look, oh. Wife should arrive home. Suddenly, Su Yang felt like there were so many extra things in his brain. More than 10 years of memories seemed to have popped up after a good night's sleep, The scene of how he bullied Lu Shui before, scene by scene, instantly surfaced in his mind. Terrible scenes were vivid in his mind. Su Yang was stunned. Completely stunned. I fucking turned out to be so beastly. Before the execution, he had already imagined as much as possible how animalistic he was. However, it was only at this time that he realized that his imagination was so lacking. Such a good woman, several times almost tortured to death. Su Yang couldn't help but pound his head with both hands, really wanting to ruthlessly vent towards himself. Can't. I must find a cane, a fishing rod or something else. I want my wife to give me a good beating. If one meal doesn't work, then two. Ka-ching. Su Yang was rambling. The door of the house opened. A light footsteps came over. The sound came straight over in the direction of the master bedroom. Hubby, hey. You're awake? Lu Shui saw Su Yang, who had already sat up and tenderly sat on the edge of the bed. I'm sorry, wife. Su Yang reached out and hugged Lu Shui tightly in his arms, tears instantly breaking the general. It was full of crazy and painful memories. Lu Shui was completely a plaything in his eyes. Play as much as you want. Later on, he even thought of playing with his friends. Luckily, before even waiting to take this step, rebirth happened. Otherwise, Lu Shui's days would be even more miserable. Hubby, don't cry, good boy. The unknown Lu Shui snuggled in Su Yang's arms and gently persuaded. Chapter 42 Miserable Memories of Almost Losing Her Forever. Wife. Come, let me take a good look at you. Su Yang sat upright, Lu Shui also turned to look at him a little puzzled. What's wrong with hubby today? Why is crying so sad? Hubby, don't cry, okay? Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's tearful eyes and couldn't help but reach out her own small hand to help him wipe it carefully. And Lu Shui couldn't help but shed tears as well. She suddenly felt so heartbroken. Wife, I made you suffer in the past. It's all my fault. Su Yang also reached out to help Lu Shui wipe her tears, his eyes were thick with regret and love. Such a meek and understanding, wonderful and infinite good woman, how could she be so cruel to toss her before? Even thinking of letting others come along to toss her. This was simply a fucking beast. With Lu Shui's character of being faithful to the end, if she were to be spoiled by another man, then she would really be in danger of dying. Damn it. It's horrible. This can simply make people pull up pants after fear. Hubby, that's all in the past. It's all in the past, now my husband is totally pampering me. Now every day, no matter what I do, I feel so happy, so happy. Especially when I'm in your arms every day. The feeling of being tightly embraced by you, I feel so relieved, so happy, so touched and want to cry. Lu Shui shed tears while speaking tenderly and emotionally. Luckily my wife didn't leave me, otherwise, I wouldn't have a place to cry. Su Yang gently lifted up Lu Shui's back, the horizontal and vertical scars were still shocking. Although the scar removal cream had been smeared for some time, it still made people feel shocked. The final fear was still almost taking that step, share, or else it was likely that he would really never see her again. Wife. Su Yang once again held Lu Shui tightly in his arms, even using his maximum strength. Soon she was moved and mesmerized. Cards friends, drinking buddies, flirty little bitches. One by one, that voice and smile constantly crossed in front of Su Yang's eyes. Or lewd, or slutty, or shameless. I can't imagine why he, Su Yang, would stink with them, but hurt the woman who loved him the most so deeply. After being reborn for such a period of time. Finally recovered the memory of these more than 10 years. But this memory. Lu Shui's happiest days should be when she was just married. At that time. Although Su Yang was moping all day long because of Lorraine's matter, he was more or less grateful to Lu Shui for saving his life. Although there were very few smiles for her, there were no punches or kicks. At that time. The two were oppositely attracted to each other, and Lu Shui also felt some joy. But soon, a house in Su Yang's name was demolished, and he got a large sum of money for demolition. I do not know what happened, and soon Lorraine found her to renew their relationship. So the two of them quietly got on. Su Yang from that time onwards began to dislike Lu Shui. The slightest difference between the two, he began to scold, and then step by step, 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 until the day before he was reborn. Even 2 days before he was reborn, he had already spoken to someone about the price of selling Lu Shui. It can be transferred at once, costing $200,000. Can also be rented, $200 a day, monthly package $5,000. If not reborn over, Lu Shui may be fragrant, or will be all people. Into the night. Su Yang took a shower, changed into pajamas, and thought about having another in-depth chat with Lu Shui. Communicate and see how to change the bad way of getting along. For example, should we cancel her daily dance class? Because this kind of dance was completely learned by watching small budget movies. And for so many years, Su Yang has terrorized and whipped her in every way possible to get this special program going. And kept watching and learning and improving. For this reason, Lu Shui had shed an unknown amount of blood and tears. For this reason, Lu Shui seemed to have no shame in front of Su Yang. For this reason, Lu Shui seemed to have formed a habit long ago. It was better to cancel it if you could. Then even if Lu Shui had a trace of unhappiness, it had to be cancelled out. Husband. A turn, Lu Shui unexpectedly has already changed, that pleasing to the eyes of the dance special clothes. A face full of shyness and pleasing. Even the voice is also gentle to make people whoosh of electricity numb. The latter is completely belongs to their two-people world time. Lu Shui was like a completely different person. Radiant and colorful. Flavorful. The flavor in the watery eyes was infinite. The jade-like body was crystal clear. Between the knitted brows and the smile, all exuded that charming atmosphere. Su Yang was very clear. Before she was reborn, she had never been this happy. Never been interested in this kind of thing before. In the past, they were all just forced under Su Yang's obscene authority. But now, she has become willing. And became extremely happy and active, even jumping out to new heights. Wife, come. Su Yang smiled and beckoned towards Lu Shui, intending to communicate with her. At the very least, he had to properly tell her what he wanted to say in his heart. As for what to do subsequently, the two of them discussing it would be just fine. Maybe continue, maybe change, maybe innovate. Hey. Lu Shui sweetly answered, then mischievously jumped over. Then snuggled into Su Yang's arms. Husband, you say, what instructions please feel free to say, the little girl will definitely complete. Silly girl. Su Yang couldn't help but secretly sigh. Such a good and extremely good woman, how was it that he had cultivated her like this? Could this be the development of any special potential? Alleluia, amen, Amitba. If you don't feel like this kind of dance, let's not do it anymore in the future. Hubby doesn't want you to suffer any little bit of aggravation. As long as you are not happy in your heart, hubby won't be happy either. No, hubby, I like dancing very much, especially. He. Before Su Yang finished his words, Lu Shui directly rejected him without bringing any hint of hesitation. Chapter 43, How can a person like you even want to start a company? This. Su Yang couldn't help but be speechless for a moment. Since his wife was willing and joyful, there was no need to cancel it. The most important wasn't to make his woman happy? Well, this matter is not said. Continue. Wife, I have beaten you for so many years and made you suffer. In the future, don't deliberately try to please me anymore, okay? Su Yang caressed Lu Shui's face, his tone was extremely gentle. Such a good woman, really can't let her suffer any more slightest harm. She was the most extremely good woman in this world, there was no one. Husband. I'm not deliberately trying to please you, I just think that my husband loves me so much. You are my everything and I love you so much. Maybe my mind has a little something different, I don't know, I just feel so happy and joyful when I'm with you now. I can obviously feel my husband's love, really love very seriously and deeply. You know what, hubby? Even if I'm beaten a few times by the one I love, I'll still feel so happy, so happy. Lu Shui said, a different kind of blush coming through her face. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a heartache. It was all his own fault. It was all because of his so many years of BT whipping and tossing that Lu Shui became this way. Hey. Just. Do not know if this is really good. But Su Yang quiet down his heart to think about it. He also seems to be quite acceptable. As long as Lu Shui was happy, then why would he reject it? Hubby, wife knows you are for my good. But wife really like you. Oh, I like to dance for you, like to make you happy. However, husband, if you really don't like wife like this, then I will listen to you all. Hubby, do you think that my wife is too flirtatious? I'm sorry. No. Su Yang heard a slight hint of aggression in Lu Shui's pleasing voice, so he immediately shook his head vigorously. Wife, how can this be called flirtatious? This is called real flirtatiousness. Style, understand? He. I knew hubby likes it too. Then let's start, hubby, I have new dance moves today. Lu Shui said and stood up from Su Yang's arms. Su Yang, what have you been busy with lately? How come it always feels like you're quite busy, like you're running outside every day? The next morning, Su Yang had just returned to the front room after running to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, when he received a WeChat message from Luo Lin. Get a small company to play. Just fooling around. Su Yang didn't lie. After all, the matter of opening an intermediary company, sooner or later Luo Lin will know. Besides, so what if she knew, it didn't matter. Ooh. Someone like you even wants to open a company? Nima. I'm fucking that kind of person? What kind of person am I in your Lorraine's eyes? Unprofessional? Intellectually challenged? A lick spill to be taken at your whim? With just one simple sentence. Su Yang made it very clear how he stood in Lorraine's eyes. No wonder she hasn't been sleeping with Su Yang. It turned out that she simply looked down on him. What's wrong with people like me? Isn't someone like me not your baby? Yes, I'm just saying it casually. Well, baby, what kind of company are you planning to open? Do you want me to help you advise? Of course, Lorraine was clear that now was not the time to turn the tables with Su Yang. However, when that big money relative was taken care of, she could kick him far away. Never call him baby again. Never even want to see him again. A licking dog who didn't know how much he weighed was just a dog, not worth her Lorraine cherishing at all. Humph. After that big money is taken care of, even Lu Shui can be kicked away just the same. And also to get back all the gifts given to her. I'm just planning to open a small agency to manage my current properties. What? Don't you just have a few houses? Is it necessary to open an agency? No kidding. More than a few properties, I've been buying quite a lot lately. Damn it. I'm going to whet your appetite. I'm not only going to play with you, I'm going to toss you around. And won't give you a penny. Ha? Baby, you have a lot of real estate? What's wrong with that? Shit. Lorraine was stunned. But also vaguely somewhat disbelieving. Houses in Jiangcheng were not cheap. Even if one had $10 million, one would only be able to buy 2-3 houses. But to open an agency, then at least have to have dozens or hundreds of houses to make sense. Su Yang, he had the ability to buy dozens of houses? How much money would that cost? Well, it's not bad. If I don't get a small team, I simply can't be busy by myself. Really? You're not fooling me, are you, Su Yang? What am I fooling you for? After all, you're my little baby. Well. Su Yang couldn't help but smile secretly. He knew that this big slut, she would definitely believe it. Where are you now? I'll go find you, shyly. Yeah, come over here, little baby. I'm in the front street of Phoenix New Town, 300 meters east of the entrance to the neighborhood. I just rented a front room. I'm here now, the workers are decorating it. Ha. This slut came over, nothing more than to personally see the truth of what Su Yang said. In such a short period of time, to be able to purchase so many properties, it would take quite a fortune to do so. If it's really true, then this big money relative of Lu Shui's is also really too powerful, right? In such a short period of time, it's amazing that a lousy person can get off the hook and then have as many as a couple dozen sets of real estate? It's unbelievable. Then he's a real diamond in the rough. A man like this. That's the kind of man Lorraine wants. It is the other half of her true desire. So, then she must exert her charms as soon as possible and charm this man as soon as possible. She must make him fall under her pomegranate skirt. Okay, baby, I'll be right there, see you in half an hour. Well, come on, baby, I want to see you every day. Without any hesitation, Lorraine immediately drove right over in her car. Chapter 44, It's Just a Little Lover. This is your agency front room? As soon as Lorraine arrived, she didn't even say hello, she came up and asked questions, and with some interrogation in mind. What? I can't afford to rent it? Su Yang looked at Luo Lin and said with a faint look. I can afford to rent it, of course I can afford to rent it. I meant to say, how did you get so many properties so quickly? You're not acting as an agent from another landlord, are you? Luo Lin couldn't help but stare at Su Yang. It's so strange. Why did this lousy person suddenly have a bit of pizzazz today? Is it because of suddenly having money? Is it because of suddenly having dozens of houses? They're all my houses. Su Yang couldn't help but smile faintly and reached out to open a folder in his cell phone. Inside were all the real estate certificates that had his name written on them. All yours? Luo Lin quickly scanned some of them, and the more she looked, the more surprised she became. There were so many. Yeah. Su Yang only let Luo Lin look at a part of it, then quickly withdrew his phone. What's the point of looking at it so meticulously? It's not yours anyway. And you don't fucking want to get any of the houses out of my hands. Luo Lin looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. It was really unexpected. This lousy person who only drank big wine and played bad cards to beat his wife had turned into a billionaire in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Lorraine's heart was like grass growing. Baby, look at how quickly you have purchased so many properties, then you have to consider me, right? How can I consider you? This house can all be under Lu Shue's surveillance. I wouldn't dare to make the decision to give it to you. Su Yang waved his hand with a look of don't even think about it. Humph. People are your baby, Lu Shui is just a slut. Don't say that. Although you are my baby, but all these properties I have are all helped by Lu Shui. Besides, you always say you're my baby, but you haven't even given it to me once. Su Yang shook his head slightly, his expression faint. Luo Lin couldn't help but stare. Could it be that he knew that he had been fooled? Su Yang had gotten drunk once before and put him in her bed. Then when he woke up, he said that he had tossed and turned with him all night. And made the bed extra messy. And threw clothes and stuff on the floor. Creating a scene of a once crazy night. At that time, because Su Yang transferred 100,000 yuan to her at once. In order to stabilize him, Lorraine came up with such a bad idea. And it worked quite well. Since then, Su Yang took Luo Lin as his real woman. How can that time was real, huh? You don't even believe in your baby. You're so annoying. He. Looking at Luo Lin's pouting appearance, Su Yang just faintly smiled. You damn well give me a good wait. I'll study you with a magnifying glass and cane sooner or later. Baby, when your big money relatives meet me, I'll get a nice room with you and talk about life together, okay? If that big money really helps me get rich too, how about the two of us become a real couple? I've been testing you for so many years. It's time to become a family with you too. Hearing Luo Lin's words, Su Yang's intestines couldn't help but spasm, almost vomiting out last week's meal. But I have Lu Shui, and it's impossible to divorce her now. She gave me practically everything I own in real estate now. What's written on the real estate license can be your name, whose name is written that means the house is whose. So what if she gave it to me? This is not good. Don't worry baby, when I meet with that big money relative and have a good chat, then try to earn a little more family business, after that we can get married, how about it honey? Luo Lin smiled and stroked Su Yang's face, and gently pinched it. There was a touch of flirtatious charm in her eyes. Alright, I'll rush that relative of Lu Shui's a bit more, let him meet you as soon as possible. Baby awesome. Boo. Saying that, Luo Lin went up and hugged Su Yang's waist, gently kissing his face. Su Yang couldn't help but rub his face and then rubbed on his body. Damn it. Who the hell are you disgusting? Just this? With this amount of payment, you want to cheat me out of my house? Alright babe, I'm going to head back first, be sure to let me know as soon as you have any news. Okay, definitely. Lorraine said, then hurriedly left. Grip grass. Bro, the picture of this woman you sent to Big Brother is pretty impressive. This figure isn't bad at all. Su Yang turned his hand to the photo of the shower that Luo Lin had sent him and sent it to Lu Qing via WeChat. Big Brother, you're interested? Ha ha ha. Although you can't hold such a woman. But after all, it is your favorite. Well, Big Brother, how good to be interested in people. Ha, brother, you joke. Lu Qing, such an expert in love affairs, is naturally interested in Luo Lin. This kind of woman was the best to get his hands on. He knew too well about this kind of woman's mind. And no matter how he played it, there was no psychological burden. There was even less need to worry about being pestered to get married or anything. Brother is still the same. You must cherish my sister Lu Shui. Don't worry, Big Brother Lu Qing. I see that Big Brother is so good to his brother, and it's true that I can't hold this woman. So I thought of joining with Big Brother. Ha, brothers have the same blessings and difficulties together. Su Yang did not want to take the initiative to ask the other party to help, that would be passive. And it might not be good to talk about things in the future. Ooh. Really? Lu Qing looked at the message sent by Su Yang, and his eyes instantly sprouted a greenish fire. He had traveled around for so many years, and among the women he had played with, there really wasn't much of compared to this woman in the photo. This is just a small lover. However, this woman is very materialistic and greedy for money. Don't worry, the more money-hungry and materialistic the woman is, the easier it is to handle, for fear that the woman is not money-hungry. Ha ha. Really, thank you, brother. Chapter 45. Quickly let go, I can't breathe anymore. For Lu Qing's words, Su Yang naturally still believed them. He also fully believed that Lu Qing could hold Luo Lin. How about it, Big Brother, really interested in this chick? Haha, interested. Brother is really atmospheric. Hearing you say that, I can't wait. Brother, tell me, how do you plan to get it together? To put it nicely, Lu Qing was a prodigal son in love. To put it bluntly, he was just horny. For a schoolgirl level beauty like Luo Lin, he was naturally salivating. Ha, since Big Brother is so interested, then I'll talk about it. Good. Soon. Su Yang chatted with Lu Qing through WeChat, either through text or through voice. Slowly, the duo came up with a preliminary plan. Ha ha. Okay bro, let's follow this plan. I can guarantee that this girl will definitely jump in willingly. Anyway, when the time comes to listen to your arrangement is. Brothers, this kind of chick must not be merciful and soft, must be hard to clean up. I think this plan is okay. She will not be able to haunt you after it's over, and she won't be able to find me anyway. Ha ha ha. Anyway, it's also all about her willingly being packed up, can't blame us. After the preliminary chat, Lu Qing was so excited that she could hardly sit still. And for advising Su Yang to cherish Lu Shui's words, never said it again. In order to successfully complete the plan for the two to play together. His future identity is a real big money. Lu Shui's close relative, originally, casually gave Su Yang a little project, let him earn a pot full of money. Against such a backdrop, the duo believed that there was no way Lorraine wouldn't take the bait. Su Yang baby, have you heard anything from that big money relative of yours? In order to meet Lu Shui's super rich close relative earlier, Luo Lin had messaged and called Su Yang from time to time, or ran directly to him. Not 2 days had just passed, and she and Su Yang met again here at the store. The store's renovation work was being carried out in an orderly manner. Su Yang's application materials and so on have been submitted, and it is estimated that he will soon be able to receive a business license and so on. Snap. Before Su Yang could speak, he directly slapped Luo Lin. Oh. The elasticity was still okay. But obviously it still felt a bit worse than Lu Shui's. Don't look at the fact that Lu Shui was a bit thinner at first glance, but in the key locations before and after, it really made people quite marveled. Even Lorraine, who used to be the school's flower, was now clearly incomparable. When she was in school, she didn't show off, but when she grew up, her advantages became more and more prominent. Especially at this best age now. Lu Shui was completely an unrivaled treasure young woman. Boing, you. Luo Lin couldn't help but froze and looked at Su Yang with some surprise. This rotten man. How dare he slap my share? After so many years, this is still something that has never happened before. Could it be that because there is a large amount of money, people also follow the expansion? Dozens of houses, at least over $100 million in assets, right? No wonder this lousy person's attitude towards me has changed a bit now, and he even dared to slap my ass. Forget it. Who let him have money? Who let his relative have more money? It's not too late to fix him after he gets good with that relative. He's just a little lickspittle. Humph. Yes, in the morning he even asked me to have a casual lunch together at noon, so we can talk about some more things on the way. Su-yang looked at Luo Lin indifferently, then casually flipped through his cell phone. This kind of slutty woman, in the past, she was just too knee-jerk to her, so much so that Luo Lin completely looked down on him. And for so many years, she had always looked down. Even after snubbing him for so much money, she hadn't even slept with him for a single night. Baby, take me along? Lorraine couldn't help but light up, a look of anticipation evident in her eyes. This. Su-yang couldn't help but reveal a difficult look. We're going to talk about some project matters, so you going? Isn't it not appropriate? Appropriate, what is not appropriate? Well, anyway, I am your girlfriend, when I talk less is, absolutely will not cause that big money upset is. Don't say is my girlfriend that big money but Lu Xuan your relatives, he will not be happy. Su-yang hurriedly waved his hand, a look of completely do not want to let her past. Baby, we have agreed before, when I earn some more family business, we will get married. I'm doing this for the good of both of us in the future. Well then, since we don't say that I am your girlfriend, what is the relationship? Hubby. I all listen to you. Luo Lin leaned very close to Su-yang as she spoke. Seeing that there were very few people around, Su-yang wrapped Luo Lin in his arms. Both arms exerted themselves as hard as if they were embracing Lu Shui. Don't. Quickly let go of me, it's hard to hold it in, I can't breathe. Luo Lin was embraced by Su-yang so much that she was almost about to faint as if she was about to pass out. However, Su-yang didn't listen to her and continued to embrace hard. It's hard to hold my breath. Please, quick, Su-yang, let go of me. Lorraine's double face was red, it looked like she was indeed suffocating. Cut. Seeing this, Su-yang let go of Luo Lin. Hoo-hoo, cough. Lorraine then breathed heavily and coughed non-stop, even suffocating her tears. It looked like she was indeed having a hard time. How fragile. Su-yang looked at Luo Lin's performance and couldn't help but secretly shake his head. This performance of hers was too much different from Lu Shui. If he wrapped his arms around Lu Shui like this, even if it was 10 times longer, he would never be in such a mess like her. Moreover, Lu Shui would definitely be moved to tears and beg him to make it harder. Su-yang. Are you trying to get me killed? You're crazy, are you? No. Didn't you call me your husband just now? I got excited and hugged you a little tighter. Su-yang looked at the Luo Lin who finally got her breath back, and couldn't help but scratch her head sardonically. Too excited, normal. Humph. How can you treat a girl so rudely? Don't be like that in the future. Okay. Then I'll be more gentle, like this? Pa. Su-yang said, stepped forward and wrapped Lorraine in his arms again, and in his hand was a hard slap. The whole action was quite coherent, so much so that Luo Lin was completely too late to push away or dodge. Chapter 46. Bro, did you inform that chick to come over? You damn dare to hit my ass shaft. Nasty. Baby. Lorraine's heart couldn't help but burst into flames. It was even about to freak out immediately. You fucking lousy licking dog, how dare you hit me? But after a fleeting moment, her fire was suppressed. Nowadays was not the time to turn the tables on him, it had to be endured. When we take down that big money relative, the first thing we'll do is to make this lousy person roll far away. The second thing was to make that big slut Lu Shui also get the hell out of there, preferably sold to a bunch of migrant workers. Pa. Without any hesitation, Su-yang went up and slapped again. It was crisp and loud. The decorator who attracted the store couldn't help but peek at it, and his harumphs were still flowing for a long time. Well baby, well, don't hit again, hit people good pain. Noon will take the wife to go well, please. Okay, then take you there. Su-yang let go of Luo Lin, rubbed his somewhat numb hands, and couldn't help but feel a burst of relief in his heart. From the time he knew her in college until now, he had never hit her yet. Today finally punched 2 slaps. Although the elasticity was not bad, but compared to Lu Shui's, there was still some gap. Good, hey. Thank you, hubby, thank you, hubby. Luo Lin said with a smile, but her body pulled back some, preventing Su Yang from giving her 2 more slaps in excitement, or holding her to gnaw on her vigorously for 2 mouthfuls. These were all behaviors that were extremely difficult for her to accept. Let me tell you, baby, after you go over there, don't say anything, just listen quietly and make sure to leave a good impression on the other party. As for the relationship between the 2 of us, I won't say anything, and you don't say anything either. A big boss like him will naturally have his own guesses, and I guess I can tell at a glance. Don't worry, hubby, then I won't say anything. Luo Lin was extremely confident in her beauty. She believed that as long as she stood in front of that big boss, with just a few random glances and a few subtle little actions, she would definitely be able to make that big boss tingle all over. She has been traveling between various men for so many years, and has long practiced a set of hooking skills. It was completely no less than bullhead and horseface's level of taking people. Good, that's fine. Su Yang pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time, smilingly looking at Luo Lin. Wife, it's still early, how about taking a trip home with me to check it out? The king-size bed in my master bedroom is so big. I haven't talked with you in a while. Hey da husband, I have to accompany you to meet the big boss at noon. I have to go home to clean up and dress up, otherwise how will I leave a good impression on others? Don't you think so? Luo Lin's heart couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. You rotten person. Giving you some color, how dare you want to start a dye house? How dare you even think of sleeping with me? Thinking too much, you? You're only worthy of being with a slut like Lu Shui. What a pity. Su Yang helplessly shook his head, face full of disappointment look. Hubby, when the future. I will definitely accompany you. I have said well, and so wife, and then earn some family business we will get married. By then we can be together every day, whatever you. Okay hubby, I'll hurry back to dress up, you call me later. Luo Lin said and hurriedly left Su Yang. Today was the first meeting with the big boss, make sure to dress up properly. Be sure to leave a particularly good impression on the big boss. It's best to make him unable to resist the urge to ask for her Lorraine's phone number on the spot, and ask her to have a good talk about life that night. Big brother, hooked, let's set the noon meal at Old Li Tu's home cooking. To be Lorraine left, Su Yang immediately contacted Lu Qing, ready to start implementing the next step of the plan. Alright brother, I'll book a box right away. Please believe in brother's strength. I'm going to have a good time and see just how flirtatious and wealthy this woman is. Ha ha. Since he was sharing the benefits to Lu Qing, the money for the private room booking naturally had to come out of his pocket. I can't send you a woman and give you money at the same time, right? The time is not long. Lu Qing will book a good private room, will send the specific address to Su Yang. The 2 made an appointment to meet at the hotel at 11:30, pretending to talk about a project. By the time Luo Lin arrived, the discussion was basically over. Hubby, when will that big boss let you go over? I've already dressed up on this side of. It wasn't even 11 o'clock yet, Lorraine called again, looking like she had long been waiting. There's no rush, baby, you just wait patiently at home. I'll be sure to call you when the time comes, don't worry. Okay, but it must be early. Otherwise show me how rude. Well, got it. Su Yang couldn't help but smile secretly, you're just a poser even if you go fucking there. No one will take you seriously. Don't expect the big boss to be charmed by you. Time passes by. Su Yang saw that the time was almost up, so he left the storefront and rushed towards the Old Li Tu home cooking. Since it was said to have a casual meal, it was naturally a casual meal. Who said that a big boss meal had to be in a luxurious restaurant? Ooh. Big brother, haven't seen you for a few days. Bullish. Su Yang arrived at the restaurant just as Lu Qing also rushed over. The expression is introverted, the sharpness does not show, the waves are not shocked. Dressed in a decent suit. A proper look of having seen a great storm. Ha ha. Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh when he saw Su Yang. The puzzling look just now instantly disappeared without a trace. Come brother, sit down, did you inform that girl to come over? TSK. Lu Qing couldn't help but rub his hands together, with a feeling that he wanted to get down to business right away. The eyes were filled with the flavor of unstoppable expectation and a flash of hunger. Okay, I'll call her right away, Su Yang said, then took out his cell phone and dialed Luo Lin's number. Hello? Baby. Are you with that big boss? Luo Lin's voice was lower, her voice was filled with indescribable happiness and anticipation. Well, the two of us are together, you hurry over here, be sure to remember what I told you before, okay? Su Yang glanced at Lu Qing beside him and gestured an okay pose. Chapter 47 First Meeting, Crossfire. Got it, don't worry husband. Just keep an eye on me, could it be that a wife can still disgrace you? Good, then come over. And, must be low-key again, I don't want him to pick you up for me. Husband hate, people's heart has long belonged to you well, that's more or less the same. Then hurry over, oldly head home cooking here. Subsequently, Su Yang sent the specific address of the restaurant and the location of the box to Luo Lin. Done. Just waiting for this chick to come over. Waiter, serve the food. Okay. Brother, today this meal is also considered brother thank you, come to Jiangcheng, brother really helped a lot. Lu Qing picked up the tea, first tea instead of wine. Big brother polite what you are Lu Shui's own big brother, no outsiders. Ha ha. Yes, no outsiders. Otherwise. Right? Ha ha ha. Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh out loud, his eyes blinking towards Su Yang. This was naturally an allusion to Su Yang sharing Lorraine the slut, making him grateful. Really admire brother, huh? Not only does my sister Lu Shui appreciate you, but you're also able to play with a woman like Luo Lin, big brother really admires you. Hearing Lu Qing's words, Su Yang couldn't help but feel secretly embarrassed. Knowing this chick is not a short time, but which one has played recalling so many years. Also only pulled her small hand, touched her face. Not even once a real kiss yet. At most just kissed on the face. Can that fucking be called a kiss? Not to mention rolling in bed with her. However, this morning did whip her ass shaft hard. This one is kind of the most painful one in so many years. Tap tap tap. Suddenly a sound of high-heeled shoes came over, getting closer and closer. Big brother, coming. To this voice, Su Yang was very familiar. This walking voice must be that slut Lorraine's. Got it. Lu Qing gestured an okay posture and immediately entered the state of big boss. Low-key. Stable. Wise. The waves are not shocked. As an expert who has traveled the world for so many years, he is easy to use. Knock knock knock. Coming. Su Yang shouted, then stood up and walked towards the door. Opening the door was naturally his business, Lu Qing was now the big boss. Z. Coming, Shu. Come in, don't talk. Su Yang opened the door and saw that it was indeed Luo Lin. Grass. This woman how to dress so gentle and generous? Even with a kind of fresh bookish flavor. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a jolt in the dark. He was so damn good at pretending. Afterwards, Su Yang gave her a wink. Another quiet arrangement was made. Understand. Lorraine answered softly, then nodded slightly. A glint of something bright was evident in her eyes. Come in with me. Su Yang then beckoned and turned around to walk inside, with Luo Lin following closely behind. Big brother, this is Luo Lin, a good friend of mine. Sorry, big brother, without your consent Su Yang looked at Lu Qing and said with a bit of embarrassment. His face was clearly apologetic. Big brother, how are you? Seeing Su Yang shouting big brother, Luo Lin smiled and nodded at the other party, her body slightly owed a gentle greeting. That mannerism, it was quite like that of a lady of the house. Unhurried, gentle, and generous. The so-called flirtatious aura from before had long disappeared without a trace. Well, it's fine, sit down. Lu Qing lightly glanced at Luo Lin and nodded slightly. It was still unperturbed, and there was absolutely no trace of the so-called stunning and moving appearance. Even after only glancing at Luo Lin, she didn't take it seriously anymore. Wow. This man is so graceful. So handsome. Luo Lin entered the room and took her seat, and immediately had a basic judgment of Lu Qing. This man is really something. The temperament is really extraordinary. Such a man. It's only my Luo Lin's dish. No way. I have to find a way to take him. In the future, Lorraine, will never need any other man again, just this one, will be enough to enjoy endless glory and wealth. Su Yang, about the project, let's leave it at that for now. Turn around and my brother will arrange a few more houses for you. Good. Thank you, big brother. The food has been served, big brother, come, let's eat. Su Yang excitedly nodded at Lu Qing, reaching out to take the wine bottle on the dining table in his hand, ready to open and pour the wine. Su Yang, it's better to let me do it. It's fine for you big men to eat and talk about things. I'm a small woman, I'm most suitable for pouring wine for you. Luo Lin, who was sitting beside Su Yang, suddenly stood up and snatched the wine bottle from Su Yang's hand. Alright, good, Luo Lin, later on, you must pour a few more cups for big brother to express my gratitude to him. Well, be sure to. Luo Lin looked at Lu Qing and gently guffawed. Lu Qing looked up at Luo Lin, faintly smiled slightly and nodded. Su Yang, this friend of yours is called Luo Lin, right? Well, yeah big brother, we are very good friends. Su Yang smiled and nodded, making a wink, letting Luo Lin go over to pour the wine. Good, then I know. Lu Qing looked Luo Lin up and down and nodded thoughtfully. Big brother, I'll pour wine with you. Luo Lin smiled and gently walked to Lu Qing's front. Quietly walking a little closer again. It seemed to be on the verge of being next to him. Then holding the wine bottle in both hands, she bent down and started pouring the wine. The long, wavy hair also hung down, very attractive. A ghostly fragrance rushed straight to Lu Qing's nose. Okay, that's fine, thanks. The wineglass was filled, and Lu Qing faintly said thank you. For Luo Lin's seductive and ethereal fragrance and movements, she was completely oblivious. Su Yang. Afterwards, Luo Lin came to Su Yang's front again, the same wine-pouring action. And also put her front side towards Lu Qing's direction. As long as Lu Qing raised her eyes, she would definitely be able to see what she was deliberately squeezing. Chapter 48 The scenery under the dinner table. The two of them chatted as they ate and drank. Luo Lin helped the two of them pour the wine and also sat quietly at Su Yang's side as they ate. The words were especially few, even as stingy as gold. From time to time, she smiled slightly at the duo, and her movements were also generous. If someone who didn't know Lorraine at all were to look at her, they could definitely be mesmerized by her. This was completely a stunning lady of the world. Look at that demeanor, look at that movement, look at that knitted brows and smile. The most fascinating point is just in the most fascinating point. During the meeting, Su Yang and Lu Qing also just chat some family life, the project thing completely did not mention again. Time passes minute by minute. After all, it was just a simple meal, and soon it was almost eaten. Big brother, I'll go to the restroom first. Luo Lin suddenly stood up and smiled apologetically at Lu Qing. Lu Qing didn't say anything, just nodded without any concern. You're just taking a piss, what's the point of talking to me? Thump thump thump. Luo Lin quickly left the private room in a hurry. Brother, this girl is really not bad, very talented in acting. Big brother fell in love? Cough cough cough. See what brother said, since brother looks up to brother, then brother I. Ha ha. Hey, really good, would love to play. It's just that this chick is only good for fun, can't be taken seriously. This kind of person will only look at your money, as for feelings, don't even think about it. Lu Qing looked in the direction of the door and laughed in a small voice. There was a clear green light in her eyes. Well, that's certainly. Su Yang couldn't help but nod his head. All these years, he did deeply appreciate what Big Brother said was not wrong at all. It's okay, brother, take your time, let's clean her up step by step. Lu Qing smiled lewdly and nodded confidently. Okay. Su Yang couldn't help but rejoice. Damn. For Luo Lin, this big-ass thing, that must be tossed around vigorously. Not only should she be cleaned up, it's best to ask for all the money that was snubbed away. Not long after, Lorraine came back and soon sat beside Su Yang again, still with a lovely smile on her face. Su Yang, today and let's do this first, I still have things to do in a while, you go back and wait to collect the house is good. Lu Qing looked at the time and then planned to leave. It seemed like he still had things to do and would be leaving soon. Pa-ta. The cell phone in Lu Qing's hand was suddenly unsteady, so it fell on his leg, then fell from his leg to the ground. Ha! I'm really sorry, Su Yang. Big brother is a little drunk. Lu Qing smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly, and then bent down ready to pick up the cell phone. Habitually a twist of the head. Then saw. Purple color, lace edge. However, he did not stop the action of picking up the cell phone. Just now it was just a glimpse, it was all just a moment. Although the scenery was tantalizing, it was not appropriate to show it. This kind of thing, after all, couldn't be put on the table right now. Su Yang, you quickly tell big brother about me. At this moment, Luo Lin quietly pulled Su Yang by her side, then quickly and in a low voice said, Oh. I'll try. Su Yang confused nodded his head, then reached out and wrapped his arm around Luo Lin's waist. Big brother, look at my friend. If it is possible, also help my friend to introduce some projects chant? When Lu Qing sat upright, Su Yang awkwardly stood up and said embarrassedly. Oh. Okay, your friend is quite good, I will definitely consider it. Only then did Lu Qing look squarely at Luo Lin and nodded at her with a smile. If I haven't read it before, she's your confidant, right? Big brother. What a discerning eye. Actually Lorraine and I are very, very good friends. Everyone is not considered outsiders either. Together with Lu Qing's words, Su Yang also admitted the relationship between the two of them. Alright, since Luo Lin is your good friend, then big brother will definitely give it serious consideration. Su Yang, I'll contact you later, then. See you later. Saying that, Lu Qing patted Su Yang's shoulder, then smiled and looked at Luo Lin. Big brother, thank you so much. This is my contact number, if there is a need, you can contact me anytime. Seeing that they were about to part ways, Luo Lin pulled out a business card from her bag and handed it to Lu Qing with both hands. Good. Lu Qing smiled and nodded, then put the business card into her handbag. Alright Su Yang, you two chat first, I have something to do so I'll leave first. Saying that, Lu Qing then turned around without stopping and left the private room, and helped bring the door with her. It was just a simple dinner gathering, just leave when you say you will, never drag your feet. Even if Luo Lin was more beautiful. Even if she were to strip naked and beg him today, it would be impossible for her to immediately agree to help her make money. At most, he would just promise to think about it. Su Yang, thank you so much for today. Luo Lin's purpose today was considered to have basically been achieved, and her mood was quite pleasant. She knew. A really big boss, that wasn't too easy to take down. But she was quite confident in her performance today. Especially the big boss's cell phone accidentally fell to the ground, that is simply God help me also. Let her fully realize the flirtatious under the appearance of the big girl. Afterwards, look at his smiling expression. There is no trace of impatience. She knew that this man, at least as an animal, and other men are not very different. For her own beauty and means, Lorraine has always been extremely confident. Including today's big boss, more let her confidence a lot. 4 things under the table was a great winning trick for her. And there were a lot of tricks that didn't work yet. Baby. Your performance today is really amazing, it really opened my eyes. As Su Yang said that, he came closer to Luo Lin and wrapped her in his arms. Both hands soon became unsteady as well. Damn it. As long as there was an opportunity, one had to toss and turn. Who cares where he is? Su Yang, stop it. This is in a restaurant. Pa. Saying that, Lorraine shook off Su Yang's arm that was wrapped around her shoulder. It's okay, baby, look, I've done you a big favor today. Why don't you give it to me now? It'll be ready in a while. This was something Su Yang had said countless times before with Lorraine. He had said so after helping her, and he had also said so after giving her the money. But Luo Lin had never really agreed to let him sleep once. The only time, it was also after getting drunk. Had engaged in a scam only. Chapter 49, Being Beaten Up. Su Yang, stop it, this is a restaurant, people will come to clear the table later. Obedient baby, night, okay? Pa. As soon as Su Yang heard it, he knew that the kind of words Luo Lin said never counted. So he reached out and slapped her. The sound was very crisp. Ouch. Su Yang, you hate. Lorraine couldn't help but let out a miserable cry and reached out to cover her smacked face. Jumping to her feet, she rubbed it. Su Yang's slap that had been practiced for years. Lu Shui alone, she didn't know how many slaps she had received. Nowadays, Su Yang has already practiced a kind of sharp flesh sand palm. If you want to give her a souvenir. A slap down. Guaranteed to be red and swollen tomorrow. Ho ho ho. It hurts. Lorraine's tears were coming down from the pain, and she kept stomping her feet in place in misery. Come here. Su Yang reached out and wrapped Lorraine tightly in his arms again. Hoo. Su Yang, you hate it. Hurry up and let go of me. You fucking wanna suffocate me, ah? Lorraine couldn't help but yell out and kept struggling. Baby. This is how I used to treat Lu Shui. Pa. Su Yang said, and after releasing his arm, another sharper slap was delivered. Ah. Oh. This time, Lorraine was actually hit and cried out. Ever since she was a child, she had never been hit like this before. These two slaps were by far the most painful slaps she had ever suffered. Su Yang. I'll see if you damn dare to hit me again. Luo Lin was furious, pointing at Su Yang's nose, looking like she wanted to slap his face with her hands. But, looking at Su Yang's cold eyes, she was scared and couldn't help but hit a jolt. A look that had never been there before. He had never looked at her with such eyes like this before. In her impression, Su Yang had never looked at her with the most pleasing eyes of a dog-licking kind. What's wrong with me hitting you? Saying that, he raised his hand and hit. In an instant. Lorraine then cried. Oh. Luo Lin couldn't help but cry, her hands face, crying with a twitch. Su Yang. You fucking wait for me. Woo. You're crazy today, ah Su Yang. Why always hit me? Lorraine cursed as she cried. A moment later, she picked up her small bag and was about to rush out of the private room. Alright Luo Lin, if you just walk out of this room today, there's absolutely no way Big Brother's side will help you. Su Yang looked at Luo Lin, who was about to leave, and said nonchalantly. In an instant, Luo Lin stopped in her tracks. She suddenly realized. Su Yang, this rotten person, since relying on Lu Shui evening this Big Brother, the whole person changed and before different. In a short period of time, there are hundreds of millions of assets. And seems to suddenly have a hint of manliness. Su Yang. You hate. I just said it, this is a restaurant, it's not suitable. Although Luo Lin's fire was still very big, but after hearing Su Yang's words, she could only force the fire to be suppressed. At this critical moment, cannot appear to be a matter of extraneous matters. We have to wait until we've taken care of the big boss. Back to kick Su Yang away again. What's wrong with having a hint of manliness? He and that big boss, there was no comparison at all. That's fine, there's a hotel next to it, let's go and open one now. Su Yang obviously didn't want to let her go. Such a good opportunity, not on for nothing. But whenever a good node was encountered, that was the time to toss Lorraine hard. Su Yang, please, will you, today people have their period. It's really inconvenient. Although Luo Lin was annoyed in her heart, she didn't dare to fall out with Su Yang at the moment. Just now, scolding a couple of sentences would be fine, but she couldn't keep scolding. So Lorraine's speaking voice became milder. Although the face that was hit was hot and painful, she could only bear it silently. I don't believe it, half a month ago you said you came, last week you said you came, and today you said you came again. How many times a month do you come? How many times do you come in a month? Su Yang didn't eat his shit. This kind of lousy excuse, I don't know how many times he has been fooled. Then, what are you going to do today? Lorraine felt that Su Yang's aura seemed to have gotten stronger and stronger. The little licking dog in her mind seemed to have changed a lot now, as if he had suddenly turned into a big wolf dog. And it looked as if it was ready to riot and bite at any time. What else can it be? It's natural too. Su Yang took a step forward, ready to grab Lorraine an upper hand to whip her hard a few more times. Don't. Su Yang, in a moment there is no chance that a waiter will come to clear the table. Luo Lin looked at Su Yang's demeanor and couldn't help but be startled. She thought Su Yang was going to put her in her place. Here? That wasn't the right place either. Besides, to do this kind of thing, mustn't you need emotions and moods? Besides, Lorraine was completely unable to accept doing this kind of thing with Su Yang from the bottom of her heart. Even kissing? She didn't want to give it to him. For so many years, he had been nothing more than the most unwatchable little licking dog in her Luo Lin's eyes. It would be nice to let him touch his hand. Much said touching face. With a rotten man like him, he still wanted to put her in her place? Thump thump thump. Lorraine was about to flee in fear. Husband, brother. Spare me, okay, I'm really coming. It's unlucky to do this kind of thing at this time. How about? Is this good? Luo Lin struggled while pointing to her lips. It seemed that she was planning to let Su Yang kiss her. Otherwise, it seems that this matter today won't end well easily. Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Damn it, who the hell wants to kiss you? Bah! Vomit. Looking at Lorraine's red lips, Su Yang couldn't help but dry heave for a while. Damn it! Pa! Ouch! Su Yang, you hit my face again. Pain, pain, pain. Luo Lin jumped up in pain and hurriedly fled. Chapter 50. Card player wants to sell his wife. Humph. Su Yang, you hate. I'll never care about you again, La. You don't know how to be kind and compassionate at all. Luo Lin's voice seems to be quite angry, seems to be depressed, and seems to have some strange feeling of acceptance. It was very complicated and contradictory. Raising her hand and rubbing her aching face, she rubbed her eyes again, and with a thump, she quickly left the hotel's private room. Ugh. It's so damn not interesting at all. Su Yang rubbed his hands and felt that his hands were hurting a bit. His hand was hurting. It seemed that Lorraine would definitely hurt even more, and it might have already been red and swollen. Soon. Su Yang also left the restaurant, ready to go home and rest for a while. Ding dong. Just after being sent downstairs by the chauffeur to park the car, Su Yang's WeChat received a message. It turned out to be sent to him by a netizen with the screen name, "My woman, I'm in charge." Grass. After Su Yang's memory was restored, he naturally remembered all the people and things from before. This person was one of his original poker plus drinking buddies. This person had been married for 10 years and didn't even have a child. I don't know if it's his problem or his wife's problem. But in his eyes, it's his wife's problem. Complaining all day long that his daughter-in-law is an old hen who can't lay eggs. Either beating or scolding at every turn, the hand is quite ruthless, no mercy at all. So much so that his wife in front of him, all day trembling with fear, a look that even the atmosphere does not dare to come out. Su Yang, I heard that you recently made a fortune, ah? Grass, a few days do not see, let brother this is impressed, ah. What, help a brother out? For such a friend, Su Yang really didn't want to talk much anymore. In the past, he used to hang out with people like this all day long, and what he talked about every day was disgusting and vulgar. Either playing cards or drinking and beating their wives. Before the two also then who tossed more tricks, tossed hard, tossed miserable. They even discussed the price of their wives together. His wife looks a little worse than Lu Shui, so the price is slightly lower. And the two also discussed having the opportunity to switch and play a game. Hold the grass. Zhao Hai, where did I get rich? It's all because Lu Shui has a good relative, people just gave some money. Su Yang did not want to tell him any truth, simply deal with him 2 sentences pull down. Lu Shui, huh? Your wife is so damn beautiful, yesterday I also saw her on the road, now changed so beautiful. Grip grass. Brothers, let's switch or not? Just for a day. This one from my house. I don't want to see her for a day, she's like a dead person every day, I really want to sell her. Obviously, Zhao Hai is still quite concerned about Lu Shui. He used to miss it before, but now he misses it even more. The main thing was that Lu Shui was like a different person now. Her beauty was simply radiant. Fuck off. I can't forgive you for mentioning this again. Nowadays, Lu Shui had long become Su Yang's scales. As long as there was anyone who dared to mention something unfavorable to her, she would immediately become enraged. Well, don't mention it, it's damn well what we discussed. As soon as Zhao Hai heard this furious voice of Su Yang, he immediately didn't dare to talk nonsense, his voice turned weak. The past is the past, the present is the present. Who the hell dares to mention anything unfavorable to Lu Shui again? I'll kill him. Fine, I won't mention it again in the future. Brother Yang, you have to help me I've had too many bad hands these days, I'm so poor I can't afford to get out of the pot. Zhao Hai's purpose of looking for Su Yang was simple, he heard that he had gotten rich, so naturally he wanted to borrow some money. Grip grass. How much money have I borrowed you for so many years? Have you ever fucking returned one to me? No borrowing. The moment he heard this, Su Yang knew that this kid Zhao Hai wanted to borrow money from him again, so he nonchalantly refused. These years, this kid at least borrowed him a few tens of thousands of dollars, but not a penny returned. Just didn't even mention it. Brother Yang, have mercy on me. When I win a big one, I will definitely return it to you with interest, okay? Get lost. Su Yang was too lazy to care about this kid. Don't, Brother Yang, why don't you buy Yang Xia, okay? Daily rental, monthly subscription, one-time purchase can be. Brother Yang, you have money now, just give 180,000 at once. What day? Mentioning Yang Xia, Su Yang's mind instantly conjured up a pitifully beautiful woman. In the past, he was indeed quite interested in this woman. He even thought of swapping Lu Shui with her and experiencing her for a few days. Now that he thought about it, this woman was just as pitiful as Lu Shui. Lu Shui was beaten by him, Su Yang, and Yang Xia was beaten by him, Zhao Hai. Anyway, both of these women were really in deep water, it was extremely miserable. Nima, Yang Xia is your wife. You actually want to sell her. Are you still a human being? Su Yang's words were also very unprofessional. In the past, he had just as much thought about selling Lu Shui. Brother Yang, this woman is really nothing. This woman is really not very interesting, not as interesting as the little girl we used to play with. How about it, Brother Yang, we are not outsiders, I can give you a discount, a price of 150,000, how about it? Listening to Zhao Hai's tone, it seems like he really moved to sell Yang Xia. What a beast! Yang Xia, that woman, in the home to do all the work, although a little introverted, but seems to be quite flavorful. Otherwise, Su Yang wouldn't have moved to try to experience the experience. I say, Zhao Hai, can't you fucking live with her properly? Besides, Yang Xia, she's a good woman. This was the first time Su Yang had ever persuaded someone like this, although it was awkward to say. Good a hair, I'm bored to death. Brother Yang, I really don't want her anymore. If anyone can afford this price, I'll sell her immediately. Brother Yang, I know you're rich. This amount of money must not be a problem. Anyway, didn't you want to play with it before, why don't you just buy it this time, whatever. How nice. Su Yang could not help but come to a burst of suffocating. Thinking of Yang Xia, think of Lu Shui. Lu Shui was tortured by him. Su Yang's thoughts were somewhat mutated, and even had some strange tendencies. This fucking think about it let a person heartache. Yang Xia, this woman, the same in deep water, think about it is also really let a person heartache it. Chapter 51 Trading 1. I'll think about it. Su Yang suddenly thought that he would need manpower to open his own agency. At that time, he could let Yang Xia come over to help out as well, whoever he hired would have to be paid anyway. For such a poor woman who suffered the same as Lu Shui, Su Yang was suddenly moved with compassion. But it's best to discuss this matter with Lu Shui. Don't let her really think that he bought someone else's wife, that would be bad. Because he had long sworn. Never let his Lu Shui suffer a little bit of harm again. That's great, Brother Yang. I knew you would help me. Brother, when are you going to want it? I can send it to you right now. Hold the grass. Wait for me to think about it, I'll give you an answer when it's evening. Fine, thanks Brother Yang, haha. I'll have her clean up today and send it over to you tonight. Zhao Hai felt that Su Yang would definitely buy it. He knew very well that Su Yang had a green light in his eyes when he looked at Yang Xia before. Besides, Su Yang is now rich, he will definitely not be able to resist buying it for fun. Evening. Su Yang was at home brushing the jitterbug when Lu Shui came back. Tap tap tap. Just by listening to Lu Shui's footsteps, she knew that the first thing she wanted to do when she came back was to see Su Yang. It was like this every day. It's been a day since she worked at the unit, and it's been a day since she's seen her husband, and she misses it. She felt that her happy life had finally come. Every day was full of vigor, every day was full of energy. Hubby, hey. I've missed you to death. Entering the bedroom, Lu Shui instantly jumped into Su Yang's arms, her eyes filled with pleasing and joyful laughter. Boo! Su Yang was a little heartbroken and hugged her tightly again at once. Hey! Lu Shui was finally considered to be out of her misery. I hope she can be happy every day. Hubby, today I bought a few more stockings online, they're colorful. I'll wear them for you to dance at night. Good wife, you are so good to me. Looking at Lu Shui's pleasing smile, Su Yang embraced Lu Shui in his arms tighter. Hey, my husband is my favorite, my wife is your most adorable little silly goods. Lu Shui reached out and caressed Su Yang's face, her breathing began to rush. Right wife, discuss something with you. Saying that, Su Yang let go of the tightly embraced Lu Shui and sat her in his arms against the bed. Hubby, you say? You just need to give instructions to your wife, there's no need to discuss. Lu Shui smiled shyly and obediently snuggled into Su Yang's arms again. Do you remember Yang Xia? Remember a husband, she. Quite a poor woman. I've chatted with her, quite an honest and decent woman. Lu Shui nodded, a trace of pity flashed in her eyes. Well, my agency will be open soon, now that the formalities have been run, I'm just waiting for the renovations to be over. I have to recruit people anyway, how about having Yang Xia come over to help? That's certainly fine husband, if Yang Xia is willing to come over to help, she should still be able to take less beatings. Lu Shui nodded without hesitation, with an extremely supportive look, even immediately wanting Yang Xia to come to work. Wife, it's actually like this. Su Yang gently patted Lu Shui's small hand and told Zhao Hai about selling his wife. Mainly considering the fact that Yang Xia was a poor person just like Lu Shui, he agreed to think about it. Hubby, let's buy. It has to be bought. After hearing Su Yang's words, Lu Shui immediately made a statement and was unusually resolute. It even felt like she was directly going to make the decision for Su Yang. Hubby, I'm sorry. Perhaps sensing that her tone was somewhat not quite right, she immediately snapped and apologized to Su Yang. Only her face remained extremely indignant. Being the same person at the end of the world, Lu Shui could best appreciate Yang Xia's misery. Wife, you're right, let's buy it then. Actually saying buy was just putting Yang Xia out of his misery. But Yang Xia had to divorce Zhao Hai and leave this rotten man completely. As long as Yang Xia was willing to leave, then Su Yang could pay for this. Well. Hubby is so nice. Hearing Su Yang agree to pay out the money, Lu Shui couldn't help but secretly let out a long breath. Hubby, do you know? Even Yang Xia are 100 times better than that big slut Luo Lin. Yeah. Lu Shui was right, Su Yang also agreed. Zhao Hai, send it over, I'll buy it. Since his wife Lu Shui also supported it, Su Yang directly sent a WeChat message to Zhao Hai. A moment later, his message came back. I knew brother Yang you would buy it, I just packed her up now, I'll immediately take a cab and send it to Phoenix New City for you. Okay, come over, to the cell door send me a message. Alright brother Yang, see you in a minute. Obviously, Zhao Hai the kid was very happy. He can finally sell this old hen that can't lay eggs and still get a sum of money. It didn't take long. Zhao Hai rushed over in a taxi, lest Su Yang would back out as if he was afraid. Su Yang, I brought Yang Xia has arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, you come over, one hand to pay and the other hand to hand, ha. Zhao Hai just arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood and immediately called Su Yang over. Wait for a while, go over right away. Su Yang looked at Lu Shui who was cooking in the kitchen and went over to slap him. Slap. Wife, I'm going down to pick up Yang Xia. Okay hubby, go. Lu Shui smiled shyly and twisted her but shaft, giving Su Yang a flying kiss. Su Yang went downstairs, then quickly rushed to the entrance of the neighborhood. Brother Yang, this way. Su Yang had just arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood when he saw Zhao Hai at the entrance, accompanied by a woman wearing a green floral dress. This woman was Yang Xia. Really quite good looking. Only, she kept her head down and didn't say a word. Zhao Hai, you two come over here. Su Yang walked over and greeted the two. After not seeing them for a long time, Zhao Hai was still the same as before. It's just that this Yang Xia seems to have cleaned up quite well today, this dress should be her best clothes, right? Brother Yang, here's Yang Xia's luggage, from now on, she's your girl anyway, the luggage is also yours, ha. Saying that, Zhao Hai unceremoniously stuffed the luggage into Su Yang's hand. Yang Xia just silently followed behind the duo, not saying a word. Chapter 52 The Deal, 2. Zhao Hai, take a look at this. Su Yang led the duo to a brighter streetlight and handed Zhao Hai a page that had been written in advance. What's this? Oh. So it's a sale and purchase agreement. Zhao Hai borrowed the light and looked at it carefully. Brother Yang, I have acquaintances in the Civil Affairs Bureau. As long as both people are determined to get a divorce and file for it, a divorce license is easy to do. Don't worry, Brother Yang, since I'm going to sell her to you, then I naturally won't screw you. Zhao Hai was actually afraid that Su Yang would change his mind. He took the pen that Su Yang handed over and signed his name. Don't worry, Brother Yang, in fact, I called with that acquaintance in the afternoon, and I will be able to get the divorce license out tomorrow after a trip. I don't want this money today, Brother Yang, you take this slut away, feel free to do whatever you want in the future. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, he didn't want to stop for a minute and directly dog-whisked away. Before he came, he had already contacted a little pussy, and now he couldn't wait to go over for a night of fun. Yang Xia, come with me. Su Yang pulled the suitcase and looked at this poor woman with some heartache. So the voice that spoke was also very gentle. Yang Xia didn't say anything, just stood dumbly, not even raising her head. It seemed as if her whole person had become numb and had lost her reaction to the outside world. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh secretly, then he pulled the suitcase and walked forward. Yang Xia also mechanically followed behind, still with her head lowered, not saying a word. She knew. From now on, she might really be detached from Zhao Hai. Seriously, she had a trace of happiness in her heart instead. This Su Yang in front of her, if he treated her well, then she could follow him for a few more days. If he was not good to her, then she could totally leave here. Or even leave Jiangcheng forever. She did recognize Su Yang, and also knew that his wife was called Lu Shui. She was very clear. Su Yang wasn't a good person either. Similar to her husband, he also drank and played cards every day to beat his wife. But no matter what, as long as she divorces her husband tomorrow, then she is a free person. Just. The one who returned her freedom was Su Yang, which was a great favor. If Su Yang was good to her, then she would definitely be good to Su Yang, as his lover or otherwise. If Su Yang was not good to her, then she would definitely leave here without hesitation. Yang Xia, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Su Yang slightly stopped his steps, then turned his head. I opened an agency and needed to use people, so I thought of you. Su Yang's voice was gentle, and could even be said to be tender. It made Yang Xia's numb heart suddenly have a trace of warmth. Her eyes moved slightly and she looked up at Su Yang, but still did not speak. She also heard Zhao Hai said Su Yang got rich in the future, let her follow Su Yang, may be able to live a good life. For the Phoenix New City, this neighborhood she knew, are large houses, without a 3 million, certainly cannot buy down. It's okay, Yang Xia, don't worry, I've already talked to Lu Shui about you, I don't mean anything else, I just want to find an obedient employee for myself. Yang Xia's eyes flickered for a moment before she lowered her head again. Her heart was so hard and uncomfortable that she seemed to be on the verge of losing her judgment. She didn't know if what Su Yang said was true or false, but regardless of whether it was true or false, her attitude towards her now was countless times better than Zhao Hai's. Su Yang pulled the suitcase and walked slowly all the way, then spoke gently. Yang Xia just slowly followed behind, not saying a word. She knew that it was futile to say anything now. As long as this man in front of her is good to her from his actions, that is really good. As long as he can be good to her. Even if she accompanied him to sleep and gave him a child, she was willing. After all, he was now her Yang Xia's great benefactor. Soon. Su Yang brought Yang Xia to the door of the house. Yang Xia, stay at my house first tonight, tomorrow I'll be arranging a long-term place for you. Su Yang smiled and nodded at Yang Xia, then opened the door of the room. Come in. Su Yang pushed open the door of the room and carried Yang Xia's suitcase inside. Is Yang Xia coming over? Before Yang Xia entered the door, an extremely gentle voice came out from the room. She heard out that it was Lu Shui. Yes wife, why don't you take Yang Xia to her room? Seeing Lu Shui smiling and walking over, Su Yang couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. Sister Shui. Looking at Lu Shui's radiant appearance, Yang Xia's eyes could not help but flash a trace of doubt. So strange. In the past, Sister Lu Shui was also often beaten and wore all old clothes. Now how did it change so much? Not only was she wearing decent new clothes, her face and between her eyes and eyebrows were all happy smiles. And that skin color, that luster. Definitely not something that someone who was often beaten would have. Come, sister. Looking at Yang Xia's frustrated appearance, Lu Shui couldn't help but feel secretly distressed and sighed deeply. Then she reached out and pulled up Yang Xia's hand, leading her towards the second bedroom next to the master bedroom. No one was living in this house, so for the time being, let Yang Xia live here. As the same person suffering at the end of the world, Lu Shui was extremely sympathetic to Yang Xia and especially wanted to help her. Not to mention 150,000, even 300,000. She also hoped that Su Yang would be able to pay this money to help her out of her misery. Sister Shui, thank you. Inside the house, Lu Shui put her arm around Yang Xia's shoulders and kept comforting her. She also told her that Su Yang's purpose of spending money to buy her was actually to help her out of the sea of bitterness. It is not that Su Yang wanted to buy her over to play. Hey! Yang Xia, in the future, treat sister here as your own home, leaving that bastard Zhao Hai. Sister won't have to worry about anything in the future. Sister, Su Yang treats you. Yang Xia looked at Lu Shui with some doubt and couldn't help but ask. In her memory, Su Yang seemed to be not much better than Zhao Hai. It was also the same lousy person who played cards and drank and beat his wife. But how come it didn't feel that way now? Now my Su Yang is treating me so well. Hey, bought me lots of nice clothes and a car. Now not even a single heavy word has been said to me. Lu Shui said and showed Yang Xia her ring earrings and stuff. When Yang Xia heard Yang Shui say this, the doubts in her heart seemed to have gotten even thicker. A man who was running 40 years old, how can he say that he has changed? And also made a big fortune. Well, yes sister, my Su Yang is the kind of man who woke up with a start and suddenly came to his senses. Since that day, he's been extraordinarily good to me, practically obedient. Oh. Yang Xia this time completely believed. It seems that what Lu Shui said is indeed all true. Then brother Su Yang and sister Lu Shui were the biggest benefactors of her Yang Xia's life. She must be good to brother Su Yang and sister Lu Shui, and must not apologize to them. Chapter 53, Taking Yang Xia to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Early the next morning. After eating breakfast, Lu Shui drove to work. Su Yang took Yang Xia and went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhao Hai called before dawn and said to meet him at 8:30 sharp at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Said that he had already found a good friend, and that he could go over there to get the divorce license, with an anxious look that he wanted to get the money right away. Brother Su Yang, thank you. Yang Xia now knew that Su Yang turned out to be really wanting to help her, not just for fun. Yang Xia, in the future, don't be so polite with brother, wait until we will finish the divorce with Zhao Hai, I will take you to our agency to take a look. Okay brother. Yang Xia stayed at Su Yang's home for the night and talked with Lu Shui for half the night. She also thought for a long time. Since Su Yang and Lu Shui were willing to take her in, then she would work well for Su Yang in the future. If Su Yang is really interested in her, she would definitely not refuse any of his requests. When you receive the kindness of a drop of water, you should repay it with a spring of water, not to mention that this was a great kindness that saved her from the sea of misery. Brother Yang, hurry up, just waiting for you guys. Su Yang had just arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau with Yang Xia, when he saw Zhao Hai with a little bitch that he had once patronized before was already waiting. Hold the grass. What's the rush? Ha ha. Preventing the night from getting long, brother, I'm short of money right now. Zhao Hai completely ignored Yang Xia's presence and laughed haha while embracing the little bitch beside him. Yang Xia was standing right next to Su Yang. Her expression was faint, as if she didn't recognize Zhao Hai at all. Brother Yang, how was the fun yesterday? Was it enjoyable? If she didn't serve you well, I can help you beat her up. Of course she served you well, it's not at all worse than my family's Lu Shui's job. Su Yang said, reaching out, he wrapped his hand around Yang Xia's shoulder beside him for a bit. Brother. Yang Xia naturally understood what Su Yang meant, and was especially happy to cooperate. After letting out a soft cry, she directly snuggled into Su Yang's arms. An extremely docile appearance. There was even a slight look of intoxication on her face. Humph. What a slut. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but curse bitterly in his heart. Ha ha ha. Alright, as long as brother Yang feels good, go inside and get a license. Go. You won't have to be afraid of him anymore in the future, I'll wait for you outside. Su Yang slightly patted Yang Xia in his arms and said softly. Yang Xia left Su Yang's embrace, her handsome face filled with a slight blush. Soon. Zhao Hai then went in with Yang Xia. Anyway, he had already contacted someone in advance, so he thought that the speed of the divorce should be very fast. Brother Su, it's been a long time since I've seen you. This was the little lady that Zhao Hai brought in, around 30 years old and not bad looking. Su Yang had patronized her a few times before, and the job was okay. Quite busy lately. Su Yang nodded at the little lady and couldn't help but smile. All used to be mixed up in the world, no one should mind who is vulgar. This little lady has long been divorced, with a daughter, it's not easy. Mixing with some men all day long, it was just for 3 meals a day and to support her family. Hee, congratulations brother Sua, you are now left and right, surely you won't have time to come to sister here in the future, right? Hey. Hee. Don't be ridiculous, recently indeed quite busy. Su Yang smiled sarcastically and didn't bother to explain anything. He was nothing more than her former customer, who could be disowned by lifting up his pants. Brother Su, I heard Zhao Hai say that you got rich? Then be sure to come more often to my sister's place. I can give you a discount. I recently learned some massage techniques, brother Su, next time you come I can give you a try. This little bitch obviously didn't want to lose such a good customer. Hee, say it again, say it later. Su Yang smiled and nodded, naturally not taking it seriously at all in his heart. Nowadays, there was such an excellent wife as Lu Shui, how could he still have a mind to fool around? What's more, such a little bitch has long been a man's man. Thinking about it all feels salty. I can't get off my mouth. It's true that there are people who are good at what they do. As for the cooling off period and so on, it was directly ignored. In less than an hour, Zhao Hai and Yang Xia finished their divorce and came out. Done Yang, money. 150,000, no cheating. Zhao Hai took the divorce certificate and ran to Su Yang like the wind. And, don't worry, you won't get a penny less. Come on, sign on the receipt, I'll transfer 150,000 to you right away. Saying that, Su Yang took out the receipt and pen written in advance from his bag and handed it to Zhao Hai. Received Su Yang 150,000 today. Zhao Hai picked up the receipt and read it carefully, realizing that it was just an ordinary receipt, so he raised his pen and signed his big name. Brother Yang, make the payment, I'll give you the receipt when the money arrives. Wait. Su Yang now also doesn't care about this amount of money at all, it's not just 150,000, it's a small thing. He took out his cell phone and opened the bank app. Because there was a record of transferring money to him in the past, there was his bank card information. A few moments later, Su Yang then finished the operation. 3 minutes later, Zhao Hai received a text message reminder of the arrival on his cell phone. It's okay brother Yang, it's received. From now on, this slut will be yours, play with it as much as you want, it won't lay eggs anyway, bye. Zhao Hai looked at the arrival text message and couldn't help but laugh. Then he returned the 150,000 receipt to Su Yang. Then he waved his hand, wrapped his arms around the little bitch by his side, turned around and left. Yang Xia silently stood by Su Yang's side, and hadn't said anything since she came out. Let's go Yang Xia, let's go to the agency's store to take a look. Su Yang twisted his head to look at Yang Xia and said softly. Brother, I'm not a slut. And it's not like I can't lay eggs, I went to the hospital and checked, the doctor said I don't have any problems. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang and defended, as if she wanted to prove something to him. Of course brother believes in you, otherwise why would I spend so much money? Because I believe you. Believe you are a good woman. Su Yang looked at Yang Xia and nodded with a smile. Well, thank you brother. Let's go then. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia then didn't continue to explain anything anymore. Then he nodded and followed towards the parking place. Chapter 54. Lorraine is anxious again. Brother, I will definitely pay you back this money. Yang Xia followed Su Yang's side, slightly lowered her head, her footsteps seemed to be very light. Money or not, let's talk about it later. Su Yang twisted his head and glanced at Yang Xia, smiled and said something non-committal. He saved Yang Xia from the fire, but only to get some comfort for his heart. He also didn't like her, and didn't intend to keep her for what happened later. At best, it was just a recruitment of an agency employee. Brother, thank you, you are a good person, I will definitely repay you. Yang Xia nodded slightly, not mentioning the money again. But what was the use of mentioning money? After all, she was now penniless, what would she take to pay back Su Yang's money? With her mouth, talk? Su Yang smiled and did not respond to Yang Xia's words. If you want to repay, then just do a good job for me. As for the other, then let's talk about it. Get in the car, Yang Xia, let's go to the store and take a look at it first, and then go home and pack up the garage later. The Phoenix new town that Su Yang is now living in is with a garage, and the garage is also a house on the ground, only the floor height is slightly lower. The agency, in order to make some more money, hard to change the garage into housing. Su Yang's garage is not small, can park 2 cars, so it was converted into a 1-bedroom by the agent. Now that the tenant here had moved out, it was naturally empty. With a little more tidying up and some furniture, you can live in it straight away. Jingling bell. Before Su Yang brought Yang Xia to the store, the phone rang. It was that slut Lorraine calling again. Hello? What, miss me? Su Yang answered Luo Lin's call and didn't avoid Yang Xia who was beside him. I miss you my ass. How come your big brother didn't contact me? Nor did he add me on WeChat. This. How do I know? Hearing Luo Lin's words, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. How can I let you seduce the big boss so quickly? I have to make you anxious. Su Yang, where are you now? On my way, I'll be at my agency in a minute. Okay, I'll find you later, let's meet and talk. Luo Lin has not been able to wait for the big boss to take the initiative to contact, her heart is still a little anxious. Until now, the gift of $100,000 bought for Lu Shui was like a waste of money. Lu Shui to her is still extremely cold, send messages often do not return. Even if it is back, it may be the next day. Watching Su Yang, this lousy person, so quickly have $100 million, saying that she is not anxious is definitely a lie. And just such a person that she had always looked down on, even beat her ass. Until now. There was still some hidden pain. This made her have an indescribable sense of shame, and at the same time, she also had an inexplicable feeling towards Su Yang. It seemed that Su Yang had become less annoying. Alright, then I'll see you later. After chatting with Lorraine for a few moments, Su Yang hung up the phone. Yang Xia, on the other hand, had been staring blankly ahead, not caring what was being chatted on the phone. She now just felt that her body and mind had relaxed all of a sudden. Never before had it been easy. Su Yang was her benefactor, she had to find a way to repay him. Work for him, make his bed and fold the quilt to warm it. Anything. In this life, no one had ever helped her like this before. Especially rescuing her from a watery grave. It wasn't long. Su Yang then brought Yang Xia to the agency store. Yang Xia, this is where we'll work from now on, but it's just the 2 of us at first, so when we get busy later, we can recruit more people. The renovation workers were busy inside the store, and the 2 of them just looked inside from the doorway. It was expected that in another week or so, the decoration would be almost done. By then some desks and chairs and computers and whatnot would be added, and they would be ready to start soon. Well, I'll listen to everything, brother. Yang Xia listened carefully to Su Yang's words and nodded slightly. Anyway, now she was Su Yang's employee, let her do whatever then. No matter if it was an intermediary thing or not, as long as it was arranged by him, she would do it. Don't think too much about the past, look forward and be happier. Listening to Su Yang's persuasive words, Yang Xia's face slightly penetrated a shy smile. It's been years. This was perhaps the first time she smiled from the bottom of her heart, right? The smile that was forced out by Zhao Hai before was even worse than crying. That's right, look, how beautiful this smile is. Su Yang smiled and nodded, sticking out his thumb at Yang Xia. This little bitch's growth was indeed still beautiful. Although it wasn't as good as Lu Shui, it was still quite good. Brother, do you really think I'm pretty? Well, yeah, sister Yang Xia was already pretty, Previously, I was thinking. Cough cough, Su Yang saw that Yang Xia's face had some smiles on it, and his heart couldn't help but follow suit. Without being careful, he almost said the idea that he wanted to have some fun before. Yang Xia naturally heard it. Moreover, when Zhao Hai was scolding her before, he had said that he wanted to trade her with Lu Shui. However, Yang Xia didn't have a trace of anger now. Instead, she felt that if Su Yang still had thoughts about her, she would definitely not refuse. Drip drip drip. Drip drip drip. The two of them were chatting, when suddenly there was a sharp sound of a car honking behind them. Su Yang turned around and looked. It turned out to be Lorraine driving over. This slut. Nowadays, she was chasing after her quite tightly. In the past, it was Su Yang who chased after her eye to eye. Even touching her little hand or being able to touch her little face was enough to excite him for many days. Now that he had beaten up Lorraine's ass shaft, she was chasing after Su Yang with fire and fury. Your friend? Yang Xia glanced at Lorraine, who came down from the car as if she hadn't seen her before. But this woman was so long and pretty, but didn't seem like a virtuous person. It should be quite flirtatious. Well, a friend. Su Yang nodded and couldn't help but secretly smile. Could such a slut also be considered a friend? Su Yang, who is this little sister? Ha! It's quite pretty. Luo Lin came to Su Yang's front and looked at Yang Xia beside him with interest. What's the matter, say it. Su Yang looked at Luo Lin and looked up and down, not answering her question. This slut really grew a good skin for nothing. The bones are really stinky and unhealthy. Chapter 55, you go back and wait, wash your white points. Cut. I see you can't hold it in lately, right? Behind Lu Shui's back you started cheating again. Su Yang's previous affairs, Luo Lin was very clear. Drinking, playing cards, and playing with little girls, sometimes even going twice a day. Now that he's rich, his restless heart is definitely stirring again. What are you stealing? This is my friend. Cut. Who believes it? Love to believe it or not. Tell me, what do you want from me? I still have things to do in a while, I don't have time to accompany you. Looking at Luo Lin's gloomy look, Su Yang didn't want to spoil her. Nowadays, lousy is no longer in the past. If you do this again, I'll be damned if I can see that your ass shaft is definitely well and good. Does it want to be 2 more times? Aya, Su Yang, you can urge your big brother again, ask him to help me arrange the project. I don't think much of. I don't want much anyway, just $1 billion or 800 million. Cough cough cough. I Nima. $1 billion or 800 million. You fucking dare to think. How? What do people owe you? Why should they give you $1 billion or 800 million dollars? You're all smelly, where can you be worth $1 billion or 800 million? $1 billion or 800 million dollars? You're dozens of real estate, how can it be more than 100 million? Luo Lin's heart was naturally unbalanced. Just a lousy person like Su Yang could manage to get more than 100 million in such a short period of time. She, Luo Lin, was a real beauty. I don't know how many men miss her. Let that big boss get $1 billion or 800 million more? How much? Humph. Not much at all, right? Che, that's a close relative of Lu Shui's family, what about you? Su Yang looked at Luo Lin with a bit of contempt and faintly shook his head. Humph. This is not still baby you well. Cut, who the hell is your baby? Okay, I know, turn around I ask big brother, you go back and wait, wash white point. Su Yang kind of feel out. This kind of woman, the more you give her a good face, the more she may take you not seriously. The more you don't take her seriously, the more she rushes to catch up. Back then, she sat on someone else's sports car, was tired of playing after a kick away. At that time, she was the one who took the initiative to stick up, and it was extremely shameless to stick up. Su Yang you hate. If your big brother is willing, I will definitely wash and smell good and wait for him. Humph. I'm leaving. You don't forget to ask for me, baby. Got it, snap. Su Yang saw the obvious unwillingness and anxiety in Luo Lin's eyes, so he went up and fiercely slapped her. The elasticity was still okay. Su Yang you hate it. It still hurts from the last time you hit me again today. Luo Lin immediately covered her but chafed and jumped up again in pain. Her face also immediately turned red. But Yang Xia was also amused and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Humph! What a slut! Such a person should fix her ruthlessly. What the hell are you laughing at? Little slut, let's see if my old lady won't whip you to death. Luo Lin was furious when she saw that Yang Xia on the side also dared to laugh at her. This woman must be the lady that Su Yang found. How dare she also laugh at me, see if I don't whip her ass. Saying that, Luo Lin stepped forward and raised her slap at Yang Xia. Slap! Without waiting for Lorraine to make a move, Su Yang gave Lorraine another hard slap in a swift manner. It was crisp and loud. You hit me again. Addicted, aren't you? Oh. This time, Lorraine was hit and cried. Being hit crispy and loud in front of others. This was a beating on the ass shaft, but it was actually equivalent to a beating on the face. Hiss. It hurts, oh. Su Yang, don't hit me in the future, okay? It hurts too much. Luo Lin didn't dare to get angry at Su Yang and yelled a couple of times and let it go. Su Yang, you even hit me for a bitch, how can you tell people to like you? I told you, this is my good friend. You like me? Pull back you. After all these years? You fucking let me on once? With this you still say you like me? Su Yan looked at Luo Lin, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. In the past, for so many years, it was surprising that he had been snubbed by the slut in front of him all this time. Just thinking about it made me feel depressed. I'm just thinking about earning some more family business, and then I'll marry you. Grass. Then why did you just say, to wash white waiting for my big brother? That. People that is, and you joke well. Okay. Then you go home and wash your hands, I'll talk to my big brother and see if he's interested in you. Su Yan looked at Luo Lin's appearance and couldn't help but secretly sneer. Baby you hate. Luo Lin felt extremely good about this proposal from Su Yang. If that big boss was really willing to roll in bed with her, then she was absolutely certain that she could take him down. In this regard, she was extremely confident. It was just a matter of being able to let go. Anyway, rich people play with perverts, as long as you can be bold enough and open enough, the big money will definitely fall in love with you. Su Yang, now that you're blatantly looking for a little bitch, aren't you afraid that Lu Shui will give you small shoes? Luo Lin pointed at Yang Xia, with a hint of unkindness in her eyes. What? Still want to threaten me? Su Yang said, raising his palm once again. You? Luo Lin was startled and hurriedly ran towards her car. Wouldn't dare to let him hit again. His slap hurt too much, and now both of his butt shafts were a little numb. He. Looking at Luo Lin's woeful escape, Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh again. Brother, this woman is so pretty. She was indeed quite envious of Luo Lin's prettiness. In front of Luo Lin's followers, Yang Xia indeed appeared less outstanding. Bah! Just a slut. Su Yang couldn't help but spit as he looked at Lorraine, who was quickly leaving. Continue to hang her out to dry. Wait for her to be cleaned up and sent to the door. When the time comes, make sure to prepare a whip for her. Beat her to the point where she kneels on the ground and sings her conquest. Oh. Yang Xia nodded thoughtfully and didn't continue to ask anything else. But she could see clearly that this woman was not simple, but one thing was for sure, she must be a slut. Let's go Yang Xia, let's go home and look at the garage, when it's time to see what all should be added something, don't be polite with brother. Su Yan looked at it, the time is not early, in a while it should be noon. After looking at the garage, you still need to go out and order some furniture. Since Yang Xia lived here, she had to clean up a bit. Besides, she is also her own employee now. Chapter 56, Good things don't go out, bad things travel thousands of miles. Yang Xia, take a look, if you don't like it, brother will give you another house. Su Yang brought Yang Xia to his own garage in Phoenix New Town and opened the door to look inside. Although it was simply decorated, it was clean and had all the water, electricity, gas, and other things. Buy some furniture or something, and you can live in it. Brother, this house is really good, no need to change, I'll live in this. In the future, I'll give brother the rent. It was still more than enough for one person to live in a one-bedroom house. Yang Xia was very satisfied with this place. Besides, she was now a parasite, how could she have any choice? She was still very clear about this point. Even if she was living in the basement, she wouldn't have any problem with it. She was now penniless, and to have a place to eat and live was already considered a burnt heart. It's okay, Yang Xia, in the future to help my brother work on the line, the rent I deducted from your salary on the line. Who does not have a difficult time? Don't think too much, in the future, live down to earth. Well, thank you, brother. Yang Xia's thanks came from the bottom of her heart. Regardless of whether Su Yang rescued, bought her out for any other purpose, she, Yang Xia, was truly grateful to him. If he really wanted to take some advantage of her, or wanted her. She had also prepared her mind a long time ago and would never have any refusal. Since it was inevitable to do these things with any man, why couldn't she give it to her benefactor? At least he doesn't beat her, gives food and shelter. Okay, if you like it, I'll go buy some furniture this afternoon. Tomorrow can be sent over. Then add some pots and pans and other odds and ends, it's almost done. Su Yang said while using his cell phone to record the list of furniture that needed to be purchased. Yang Xia, think again if there's anything else you want to buy, feel free to tell brother, I'll buy them all together for you. No need brother, this is enough. Yang Xia looked at the list of furniture that Su Yang had made, and her eyes turned a little red. She had always heard Zhao Hai say how unbearable Su Yang was before, but after meeting him, the truth was not like that at all. This is really a warm and attentive good man yet. Yang Xia, your sister Lu Shui is about to arrive home, let's go back too. Oh, relax. Su Yang looked at the time, it was almost 12 o'clock, Lu Shui was probably going to arrive home soon. Yang Xia looked at the gentle Su Yang and couldn't help but smile shyly. Ding bell. Su Yang pulled out his cell phone and took a look. Damn. It turned out to be a call from Wan Lulu, a poker friend from the neighborhood he lived in before. It was that old colorful lot who wanted to buy Lu Shui. Hello? Let go of your ass. Su Yang had beaten him up last time and still didn't have a good tone. Brother Su Yang, I heard you got rich? None of your business? Brother. Look at what you're saying, I heard you bought Zhao Hai's daughter-in-law away? He. How's it going, bro? Is that little bitch over the top? Don't bullshit, she's my friend. Su Yang glanced at Yang Xia beside him and took a slightly slower step. He didn't want her to hear these filthy words that were talking about her. Ha ha ha. Our whole circle knows about this now, brother, bullish everyone can envy you. Wan Liuliu's lewd voice came out from the cell phone, still letting Yang Xia hear it. However, she didn't have any reaction, just slightly lowered her head as she walked. She was after all the person involved, and knew best how the actual situation was. Not only did Su Yang not want her, he didn't even make a move, he didn't even make a single teasing remark. As for how other people talk about it, let them do as they please. Who the hell passed it out? Su Yang couldn't help but get angry. It was really a damn case of a good thing not coming out of the door, but a bad thing spreading for thousands of miles. But it wasn't right, his saving Yang Xia was definitely considered a good thing, it was just taken as a bad thing. Who else could there be, naturally Zhao Hai that green turtle ha. But this kid has earned you a fortune for nothing, he's living in style now. Che, let him be. Su Yang now extremely can't see this kind of person, including his past self, he also really can't dare to praise. Taking the money from selling his wife, how can he still be dashing? What's in his head must be filled with shit soup. Hey, brother Su Yang. When you get tired of playing with this little bitch, can you let me too? Fuck off, you paralyzed. Don't brother, or Lu Shui also can. You fucking looking for death. Back to see you once beat you once. Nima. Su Yang instantly burned with rage, directly taught. After cursing a bunch of times, he then hung up the phone. What the hell is this garbage thing? All day long pondering about other people's daughters-in-law, damn it. Brother, don't be like them. They are all bad people. Seeing Su Yang gasping for air, Yang Xia had the heart to persuade up, her voice was very soft. The call just now, she heard it all, naturally all understood what was going on. It is obvious. He was very defensive towards Lu Shui, towards her Yang Xia. It's just that all those people misunderstood him. Damn it. Don't let me see him. Su Yang couldn't help but curse hatefully, then shook his somewhat fuzzy head. As long as someone mentioned something unfavorable to Lu Shui, he couldn't help but go to his head. If he was in person, he would definitely rush up and directly start a fight. Hubby, you guys went to see the garage? When Su Yang and Yang Xia returned to the downstairs of their house, they just happened to meet Lu Shui, who parked her car and walked over. Well, I just looked at it. I'll go buy some more furniture in the afternoon, and tomorrow we'll clean it up together, and Yang Xia will be able to live in it. Su Yang smiled and nodded, reached out and pulled Lu Shui's arm. After not seeing her for a day, she missed her. Looking at his wife's radiant appearance, he couldn't help but want to embrace her deeply into his arms. Sister. Yang Xia seemed a little embarrassed as he watched the two of them being intimate. Well, let's go home, sis. Tomorrow is the weekend. My sister will take you out to go around and buy some things. No need, sis. Yang Xia couldn't help but be secretly stunned and hurriedly waved her hand. Have you forgotten what we said last night? What else is there to be polite with, sister? Lu Shui looked at Yang Xia and couldn't help but smile slightly, then reached out and pulled up her arm, going upstairs together. Su Yang looked at the back of the duo with a bit of uncertainty, a bit confused. These two beautiful little bitches, what did this say last night? Chapter 57, Dress Up Pretty Tonight, There's an Arrangement. After returning home, Lu Shui and Yang Xia went to the kitchen to cook. With Yang Xia joining him, Su Yang naturally wouldn't consider going down to the kitchen anymore. So he went to the study, intending to accompany his dad for a chat and a cup of tea. Yang, who is this girl who came to our house? Pop seemed to be a little worried as he glanced at Su Yang and handed him a cup of brewed tea. Oh, a friend, was going to let her come to give me a hand. In a while, the agency will be able to open up. Su Yang took a sip of water and said lightly. Anyway, there was no ghost in his heart, so naturally he didn't need to care too much. Oh, make sure you don't make a mistake, no? Well, don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. After Su Yang finished, he couldn't help but scratch his head. If this was put in the past, Yang Xia would probably have been tossed over by him a long time ago. Such a beautiful girl, he would never stay until the next day without moving his mouth. Pops glanced at Su Yang and didn't say anything. Anyway, this son's reputation wasn't very good. I don't know how much credibility there is in what he said. Ding dong. Su Yang picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It turned out to be a message from Lu Shui's own big brother, Lu Qing. Dad, you drink first. Su Yang took his cell phone, greeted his old man and went out. Then he came to the master bedroom, took off his shoes and leaned towards the bed. Brother, did Lorraine's side look for you? Isn't it already in a hurry, Shibuya? Oh. This big brother seems to be quite anxious as well. What's wrong, big brother? Anxious? Ha ha ha. Yes, this kind of stunning slut surely let a person anxious ha. Luo Lin was anxious to see him, and he was anxious to see Luo Lin. A colorful wolf and a slut, really a pair of enemies. Well, this morning time, she came to me again, let me make her slap her a few times, it feels really good. Shake the grass. Bro, don't just smoke yourself, brother, I want it too. Ha ha ha. The two were chatting obscenely, but they were also very happy. In the past, Lu Qing also occasionally said some words of advice to Su Yang in a serious manner, such as letting him be sure to treat Lu Shui well and not mess around or something. Now well. The two of them were chatting obscenely around the topic of Lorraine. Brother, at night we brothers take her to the KTV to sing, okay, obscene? Let's say it's to deepen our understanding, only singing and chatting, not talking about work. Since she used to snub her brother so badly, then my brother must avenge this for you. Don't you think it's brother? Ha ha. Lu Qing seemed to be really suffocating as well, and kept persuading Su Yang. It seemed like if he didn't go any further, he was going to be suffocated. It looked as if he had to find a woman as soon as possible and overpower him before he could do so. Okay, you booked the place, notify me when it's booked, that slut has been waiting for you with her eyes wide open for a long time. The last time they had dinner, the money was still paid by Lorraine on her own initiative. In order to leave a good impression on the big boss, her performance was really good, simply impeccable. Well. Brother, wait for my call. Lu Qing couldn't help but be overjoyed. Ever since the last time he and Luo Lin pretended to have a casual meal, his heart missed it more and more. Not because Lu Qing was in love with her. Rather, it was that his hundreds of millions of life source went straight to his brain. Especially after seeing the underwater scenery under that dining table, it was even more itchy. Okay. Since Big Brother Lu Qing was in such a hurry, for the sake of his body, how could he not help but make some arrangements for him? Anyway, Luo Lin was also anxious as hell. One can act and one can pretend. Seeing the two acting together, it was really interesting yet. Very quickly, Su Yang then sent a message to Luo Lin. Dress up pretty tonight. His words were only half spoken, and he said it on purpose. A moment later, Luo Lin's message came back. Big boss relatives have an arrangement, surprise? That's not true, it's me who has an arrangement. This is not the night I want to pull him together to sing, he said nothing wanna go, said work is busy. Su Yang smiled, intending to continue to whet his appetite. Don't then you didn't say we'll call me to go together? If I really can't, I'll call up 2 more little sisters. Hearing Su Yang say this, Luo Lin immediately got on board and got anxious with it. Little sisters, even if, in fact, I know that Big Brother should still have some meaning for you, but I'm not sure. Don't worry, Su Yang, I am sure to dress up beautifully today, to ensure that he is satisfied. You hurry to tell him, well, just say I also go. You only guarantee his satisfaction? What about me? Hate. I'm just trying to earn more money, I've always been yours. I'm sure I'll make sure you're satisfied too, okay? Good baby, hurry, and your big brother to say it. Anyway, as long as in that big boss really head, Luo Lin will have confidence to take him. As for whether Su Yang is satisfied or not, it's none of her business. Okay, I'll talk to him again, I guess it should be about the same, you dress up first, Big Brother prefers a woman with a lot of flavor. I've always been not a flavorful well? Don't worry, baby. Vomit. Looking at the chat record with Luo Lin, Su Yang seemed to have a feeling of wanting to vomit. You're still fucking flirtatious? I think it's flirtatious for miles? However, since it was said that Big Brother likes women with a lot of flavor, flirtatious, I believe that Lorraine would definitely dress up in an alluring manner. Damn it! Being fooled by her for the first 10 years or so. Being cheated by her for money. Tonight this time, there had to be an opportunity to take revenge again. Gotta collect some interest. Hubby, it's time to eat. Su Yang and Luo Lin just finished chatting, Lu Shui shouted outside to eat. Good Lu wife. Su Yang responded, then put away his cell phone and left the bedroom to the dining room. Lu Shui was in the kitchen serving rice, while Yang Xia was helping to serve the bowl. Brother, hey. Seeing Su Yang come out, Yang Xia couldn't help but spread her smile, which was very pretty. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then walked into the kitchen. With one hand, he wrapped his arms around Lu Shui's slender waist from behind. Hubby, stop. The soup spilled. Feeling Su Yang's strong arm, Lu Shui couldn't help but feel slightly paralyzed. If there was no one else in the house, she really wanted him to make even more strength. Embrace her. Chapter 58, You fucking want to pry my corner? After eating the midday meal, Lu Shui snuggled in Su Yang's arms, seemingly having something to say, but somewhat afraid to say it. Say whatever you have to say, Pa. Su Yang lightly patted Lu Shui and said with a smile. Then, I said husband cannot be angry. If you don't say it again, I can be really angry. Su Yang said and reached out to wring Lu Shui's face, kneading it a few times. During this period of time, he found that his wife's face had indeed grown some meat, yet it was much prettier again than before when she was slim. Hubby, today that classmate of yours, Sunja, always added my WeChat, he applied several times, but I ignored him. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's face, her eyes couldn't help but flicker. She was still quite worried in her heart. If she were to put it aside in the past, for this kind of thing, she wouldn't dare to tell him at all. Didn't he say anything when he added you? Su Yang couldn't help but stare. Immediately, he felt that something was wrong. The last time the party was a little bit of a damn unkindness. Sunja and Luo Lin just sang in unison, as if they also wanted to use the opportunity to confess to Lu Shui. Could it be that this kid is looking at my wife? Damn it. Bring the cell phone over. Okay. Lu Shui somewhat nervously hurriedly handed her cell phone to Su Yang. She had already clearly felt that he seemed quite nervous. Although she was afraid that Su Yang would get angry and hit her, she couldn't help but feel a little joyful in her heart. because she practically felt that her husband really cared about her. Su Yang opened Lu Shui's cell phone, clicked on the address book and found new friends. Sure enough. Lu Shui, I'm Sunja, can I add your WeChat? Lu Shui, give me a pass, okay? I won't disturb your life. Lu Shui, I just want to be good friends with you, I really don't mean anything else, you don't have to think much at all. Lu Shui, I know that a pretty woman will definitely have a pretty woman by her side, I actually want you to introduce me to someone. Su Yan looked at the application message that Sunja had sent to Lu Shui and couldn't help but feel angry. Nima. You clearly know that Lu Shui is Laozi's wife, yet you secretly want to add her on WeChat. And you're still looking for these messy and lousy reasons. What kind of intention is this? I think you're damn well trying to pry me away. Don't worry, hubby, I won't pass his friend request. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's expression was not right and hurriedly whispered weakly. Well, I know. For Lu Shui's preoccupation, Su Yang was naturally very clear and absolutely at ease. After beating her for so many years, he hadn't beaten her away, and he hadn't seen her have anything with any man. It's just that he didn't understand why Sunja was giving himself so much eye candy? Lu Shui is beautiful, yes, but she is my wife. It seems. Su Yang sensed that there was probably some kind of conspiracy here. It might have something to do with that slut Lorraine. At the last party, the two of them were in cahoots with each other. No way. Must ask him. Soon. Su Yang picked up his own cell phone, found Sunja's phone number and dialed it. Do. After waiting for a while, no one answered. Continue to call. Again. Still no answer. Grass. Give me play disappeared is not it? If you can't get through on the phone, you can contact me on WeChat. Voice application. Still no answer. Video application. Still no answer. Sunja, what the hell do you mean? What are you doing adding my wife's WeChat without stopping? What the hell are you doing? Since the phone couldn't be reached, simply leave a message. I don't believe he can't see it. After sending the message, Su Yang threw the phone on the nightstand. Then as soon as he put Lu Shui in his arms. Husband. Feeling Su Yang's strong arms, Lu Shui meekly snuggled up to him, and her eyes quickly became a little wrong. In the afternoon. Lu Shui still had to go to work, while Su Yang took Yang Xia to visit the furniture market. Brother, do not need to buy too good furniture. I can live alone anyhow. Yang Xia thought about just buying some cheap second-hand furniture, there was no need to buy new and good ones. Anyway, she is alone, with so good furniture. It really feels a little bit too much in the heart. Who said it's just you living alone? Su Yan looked at Yang Xia and shook his head with a smile. His meaning is actually very simple, buy some good furniture also used to live, in the future Yang Xia does not live, also can continue to go out to rent to others to live. Besides, Yang Xia can't be single all the time, right? After all, she is only 30 years old, is the best age of women, do not know which day will be able to meet a suitable it. And she's still so pretty, so it's not likely that she'll find someone soon. Oh. Brother, if you want to live too, then. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia's face instantly turned red. She obviously misunderstood what he meant. However, Yang Xia's heart was just more shy, there was no rejection. In fact, she had already prepared her mind. As long as Su Yang wanted her, she could give it to him any time. It was nothing more than that. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yang couldn't help but froze, immediately realizing that there seemed to be some problems with his words just now. Yang Xia, it's not that brother wants to live. You are so young and beautiful, you always have to find a date in the future. Su Yang smiled sarcastically, looking at Yang Xia's handsome reddish face, for a moment some embarrassment. I'm not so fucking animalistic, right? How can I let the person Yang Xia just out of the fire pit and then jump into the devil's cave? No. We can't do this thing of taking advantage of people's danger. Brother. I'm really tired, I even thought of suicide before. I know not all men are as bad as Zhao Hai, but my sister doesn't want to find any more dates. I know brother is a good person, if brother doesn't hate me. I will always help you work. Yang Xia slightly lowered her head, her eyes flickering slightly, her face still red. Well, then stay well, and work well. In the future. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then continued to pick out the furniture. This little lady's looks are indeed still quite attractive. Listening to the meaning of her words, it seems like she is still quite favorable to him. Chapter 59. Who are you trying to green with this goods? Large things the store is responsible for delivery, very small pieces can be directly pulled away. Wandering through the furniture market and then the electrical mall. Because the last purchase has experience, so Su Yang with Yang Xia quickly buy things all almost. Then went to the supermarket to buy some pots and pans and other bits and pieces of things. It wasn't even dark yet. So I had to buy everything. Yang Xia followed all the way. For Su Yang's decision, she seldom interjected. Anyway, after such a big circle, tens of thousands of dollars were spent. Yang Xia, let's go back, your sister Lu Shui will be back from work soon. Tomorrow and your sister Lu Shui let's clean up together, you can live in. Thank you brother. The two of them moved the bits and pieces into the garage and were ready to go home. Drip drip drip. Just after walking downstairs, Su Yang heard the sound of a car honking behind him. It turned out to be his wife coming back. When Lu Shui parked the car, she happily walked over quickly. Husband. If it wasn't for the presence of Yang Xia, she would have definitely jumped directly into her husband's arms. Right wife, this evening, big brother Lu Qing has asked me to have dinner, so I won't eat at home. In the afternoon, Lu Qing had booked the KTV and sent the address to Su Yang. Oh, that's fine husband, drink less wine at night, remember to find a chauffeur when you come back. Lu Shui naturally wouldn't have any objections. Going out for a meal with our big brother, how big a deal is it? Even if it's just a massage and a foot pinch after dinner. She, Lu Shui, wouldn't say anything. Well, got it, don't forget to pick up your daughter later, boo. Saying that, Su Yang then reached out and took Lu Shui in his arms and kissed her like no one else. Got it hubby. Lu Shui glanced at Yang Xia who had her head lowered, and her face instantly turned a little red. After all, there were other women here, his actions were really humiliating. Su Yang went home and cleaned up a little bit, then directly drove away from home. Hey, come out, Taiping Island KTV room 101. When the car was almost at the place, Su Yang sent a voice message to Luo Lin. A moment later, Luo Lin's message came back. Okay la baby, I'll go over right away, are you sure you don't want me to bring a little sister over? Definitely better than that little lover you brought today. No, I like her like that. Bring a fart little sister how else can I fix you if there are more people? Ha ha. I can ask around, that little lover of yours is called Yang Xia, right? It's the wife of your poker buddy. Ha, I didn't expect you to be good at this. Fuck off. Do not want to come to pull down. Don't come if you fucking say it again. Ha ha ha. Not to say, I'll be there in a while baby, mua. After informing with Lorraine, Su Yang also arrived at the Pacific Island KTV. Parking his car, he walked into the KTV towards the room that Lu Qing had booked. Ha ha. Come brother, let's eat first, pad your stomach. Seeing Su Yang arrive as promised, Lu Qing couldn't help but happily wave his hand. He knew that Luo Lin, that stunning slut, was probably going to arrive soon. Aha, eat some, only when you're full will you have the strength to work, huh? Ha ha ha. Lu Qing naturally understood, could not help but follow and laugh. In fact, he was very grateful to Su Yang. This kind of stunning girl, even he could ask out to communicate together, it really moved him a lot. In his Lu Qing's eyes, although Luo Lin was flirtatious and gold digging, he liked this kind the most. The main thing is that the colorful wolf with the slut. All have to be strong 30 minutes later. Knock knock knock. Z. With a knock on the door, Lorraine then pushed open the door to 101 and walked in. Su Yang couldn't help but stare, his eyes instantly narrowing slightly. This slut wore a green gauzy skirt that was very transparent. The underwear underneath the corset above seemed to be green as well. Damn! Who are you trying to green this slut? Not to mention, this outfit did look sensational. Come Lorraine, sit here. Su Yang waved towards Luo Lin and patted the seat between him and Lu Qing. Hello big brother, hello Su Yang. Luo Lin smiled sweetly at the duo and gently moved to sit in the middle of them. She knew that this was Su Yang purposely arranging it this way, nothing more than wanting her to be closer to this big boss. Giving her this chance to hook up with him. Brother, let's drink. Looking at the wine and wine glasses on the table, Luo Lin happily picked them up and prepared to pour them. Anyway, just now, Su Yang and Lu Qing had already finished their meal and cleaned up. As for whether Luo Lin had dinner or not, that was her business. You two watch and drink. Lu Qing lightly glanced at Luo Lin and slightly shook her head. The moment Luo Lin knocked on the door, he immediately resumed his big boss state. Stoic, calm, and deep. Su Yang, look at the wine you ordered. What's all this? Luo Lin turned her head and leaned over Su Yang's ear and whispered. What? People's big bosses don't mind, what do you mind? Su Yang looked at the table full of Budweiser and couldn't help but smile secretly. This is all ordered by the big boss, none of my business. After all, Lu Qing just came to Jiangcheng, just started working, there is not much income yet. Want to drink thousands of tens of thousands of that kind of foreign wine? You've got to be kidding me. To be honest, Luo Lin was really a little bit disdainful of this wine. With this wine, people's big bosses must be even less likely to drink it. Thump thump thump. Handsome man, come on, order 2 bottles of wine. Yes ma'am. Oh. This slut cannot see Su Yang ordered Budweiser, he ran to order foreign wine to go. Big brother, I think you may not be used to drink this Budweiser, on their own initiative to give you ordered 2 bottles of Martell, you will not mind, right? Luo Lin finished ordering the wine and sat back in the middle of the two, slightly moving towards Lu Qing. A ghostly fragrance rushed straight to Lu Qing's nose. It made him unable to help but feel a pang. However, as the big boss, he had to maintain that kind of arrogant posture. He would never start eating right away. Even if he wanted to eat it, he would have to wait for Lorraine to send it up and beg him to eat it. As a big boss, how can he be too proactive? That wouldn't be too much of a price drop? Chapter 60, Don't you want to pick up Big Brother? Give you this chance. It's fine, it's mainly because I'm not good at drinking, once I drink too much, so I usually rarely drink. Lu Qing lightly glanced at Luo Lin, faintly penetrating a hint of a smile. Oh, it's fine Big Brother, later you watch and drink just a little bit. Anyway, I know Su Yang's drinking is quite good, he didn't know to order good wine for Big Brother today, really. Luo Lin twisted her body, her eyes staring straight at Lu Qing, her autumn waves flowing. The wine she ordered hadn't even arrived yet, and she had already begun to show her charming skills. Hee, it's fine, Su Yang is my brother, it doesn't matter what kind of wine he drinks. Lu Qing smiled and didn't care about the autumn waves in Luo Lin's eyes. But his heart, however, had already swirled. Aha, what Big Brother said is true, Su Yang and I have also both been good friends for many years. I have never treated him as an outsider when I talk. As soon as Luo Lin heard that Su Yang's position in Lu Qing's eyes was actually so important, she immediately looked back for a compliment. She had thought of trying to step on it a bit in front of her big brother to see. If this big boss didn't like Su Yang too much, then she could take the opportunity to dislike Su Yang. Well, you and my brother are more than just ordinary friends, right? Lu Qing stared at Luo Lin's eyes with a clear expression. Luo Lin sniffed and couldn't help but be shocked. Grass. It can't be that this lousy person Su Yang told him about our relationship, right? Brother Su Yang has always taken care of me quite well, I'm quite grateful to him. Then he and Lu Shui got married, then sister I didn't want anything. Luo Lin slightly lowered her head, her eyes flickered slightly, and her pretty face seemed to blush. She naturally wouldn't say the thing about Su Yang being her dog licker. Much less would she say the thing about snubbing him for so many years for so much money. Cough cough cough. Su Yang was smoking a cigarette next to him and instantly choked on it. I Nima. Indeed did not expect I didn't expect her to be able to put words in her mouth like this. It seems that she has become the infatuated species instead, and has become the one who was hurt in the end. Brother Su Yang, isn't what my sister said right? Brother you hate. Luo Lin twisted around and winked at Su Yang. It seemed to mean that she wanted to say just cooperate. All right, it's all brother's fault. Su Yang couldn't help but smile secretly. Okay. You fucking just act. Brother has to cooperate with you. Anyway, those details of yours, Big Brother already knew everything. Humph, originally is your fault well. Otherwise how could people be single until now? Luo Lin smiled shyly and lightly patted Su Yang's shoulder, as if it was a bit of flirting flavor. Big brother is not also single, huh? Su Yang moved towards Luo Lin's position and got together again. Squeezed her in the direction of Lu Qing. You fucking not want to pick up big brother? Line. The old man to fulfill you. Anyway, the big brother has long been a little bit of fire. What? Big brother is also single? Luo Lin pretended to be surprised and turned her head to look at Su Yang, then looked back at Lu Qing. Yes, isn't my big brother always busy with his career? How can he have so much time to accompany a woman? Su Yang smiled and nodded, directly stating the reason for Lu Qing. Reaching out, he took Luo Lin's small hand in his hand. Luo Lin hurriedly shoved her hand back and hid it behind her body. Her hand secretly exerted strength, trying to shake off Su Yang's hand. Only, under Su Yang's clutches, it couldn't do any good at all. So, there was no more struggling. Lu Qing didn't say anything, she just smiled slightly. Humph, those women you mentioned don't even know how to appreciate such a good man. I, Luo Lin, like men with skills the most. Luo Lin twisted her head to look at Lu Qing, a slight hint of adoration in her eyes. The expression that was just right could even make one's heart thump. Why Luo Lin, you're not trying to say that you like Big Brother, are you? Su Yan directly helped Luo Lin with an assist. Brother Su Yan you hate. I'm over 30 years old, how could Big Brother like me at this age? Luo Lin pinched Su Yang's hand and expressed her appreciation. I really didn't expect that Su Yan he was enlightened today. Surprisingly, he even knew how to assist. It would be good to consider rewarding him later. Big brother, I've heard that successful men will all like young and pretty little girls, right? Luo Lin's expression as she stared at Lu Qing was permeated with a hint of indescribable ingratiation. She was actually very confident. Young little girls were definitely not as flavorful as she, Luo Lin. Moreover, she had also sensed a long time ago that Lu Qing still had so much interest in her. He. Lu Qing twisted his head to look at Luo Lin and couldn't help but smile slightly. I'm actually quite conservative, it's better to look for a girl who's older and can live at home with you. Lorraine sniffed, and a bright light suddenly erupted in her eyes. What does this big boss mean? Could it be that he wants to find an older woman to marry and live with? This. Isn't this talking about me, Lorraine? To talk about age, it definitely suits him. The big boss is in his early 40s and I'm 35, so it's a good age match. If you want to know about men, I, Lorraine, am definitely the best among women. If Big Boss is willing, I can definitely serve him not wanting to go out every day. There really aren't many good men like Big Brother. Luo Lin looked at Lu Qing, the love in her eyes a little stronger. Knock knock knock. With a few knocks on the door, the waiter came in with the wine. Excuse me ma'am, would you like the wine you requested to be opened now? Open it. Lorraine nodded, her eyes never leaving Lu Qing's body. Big brother, let me pour you a little less. Luo Lin looked at Lu Qing and said tenderly, the love in her eyes became even stronger. Let's drink a little less then, thank you Luo Lin. Lu Qing smiled and nodded, still maintaining the reserve and steadiness of a big boss. Big brother and I are still polite what? Luo Lin quietly pulled her hand out of Su Yang's hand, and without moving, she picked up the wine bottle and wanted to help Lu Qing pour wine. Luo Lin, Big brother can't hold his liquor, if he drinks too much later, you'll be responsible for sending him back to the hotel. See what brother Su Yang said, Big brother definitely won't get drunk. Luo Lin smiled shyly while pouring Lu Qing's wine glass full. Lu Qing is just an NPC, please continue to be patient. Chapter 61, at the critical moment, he must be stabilized as soon as possible. Lu Qing glanced at the wine cup and just smiled faintly. You pour yours, I'll drink mine. Who says I have to drink as much as you pour? Oops, sorry big brother, accidentally poured it full for you, I blame brother Su Yang for messing me up. Why don't you give me this cup of wine, I'll pour it again for big brother. No need. Lu Qing lightly glanced at Luo Lin. Just this little trick, isn't it just trying to make Lousy drink too much? Then you don't understand Lousy's drinking capacity. As a senior salesman who had traveled all over the world, his drinking capacity was indeed still very okay. Blame it on me. I'm sorry, big brother, let me pour myself a full glass as well. Luo Lin looked at Lu Qing with her beautiful eyes full of apologies and hurriedly poured herself a full glass as well. Brother Su Yang, look at what you did when you ordered so much Budweiser. What else can I do? Return it. Su Yang took the foreign wine from Luo Lin's hand and poured himself most of a glass as well. Come on, big brother, let's drink together, big brother, feel free to. Luo Lin slightly tilted her body towards Lu Qing, with a ladylike smile on her face. With a wine cup in her hand, her tone was very gentle. If one didn't know her, they would definitely think that she was an extremely meek and virtuous good woman. Brother Su Yang, you're also together, let's toast big brother together. Luo Lin twisted her head to look at Su Yang again, her tone still extremely gentle. Come on, big brother. Su Yang picked up the wine glass and moved to the side, moving away from Luo Lin a bit. Although this slut is dressed quite well. But the heart was just diaphragmatic. If it wasn't for a bit of revenge, definitely don't want to see her again. Such a woman is completely a golden jade outside and a loser inside. Big brother, to you. Ding. Luo Lin smiled and gently clinked glasses with Lu Qing, then took a sip with elegant posture. Ms. Luo has a lot of C. Lu Qing smiled and nodded, also gently taking a sip. I'm really not much of a drinker, please forgive Miss Luo. It's fine, big brother, just feel free. Luo Lin twisted her body diagonally towards Lu Qing and lightly ruffled her hair, turning one of her most beautiful angles towards him. Brother Su Yang, Miss Luo, you two drink first, I'm going to the restroom. Lu Qing smiled and waved her hand at the two of them, then got up and left the private room. Baby, aren't you a little too enthusiastic about my big brother? Joking is fine, you can't come for real, I can be sitting right next to you right now. You're like this. Have you ever considered my feelings? Su Yang looked at Luo Lin with a depressed look on his face. Obviously, you are my woman. In front of me, you frequently show affection to another man, what does this mean? A baby, I'm sorry, okay. I'm not thinking of getting closer to big brother. If he can get me some random projects, I can make 1 billion or 800 million? Luo Lin couldn't help but feel a burst of nervousness when she took a look at Su Yang's demeanor. Now was a critical moment, we must stabilize him as soon as possible. In case if he made a mess out of it, it would be troublesome. Hubby, people are only sincere to you alone in this life. I and big brother is just playing games, okay, you must not care about these, okay? Cough cough cough. Listening to Luo Lin's petulant and eager voice, Su Yang could not help but feel a burst of scalp numbness. Who knows to what extent you're doing drama with him? Will you open a room together? Hubby, you hate it. How can people apologize to you? Don't worry, hubby. I definitely won't do that with him. Luo Lin twisted her body and pulled Su Yang's hand, her eyes were filled with indescribable eagerness. Believe me, okay, hubby, tomorrow. Just tomorrow, we can live together, okay? You can go to me anytime. I will never reject you again, okay? Humph. I don't believe it. Su Yang directly threw off Luo Lin's hand, and his expression turned cold. Be good husband. Luo Lin said, taking the initiative to approach Su Yang, and her red lips came up. She was now very clear. To stabilize Su Yang, she had to take the initiative to give some before she could do so. Hey. Okay, I believe you. Su Yang pulled back, not wanting to let her kiss at all. Don't say let her kiss, just thinking about it makes me feel sick. Talked to so many boyfriends. Kissed with so many people. No way, can't top it at all. Still, my husband is the best for me. Don't worry, hubby, I will definitely keep my body for you. No matter what happens to me and big brother, I won't apologize to you, husband. Z. Before Luo Lin could finish her words, the door of the private room was pushed open. Lu Qing had gone to the restroom and returned. Luo Lin rubbed her head and sat upright, then got up and looked at Lu Qing with a smile. Big brother, come, let's continue drinking. With the communication with Su Yang just now, Luo Lin this heart was a lot bolder. At least she didn't have to worry about Su Yang suddenly jumping out to stir up her good deed. Good, come, Miss Luo. Big brother, you always call me Miss Luo, this is not out of place. My name is Luo Lin, you can call me Lin Lin, or you can call me sister. Luo Lin looked at Lu Qing and slightly lowered her head, her handsome face followed by a blush. Good, since Sister Luo Lin is so sincere, then Big Brother will not be polite. Lu Qing smiled and took the initiative to pick up the wine cup. All right, Big Brother. Luo Lin's voice clearly revealed a touch of surprise. It also carried an indescribable flavor of pleasing and pampering. At the same time, Luo Lin's long legs and moved in the direction of Lu Qing. If he wanted to touch, just gently drop his hand down, he would be able to caress Luo Lin's big long legs. Big Brother, I used to often listen to Su Yang mentioning you, saying that you are long can be handsome, and your career is especially strong. I thought to myself, just what a perfect man this should be. I really didn't expect that I, Luo Lin, would actually meet Big Brother. What? Disappointed Sister Lorraine? No, not at all. I'm feeling nervous right now, my heart is beating fast and I'm sweating. Luo Lin said, somewhat exaggeratedly placed her hand on her left breast. Lu Qing is just NPC. Please continue to watch patiently. Chapter 62 The So-Called Love, but it's all just money and desire. Oh. Lu Qing's gaze followed her hand and lingered slightly for a moment. Fingers rubbed slightly, becoming more and more a bit intent. However, right now, it was necessary to maintain the kind of pride that a big boss should have. Big Brother, look, I still have sweat on my face. Saying that, Luo Lin moved closer to Lu Qing, bringing her face to his eyes. Using her right hand, she touched her cheeks and then gently caressed them twice. Her left hand, on the other hand, inadvertently touched Lu Qing's right hand. Oh, Luo Lin's sister, don't be nervous. Since you are my brother Su Yang's good friend, then don't be outgoing with me. Come, let's drink. Lu Qing said, reaching out to pick up the wine cup. Hey, Big Brother, you're so nice. Then this time my sister must drink more. Luo Lin looked at Lu Qing with a slightly petulant tone, gently and without losing flavor. A current radiated from her eyes from time to time. Ding! Luo Lin took the lead in raising her cup, taking a small sip all the way down to half a cup. Sister Luo Lin's drinking capacity is really good. Lu Qing couldn't help but smile slightly and also downed a third of it in one sip. Sister's drinking capacity is not good at all, drinking is very easy to get drunk. People, this is to see Big Brother is too excited. Well, I now have some dizziness it. Luo Lin said, her arm inadvertently moved a bit, then put her small hand on Lu Qing's hand again. Don't say. This escargot's small hand is still quite tender and smooth. Big Brother. Seeing that Lu Qing's hand didn't move, Luo Lin couldn't help but be secretly surprised. She was very clear that this big boss still had some interest in herself. At least for her small movements, there was no aversion. Luo Lin said, and moved her butt towards Lu Qing. The flavor of currying favor in her tone also became stronger. What's wrong, Sister Luo Lin? Big Brother, for a man as outstanding as you, there must be a lot of women chasing after you, right? Luo Lin flashed her seductive eyes and straightened her elegant stance again. She believed that with her beauty, she could definitely conquer this big boss in front of her. He. Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh lightly. Che, you still need to say, there are many beautiful women chasing after my Big Brother right now. I say, Lorraine, don't hit on his idea. Su Yang held his wineglass and watched the duo's performance with a smile. One pretending, the other serving. In the eyes of Su Yang, a person who knew their bottom line, it was really interesting. Brother Su Yang, you hate? People just think that Big Brother is working so hard alone. Some heartache. Well. Luo Lin couldn't help but frown slightly and didn't even look at Su Yang. Ha. Pull it down, you don't know how many young and beautiful girls want to take care of Big Brother. Where is your turn to be heartbroken? Su Yang took a sip of wine and started to deliberately create trouble for Luo Lin. You damn not want to pick up Big Brother? Well? Now I won't let you have your wish, I have to make you anxious. Big Brother, look at this brother of yours. He just laughs at people. Luo Lin pulled Lu Qing's hand, a hint of aggression in her eyes. Her body was also slightly leaning against his shoulder now. As long as Lu Qing casually raised his hand, he would be able to hold Luo Lin in his arms. He. You two are good friends, just kidding around, don't worry about it. Lu Qing looked at Luo Lin and couldn't help but smile slightly. But Luo Lin's sister can say heartbreaking words, Big Brother still has to thank you, come. Lu Qing said and raised his wine glass again. In this Brahma world, how many people are genuinely heartbroken for another person? Hey! In fact, everyone is just doing it for their own benefit. After so many years, I've really kind of seen through it. Lu Qing said, smiled self-deprecatingly, picked up the wine cup and took a big gulp. Big Brother said it too well, nowadays people's utilitarianism is really too heavy it. For the sake of their own interests, they are not afraid to sell their youth and friends. Thinking about it really makes people feel speechless it. Saying that, Luo Lin also drank a big mouthful along with Lu Qing. Sighing slightly as well, the eyes that looked at her big brother still had a touch of extreme recognition in them. It was as if she had suddenly encountered a confidant. Don't look at so many girls chasing Big Brother, I dare say. They must all be rushing after Big Brother's money, it's really annoying yet. Big Brother you say, is sister right? Yes, what Sister Lorraine said is quite right. Lu Qing couldn't help but nod. I really didn't think that this escargot's theater path was quite wide. So after so many years, Big Brother no longer has any extravagant demands for love and whatnot. Even have little interest in women. Said, Lu Qing again self-deprecatingly drank a big mouthful, a cup of wine dry. Big Brother. Luo Lin did not hesitate to quietly hold Lu Qing's hand, her eyes revealing a clear heartache. Eyes flickered slightly, just looking at him. Afterwards, Luo Lin picked up the wine cup and also drank it all in one go. Big Brother, my sister believes that there will definitely be true love in this world. For so many years, I have always believed. Although there have been some men who have pursued me over the years. But my sister knows very well that they are all just for the sake of beauty, hey. Although my sister has been repeatedly disappointed, she has always believed in her heart that there will be true love in this world. Luo Lin put down the wine glass, eyes in addition to the heartache, and now there is more veins of love. Vomit. Su Yang watched the duo's performance from the side, and his throat felt like it could not be suppressed. Just after a few mouthfuls of wine, he became a little nauseous and wanted to vomit. Love? Where in this world is love? But it's all just money and lust. Lu Qing smiled and shook his head, gently shaking Luo Lin's small hand. Could it be that my sister didn't approach me for money? Saying that, Lu Qing twisted his head around, his eyes staring straight at Luo Lin's pretty face. There was a clear scrutiny and skepticism in her eyes. Luo Lin couldn't help but be shaken. It can't be? I acted so pure and elegant, how could he be so skeptical of me? Big Brother. You really misunderstood me, Brother Su Yang and I are good friends, you were Su Yang's big brother, people are just admiring your talent. Luo Lin hurriedly let go of Lu Qing's hand, her eyes overflowed with clear tears. Lu Qing is just an NPC, please continue to watch patiently. Chapter 63, in fact, Big Brother has long since stopped believing in love. Ooh. Lu Qing couldn't help but be shocked. This escargot's kung fu was really extraordinary it's amazing that he can cry when he says he can cry. That pitiful look, really I feel sorry for her. I'm sorry Sister Lorraine. Even if Big Brother said something wrong. Lu Qing said, reached out and drew a piece of paper, then helped Luo Lin gently wipe her tears. Big Brother. People didn't blame you, my sister just heard Big Brother's words, and in a trance, she felt as if she had met a soulmate. Really let Big Brother see laugh. Sister is still too shallow, thinking of this world as too simple. Luo Lin shook her head and reached out to take the paper from Lu Qing's hand and wiped herself. Does sister really think that there is still true love in this world? Lu Qing reached out and filled both of their wine glasses and handed Luo Lin a glass. Well, yeah, Big Brother. Or else could sister have been waiting for so many years? In fact, my sister has been waiting for the Prince Charming that belongs to me. I've never thought about whether he has money or not, and I've never thought about whether he's handsome or not. I just want to be able to fall in love with him at first sight, he likes me, I like him. All this has nothing to do with money and nothing to do with status. Hoo. Luo Lin's side was looking blearily at Lu Qing. Emotionally speaking, Su Yang's side was already lying on his side at the other end of the sofa and snoring. Big Brother. Luo Lin twisted her head to look at Su Yang, and a trace of surprise could not help but cross her eyes. Humph. Luckily you fell asleep, otherwise I was really a bit worried that the act would go wrong. Now that you have Lu Shui, and you got a little pussy from your poker friends. Night after night, it would be strange if you weren't sleepy. Big brother, you say, sister is not thinking too pure, is not a little delusional? Luo Lin said, and then moved to hold Lu Qing's hand. Sister looks very beautiful, Lu Qing said while holding Luo Lin's small hand and gently rubbed it. Well, this thing's skin was indeed very good. Big brother. Actually, Big brother has long since stopped believing in love. In my heart, it's a woman is the same, and it's pretty much the same anyway, right? It's just that I didn't expect that my sister had just made my heart flutter. Lu Qing looked at Luo Lin and couldn't help but smile slightly. Since you've been trying so hard to perform for so long, there has to be some hope for you. Big brother, Luo Lin couldn't help but feel a jolt in her heart when she heard this. With that, she became excited. However, she hid it well and didn't reveal it at all. She just slightly lowered her head, smiled shyly, and her cheeks were reddish in general. Her small hand was just held and rubbed by Lu Qing, and she behaved extremely meekly. A complete look of being at the mercy of the king. He. Lu Qing sighed slightly and let go of Luo Lin's small hand. Big brother, you. Seeing this, Luo Lin couldn't help but be shocked. What's going on? This is the rhythm of a bad dish. Sister Luo Lin, you're a pure and good girl. Big brother has experienced too many women in the past, he really can't bear to pollute a good girl like you. Lu Qing again somewhat self-deprecatingly picked up the wine cup and tilted his head to take a big mouthful. Cough cough cough. Hoo. Su Yang did not hold back for a moment next to him, and coughed a few times in a row before he fell asleep again. Ha. This big brother is also really a fucking joke. If Lorraine is a pure girl, then the bitches can also set up a chastity house of honor. Big brother, my sister has heard that the more women a man has experienced, the more he will be able to love people. I wonder if that's true. Maybe it is. Lu Qing slightly shook his head, then nodded again. Damn it. Why didn't I know about this matter? It's true that I've experienced quite a few women, but I've heartbroken my own wife away. Big brother, you. Can you give my little sister a chance to take care of you? Anyway, Su Yang had fallen asleep and definitely wouldn't mess up. And now that he had drunk a lot of wine, he was starting to get a little dizzy. Lorraine's performance was also getting better and better. Lu Qing reached out and took hold of the small hand that Luo Lin actively handed over. It gently rubbed it again. A look of being in deep thought. Brother. Luo Lin let out a soft cry and directly snuggled into Lu Qing's arms. The title also changed from Big Brother to Older Brother. Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a movement in his heart, and in response, he stretched out his arm and wrapped it around Luo Lin. This was truly throwing oneself into the arms. The feeling of warm fragrance and soft jade was really not something to be ashamed of. However, he only held Lorraine's small hand, and did not get excited and messy. At the moment of performance, one must learn self-control. Grass. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a secret sigh. After so many years, he had spent so much money and hadn't gotten this thing to throw herself at him. But, as a big escargot, her throws were all with an extremely strong purpose. People with less money can only be her little licking dog. For the big money people with more money, only then would she throw herself at them. Sister Lorraine, it's better to forget about it. Lu Qing said, about to push Luo Lin away. Why, big brother? Do you hate your sister that much? Luo Lin said, the clear tears came out again. Just when she was happy, why did he change his mind again? You are my brother Su Yang's woman, how can I as a big brother mess with you? This way. Not good, right? Brother. Su Yang and I are just friends, we are not that kind of relationship. Big brother, you misunderstood. Luo Lin tightly held Lu Qing's hand and said quietly and somewhat eagerly. Oh? Really? Yeah, we're really just ordinary friends. Luo Lin hurriedly nodded her head and reached out to wipe her tearful eyes. But I heard brother Su Yang say that he hasn't been able to forget you. And also spent a lot of money on you. Lu Qing broke away from Luo Lin's small hand at once, then picked up the wineglass. Luo Lin couldn't help but be shocked in her heart. Grass. What the hell is going on with this Su Yang? Why are you so annoying? Ah, big brother, Su Yang does like me somewhat. But after all, he's already married. Well, my sister naturally doesn't think much about it. As for what he said about money and stuff, that her sister borrowed his money, will certainly return him well. Luo Lin finished, also picked up the wine glass. Once she raised her head, she drank it down in a big gulp. Big brother, what my sister said is all true. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing that sister can do. Luo Lin said, rubbing her tearful eyes again, making an appearance that she was about to get up and leave. Lu Qing is just an NPC, please continue to watch patiently. Chapter 64, in the future, let's refer to each other as brother and sister, okay? Is everything my sister said true? Lu Qing looked indifferently at Luo Lin, who was pretending to be about to leave, and took a small sip from his wine glass. Big brother, of course what people say is true. Ah. Luo Lin sniffed, twisted her body, and resumed sitting by Lu Qing's side. Her eyes looked at him pitifully, with a look of affection. Lu Qing nodded slightly, reached out and picked up another bottle of wine, pouring a full glass for Luo Lin. Come big brother. Luo Lin didn't hesitate to pick up the wine cup and tilted her head back and poured it down. After drinking it, she poured herself another full glass. Alright, don't drink too hard. Lu Qing smiled and held Luo Lin's small hand, gently stopping her. Getting drunk wouldn't be fun. It's better to drink less. Then brother believes me, right? Seeing the big boss holding her hand tightly, Luo Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It seemed like he was caring about himself. As for believing or not, I'll have to ask this brother of mine again later. If he doesn't mind socializing between us, then it's a good idea to try. Lu Qing twisted his head to look at Su Yang, who was asleep in Yi Jing, and nodded faintly. Big brother, you actually think so highly of Su Yang as a friend? Luo Lin couldn't help but be shocked in her heart when she heard this. Su Yang, this little licking dog, had licked her for more than 10 years, thinking of being with her all the time. Even touching her little hands, little feet. He would be happy for days. Getting him to agree to her dating her big brother? Isn't this a bit difficult? That's for sure, otherwise I could bring him along to make money. He's my brother now, and a blood brother in general. Lu Qing smiled and nodded, speaking very definitely. Oh. Luo Lin's scalp couldn't help but tingle when she heard this. Damn it. Now this is a bit troublesome. No, in order to be able to double up with big brother, Su Yang must be taken care of. Big brother, don't worry. Brother Su Yang will definitely agree, and he will also let me, his sister, have a good home. Luo Lin emotionally gently leaned her head on Lu Qing's shoulder, her voice extremely gentle. Well, I believe in my sister, I'll wait for you to handle this matter well. Lu Qing lightly patted her shoulder and said softly. Lorraine's heart thumped as she sniffed. It certainly wasn't shyness. Rather, it was Lu Qing's words that made her see great hope. Since he said such words, it at least meant that he had moved towards himself. Whether it was love or lust. As long as there is a deep contact. Lorraine believed that she would be able to further capture his heart. Men, well, which do not hope that they can have it into the hall, under the kitchen, bedtimes, good woman it. Especially the 40-year-old man, more know how to appreciate women. And she Lorraine. If you want to talk about kitchen skills, she is also a good cook. To say into the hall, she is confident that wherever she goes, will be a beautiful scenery line. To say that the bedtimes, she is even more confident that she can arbitrarily pinch the man's soft underbelly. Big brother, sister's head is so dizzy. Saying that, Luo Lin directly snuggled into Lu Qing's arms. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yang, who was lying aside asleep, couldn't help but cough violently. Nima. It's a bit interesting. The duo is planning to broadcast live in front of him? Not to mention, although he has watched a lot of small-budget movies in his small life, he really hasn't seen any live broadcasts like this one. However, Su Yang did not immediately wake up, how to wait for the big brother to leave again. Lorraine's sister, today will be here. Let my brother sleep, you take care of him, big brother will go back first. Lu Qing pushed Luo Lin out with one hand, then said faintly at Luo Lin. After saying that, he picked up his own handbag and was ready to leave. Big brother, wait for me. I'd better send you back. Luo Lin shook her somewhat drowsy head and also hurriedly stood up, about to take Lu Qing's arm. She thought that Big Boss was definitely going to take her out of here. Take her to a hotel, or go with her to her own place. No need, Sister Lorraine, you take care of my brother first. I want to turn around and hear from my brother's mouth that you're just normal friends. Then, it's not too late for us to date again. Otherwise, let's call it a day. I don't want to apologize to my brother. We brothers are very close, you should understand that. Lorraine couldn't help but be stunned. How can you be like this, big brother? Could it be that my performance today wasn't good enough? All kinds of expressions and postures, all taken well. Could it be that Big Brother and Su Yang's brotherly bond is really deep? Well, okay, Big Brother. I'll see you off. Luo Lin had no choice but to nod her head in resignation. Seeing that it was going to be a good thing. I didn't expect that because of Su Yang. Big Brother is going back. How else will you let me continue to play like this? No need, Lorraine, I can just go back by myself. Bye. Lu Qing directly shook off Luo Lin's hand holding his own and left without looking back. Ah. Ha. After Lu Qing left, Su Yang yawned and sat up. Lorraine, where's Big Brother? Su Yang squinted his sleepy eyes, somewhat confused, and looked towards Luo Lin who was sitting beside him. Humph. It's all your fault. Luo Lin twisted her head around and looked at Su Yang with an exasperated look. Blame me? Big Brother left, what's it got to do with me? That's fine, I'll call and ask him. Su Yang pretended to be at a loss and directly took out his cell phone, about to call Lu Qing. Don't. Luo Lin couldn't help but be shocked, reaching out and pressing Su Yang's cell phone. Okay, brother Su Yang, stop. Sister is just joking for you. Sister? Yeah. Brother Su Yang. Luo Lin moved towards Su Yang's side and directly took his arm. Good brother, in the future, let's call ourselves brother and sister, okay? People don't want Big Brother to see any cracks. Lu Qing is just an NPC, please continue to watch patiently. Chapter 65. The former little licking dog has turned into a big gray wolf. Why You were clearly calling me your husband with enthusiasm before, why do you want to be brother and sister again now? No. I can't agree to this. Doesn't this fulfill the saying, may all lovers in the world become brother and sister? Su Yang firmly shook his head. Damn it. You want to push it away with the phrase brother and sister? How about cheating me out of my money? How about cheating my feelings? I said that we call each other brother and sister. Just to dispel the concerns of the big brother. You think your wife Lu Shui that is the big brother's close relatives, he naturally do not want to see you and I have any more unclear relationship, right? Big brother so good people, he certainly does not want to see his brother feet stepping on two boats, right? So the two of us as brother and sister, can dispel the big brother's concerns This way he will also be willing to give some money making projects well. Brother Su Yang, what I said before is true. If I can earn 1,800,000,000, then you and Lu Shui divorce, then we married again, is it? Anyway, this money, also enough for us to live a lifetime. In fact, I have long been looking forward to this day. Luo Lin took Su Yang's arm and gently leaned her head on his shoulder. Brother Su Yang. You hit me. What for? Su Yang went up and slapped him, straight away Lorraine almost jumped. This time, it would have to be red and swollen for most of the day again. You think I don't know what you think? Cut. Su Yang couldn't help but smile slightly, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. You? What people say is true. Really? Prick. Su Yang laughed coldly and tugged on Lorraine's green skirt. Originally, he wanted to rip it off, but he didn't expect it to be torn. You hate. Luo Lin was startled and hurriedly moved aside. She felt that Su Yang probably wanted to use the strength of alcohol to put her in her place. Of course. As things stood, she could naturally agree to him. It's just that after it's done? Still the same will face the problem of the big boss. How can I make Su Yang give up his fantasies about himself? This is really a headache. Do you think I'm stupid? I've long seen that you want to evening Big Brother. To be on Big Brother, and then kicked me out? Su Yang coldly looked at Luo Lin and said nonchalantly. You? Luo Lin couldn't help but be shocked. It seems Su Yang really wasn't the little licking dog he used to be. If it was in the past, she, Luo Lin, only had to casually hook her finger, and he would have been too busy to agree. At most, he would just let him touch his little hand. Su Yang, you really misunderstood me. What I said is true then. Misunderstanding my ass. If Big Brother was in love with you, why would you bother tangling with me? Unless you've got your head in the water, right? Say it, is it because you want to break up with me? Su Yang looked at Luo Lin's worried and anxious appearance and couldn't help but laugh secretly. Luo Lin looked at Su Yang's expression and couldn't help but fall silent. Her heart was very conflicted right now. It wasn't that she couldn't let go of Su Yang, but it was mainly because she was afraid that after kicking Su Yang, Big Boss's side would no longer care about her. Luo Lin didn't dare to gamble at all. Although Big Boss had just acted as if he was interested in her, it didn't mean that what he said was a lie. In case Su Yang said that he still loved her Lorraine, then the Big Boss estimated that there was a big possibility that he would not pay attention to her anymore. This kind of loss. Too big, too big. Now that she is 35 years old and her youth is gone, it can be said that it's hard to meet such a good opportunity again. So, have to seize this opportunity no matter what. That. Brother Su Yang, if said sister really likes Big Brother, will you give me your blessing? Bullshit. I've been with you from college until now, it's been more than 10 years. I've spent no less than $2 million on you alone, and you want to kick me with one sentence? Su Yang coldly looked at Luo Lin and said word by word. Like her? I didn't fucking like her a long time ago. Ever since Su Yang was reborn over, he had stopped liking Luo Lin. All that was left in his heart was the regret of feeling stupid. Then there was the hatred towards Luo Lin. Brother Su Yang, I can give you compensation. What do you compensate with? With your mouth? Su Yang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. This woman spoke like a fart, any words were not worth believing. If I get good with Big Brother, how about I become your lover? Any time. Brother, if you promise, you can do it now too. Luo Lin spoke more and more gently, her voice carrying an indescribable softness. The body also moved in Su Yang's direction. It seemed as if she could immediately offer her body for Su Yang. Hee, Lorraine. You still think of me as your little licking dog, don't you? Put away that trick of yours. Su Yang, you. Lorraine shivered in fear as she looked at a cane that Su Yang had taken out from nowhere. Is there any mistake? He wouldn't be trying to hit me, right? Isn't using a slap enough? I really didn't expect. The former little licking dog has now turned into a big gray wolf. Brother. Luo Lin's eyes flickered as she looked at Su Yang, her body slightly trembling. She knew that if she couldn't get it right, she would really have to take a beating. Big Brother's side. As long as Su Yang couldn't beat her to death, she wouldn't let go. Big Brother was her Lorraine's most important target at the moment. It had to be taken down. Brother Su Yang, if you beat me up can fulfill me in Big Brother, then you can beat me a few times. Luo Lin gritted her teeth and clasped her head with both hands. For the sake of Big Brother, there was only one way to fight. Turn back. After getting completely good with Big Brother, he must double all the humiliation he suffered today. Brother Su Yang, can you? Yeah, no problem. Damn it. The pain that Lu Shui experienced in the past. I have to make you go through it once too. Ah. Oh. Mercy. In just a moment, Lorraine couldn't help but cry. This fucking hurt too much. It was estimated that a bloody mark must have been left on her back. He. Su Yang couldn't help but sneer. Continue. As long as she couldn't be beaten, she would never give up on Big Brother. A person like her who wouldn't stop until she reached her goal was her strength and her weakness. Chapter 66, this caused Lu Shui's play to suffer greatly. Snap. Ah, ouch. Su Yang pumped 10 times in a row, each time making no small amount of force. Brother Su Yang, is this always okay? It hurts so much. Don't hit anymore, okay? If you hit again, you'll die. Humph. Su Yang grunted, then stopped his hand and put away the rattan. Then he coldly looked at Luo Lin, who was trembling in pain. Anyway, the pain was not light for her, tears and snot came down together. Hoo. Hurrying, Su Yang stopped. Lorraine opened her eyes and looked up at Su Yang, her eyes kept flickering. At the same time there was also a large mouthful of ragged breath. Brother Su Yang, it was all my sister's fault in the past, but I'm really in love with Big Brother now. Please also fulfill us. Luo Lin saw that Su Yang's anger seemed to dissipate quite a bit, and she couldn't help but relax a bit in her heart. Although her back was hurting right now. But if she could obtain Su Yang's understanding and make him agree to the matter with her big brother, then everything would be worth it. As for the matter of revenge, to be after the big brother must be doubled back. He must make him Su Yang's reputation. He'll have his wife and children separated from him. Must make her Lu Shui become a broken flower and a man's wife. Humph. What a beautiful thought. Where's the $2 million you borrowed from me? Su Yang couldn't help but smile coldly. You damn just now, but you clearly said that you borrowed me $2 million and said that you have to pay it back. When did I borrow you $2 million? That's all you willingly gave me. Luo Lin sniffed and couldn't help but be stunned. Hoping that the words she said to her big brother just now, the Su Yang heard it. This rotten person even pretended to be asleep. Really annoying. This can be a little bit of her good to fool over the money. How can you say return it? Willingly? Oh. Then you just wait, want me to fulfill you guys? Door or not? Ha. Su Yang glanced at Luo Lin, who was still shivering from the pain, laughed coldly and left. Hubby, why are you back so early today? When Su Yang returned home, the time was not even 9 o'clock in the evening. If this was put aside in the past, how could it be 2-3 o'clock in the morning to come back? After coming back, then tortured Lu Shui in different ways. It's not thinking about my wife. Su Yang winked at Lu Shui and wrapped her in his arms. Both arms pressed harder and tighter. Husband. Lu Shui's eyes soon became a little red and mesmerized. Hubby, I'm going to go change, you go wash up. My wife especially wants to give you 2 dances to see. She snuggled into Su Yang's arms and exhaled like orchids. Good. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a slight shock in his heart and mind. This was his favorite woman and the woman who loved him the most. Her affection blossomed only for herself. The sentiment was true and the sea was dry. How is this comparable to that S-thing Lorraine? There is absolutely no comparison, okay? In Lorraine's case, there is only money, only intrigue, only exchange of benefits. All of this is nothing more than false sentiment. The next day was Saturday. Su Lele had to attend classes on Saturday because she was about to take the midterm. After sending the child back to school, Su Yang took stock of what he wanted to do today. Hubby, this morning I want to take sister Yang Xia to buy some clothes, what do you say? As soon as she arrived home, Lu Shui pulled Su Yang's hand and said quietly. The flavor of ingratiation in her eyes was still quite obvious, but it looked much more normal than before. At least this ingratiating smile had more genuine feelings in it. Hubby, Yang Xia's sister's clothes basically can't be worn anymore. Now that it's also hot, it's time to buy a few new clothes. Lu Shui was a very sympathetic person. Seeing Yang Xia's present, she could always think of her own past. She, Lu Shui, finally kept the clouds and her husband's prodigal son returned. She is now very happy and blissful. But Yang Xia's husband has sold her, and she has infinite sadness in her heart. No problem, I'll listen to my wife's wishes, Pop. Su Yang smiled and nodded his head. Naturally there was no objection to his wife's proposal. At the same time a slap went over, making Lu Shui shy. Husband, in the morning you pack up the garage first, Yang Xia and I will go early and return. No problem. Looking at Lu Shui's shy and infinite face, Su Yang couldn't help but be in a trance. To be able to have a wife like this in one's life, there is really no regret in death. Just her current thinking. There are still some abnormalities in her mind, and the aftereffects of the past have not been completely healed. Every time you look at her pleasing smile, still cautious words, let Su Yang's heart hurt. Alas! Such a good woman, even let him tortured into this. The most important thing to remember is that you can't be a good person, but you have to be a good person. Brother Su Yang, sister Lu Shui. Actually, my clothes can still make do with what I have. Seeing that Lu Shui had to drag her to buy clothes, Yang Xia was grateful in her heart but felt embarrassed. She hadn't even helped with any work yet, and she had already made Su Yang spend more than $200,000 for her. This makes Yang Xia's heart is really a little bit too much. If Su Yang could have wanted her, her heart might have been a little more balanced. But now, Su Yang was treating her like a brother. Very concerned about her, but didn't make a move at all. It's okay, sister, listen to your sister, otherwise your brother Su Yang will also be unhappy. Besides, when the agency opens, it's always a good idea to dress decently. Go go go. Soon, Lu Shui pulled Yang Xia, and together they went out of the house. Ringing bell. Su Yang looked at his cell phone, presumably the delivery came. Hello? I'm Su Yang. Mr. Su, I'm the couch delivery guy. It'll be here soon. Good, send it over, I'm here. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang didn't stay, so he hurried downstairs to the garage side. The furniture that was bought earlier, all of them were said to be delivered today. Gotta hurry over to keep an eye on it and pack it up. As soon as possible, let Yang Xia move over to live. Now she lives next door at night. This made Lu Shui's place suffer greatly. The main thing is that it is too close. As long as the sound made is a little bit louder, it is very likely that Yang Xia next door will hear it. And when he got up in the morning, Su Yang realized that Yang Xia's little face seemed to be red. Even the eyes that looked at him were a little shyly flickering it. This. It was really a bit embarrassing it. Chapter 67. This favor is worth repaying with her whole life. All morning, Su Yang was in the garage receiving goods. Sofa, queen-size bed, color TV, refrigerator, washing machine. The things bought were not as good as the ones used in his house, but they were quite good. It was just after 11 o'clock at noon. Lu Shui and Yang Xia drove back. The car drove directly to the garage. Hubby, we're back. Lu Shui got out of the car and happily ran into the garage and saw the garbage that was busy cleaning up the trash left behind after installing the furniture. Wife worked hard. Su Yang had thought of going up to hug it, but with both hands covered in dust, he really couldn't bear to lay his hands on it. Yang Xia, come and take a look. Yang Xia followed behind Lu Shui and also came in, but her eyes were red. Thank you, brother. Yang Xia scanned the house and her eyes couldn't stop moist. This husband and wife were really too good to her. Sister Lu Shui's luck is really good, and brother Su Yang is really the prodigal son's return, and has become so good at hurting people. You can tell from the movement next door at night. The duo is really so harmonious. Harmonious so that Yang Xia did not sleep well in the middle of the night, mainly because she has been envying Lu Shui. Brother, let me clean it up. Yang Xia said, reached out and wiped her eyes, then squatted down to clean up with Su Yang. The person also turned silent. Seeing this, Lu Shui blinked at Su Yang and didn't explain anything. In fact, everyone is very clear. Yang Xia was really extremely grateful to the two of them. Now, but there is no way to repay them. Can only slowly repay them in the future. Hubby, you two clean up first, I'll go buy some food, let's help Yang Xia's sister celebrate together. After all, it is also considered to be moving to a new home well, there has to be some celebration. Sister. Yang Xia raised her head, it turned out that she had long been teary-eyed. Silly sister, crying what we do not say well, we are the future is a pro sister. We are a family, don't be outgoing with your sister, okay? Lu Shui gently pulled Yang Xia's hand, gently persuaded 2 sentences. Well, sister knows. Yang Xia wiped her tears and quietly glanced at Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang was also looking at her with a smile. For a while, it made Yang Xia's mind go a little bit into a trance. Alright sister, stop crying, you and your brother Su Yang clean up first, I'll go buy food. Lu Shui patted Yang Xia's shoulder, then left with a smile. Brother, why are you being so nice to me? Yang Xia raised her head and stared blankly at Su Yang with her tearful eyes. Her pretty face was also red. I just don't want sister Yang Xia to watch and suffer, seeing you reminds me of Lu Shui, and then I remember my past absurdity. Yang Xia, you really are a good woman, you really shouldn't suffer like that anymore. You and Lu Shui are just as good. Su Yan looked at Yang Xia with a smile, but in his heart, he couldn't stop feeling some heartache. Seeing her would remind him of the kind of cruelty he had inflicted on Lu Shui, and his heart would hurt even more. Only by looking at them all happy and joyful would his heart feel warm. Only then would it feel as if the sins of the past had been alleviated just a little bit. But, brother, you've been so good to me, I don't know how to repay you. Yang Xia said, slightly lowering her head, her eyes flickered a little again. Her face also turned even redder. In fact, she wanted to know what Su Yang was thinking inside, if there was a desire for her. If there, then she might feel some comfort in her heart. If not, she really didn't know how to repay him. She is also a person who does not want to owe people favors. Brother has said, well, you are our agency's employee, brother can count on you to work in the future, huh? Looking at Yang Xia's blushing face, Su Yang could not help but scratch his head. For a while, the heart also felt a little itchy. This little bitch, in fact, really kinda tickles the heart. He couldn't possibly apologize to Lu Shui. What repayment is not repayment, the future thing to say later. That, brother Su Yan, you really only want to let me work for you? Nothing else? Yang Xia raised her head, her face red with shame. But this words, she still wanted to ask. It wasn't that she liked Su Yan, but she wanted to see what kind of way she could repay the favor. She had also learned from Zhao Hai's mouth before that Su Yang was interested in her. He even wanted to trade Lu Shui with her. She didn't know if Su Yan was still interested in her now. So, she had to ask. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Xia, brother used to be ridiculous, you must know that too. Brother did have thoughts about you in the past, but that was just a moment of confusion on brother's part. I am not saying that you are bad, in fact, sister Yang Xia is really very, very pretty. I mean, I am treating you as a sister. Lu Shui over the years followed me through a lot of suffering, I must be good to her. Su Yang sardonically scratched his head, feeling that what he said was a bit messy. But the general meaning, he felt that he had expressed it clearly. Looking at Su Yang's somewhat fumbling appearance, Yang Xia couldn't help but smile shyly. In an instant, her pretty smiling face was like a blooming rose. It was delicate and tender. Brother, I will help you work well. All the time. Yang Xia rubbed her eyes and nodded with a shy smile. Not to mention anything else, even if she was just a good friend, she would definitely help him work well. After all, if you receive a drop of water, you must return it. Yang Xia was a person who knew how to be grateful. Especially since she was rescued by Su Yang and Lu Shui in the midst of a crisis. This favor was worth repaying with her whole life. Good. Seeing that Yang Xia stopped asking those embarrassing questions, Su Yang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Yang Xia is a good woman. The current psyche was actually very fragile. He didn't want to accidentally hurt her again because he said something wrong. A few more days, right, our agency will be renovated, and then there will be two of us who will be busy. Your sister Lu Shui has been working in that unit for quite a long time, and she is too embarrassed to quit for a while. Let her work there first, and then say later. Okay brother, I will definitely work well, I'll listen to brother's arrangement. Yang Xia smiled softly, her eyes gradually firming up. Chapter 68 Demanding a Debt. Drip. By the time Lu Shui came back, Su Yang and Yang Xia had pretty much cleaned up. Originally, it had been cleaned specifically before, and now it was just picking up some of the garbage left over after installing the furniture. A little cleanup and cleaning was almost done. Yang Xia carefully cleaned the pots and pans in the kitchen and prepared to fire and cook. Wife. Su Yang walked out from the garage and helped Lu Shui carry things. Oh. Chicken, fish, meat, eggs and all kinds of vegetables, bought several big bags. It's all enough to eat for several days. Buy more, anyway, sister Yang Xia has a refrigerator, just put it away and eat it slowly. Lu Shui gently looked at Su Yang, her eyes were filled with happiness and joy, and there was also a touch of indescribable pleasing flavor. Well, wife is so thoughtful. Su Yang smiled and nodded in favor. When Lu Shui did anything, she was indeed quite thoughtful. In these more than 10 years, this home was run by her inside and out. And he, Su Yang, merely treated this home as a hotel. Even Lu Shui is a lady without money, even worse than a lady. Looking at Lu Shui's heartfelt joy, as well as a touch of lingering curiosity, Su Yang felt his heart begin to ache again. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Lu Shui looked at the heartache in Su Yang's eyes and couldn't help but smile shyly. She observed very clearly, Su Yang, this is heartache her. Feeling his heartache, Lu Shui's smile also turned thicker. The voice that spoke also became more and more gentle. It's fine, it's fine. Come on, I'll carry this package of ribs. Saying that, Su Yang took it from Lu Shui's hand without any hesitation. Sis, why did you buy so many dishes? Yang Xia finished packing and also walked out from the garage. Looking at the several large bags of dishes that the two of them carried, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Didn't they say to make a meal to celebrate? All this bought must be enough to eat for half a month. Sister, there's more in the trunk, you go get it. Aha, good Liz sister. After a round of cleaning up, Lu Shui bought things will be stuffed with refrigerator. Sister. Thank you. Yang Xia looked at the full refrigerator and couldn't help but choke a little. The better these two people treated her, the more she felt that it was difficult to repay this favor. The only thing to do is to work harder in the future. We are sisters, don't be polite to me. Lu Shui smiled and patted Yang Xia's shoulder, not caring. But her eyes secretly looked at Su Yang next to her. Seeing that Su Yang's expression did not change, her heart became more relaxed and happy. To be able to do her part to help someone who had gone through the same ordeal as herself, she was also very happy in her heart. Hubby, you rest for a while, my sister, and I will cook. Brother Su Yang, you go and rest for a while, I've made the bed, we'll call out to you later when we're done cooking. Yang Xia also revealed a hint of a smile and nodded along. Just a touch of shyness in her eyes inadvertently crossed. Alright, I'll go rest for a while. After standing for the whole morning, it was indeed a bit tiring. Besides, these two beautiful little ladies, both so enthusiastic. I feel sorry for them if I don't rest. Okay, then go and rest for a while. This is a garage-converted one-bedroom house with only one bedroom. In the bedroom was a 1-meter-8 big bed, and the spreads on it were all newly bought. When Yang Xia came before, he only brought a suitcase of clothes, other spreads, and whatnot. Rest for a while. Su Yang took off his shoes and got on the bed, leaning towards the head of the bed. Reaching out, he took out his cell phone, ready to brush Jitterbug. Casually tapping on WeChat, he found that Luo Lin had sent him a few messages. Brother Su Yang, you hit me so hard yesterday. So many blood marks, I have to sleep on my back at night, it still hurts. Now can you talk to Big Brother? Brother Su Yang, I beg you to fulfill my sister, okay? I, Luo Lin, have never begged anyone in my life. I really like Big Brother, fulfill me, okay? All these years. Sister has indeed somewhat apologized to you, but sister also has her own bitter feelings. I know Brother Su Yang is very good, it's just that I didn't know how to cherish it before, but now you're also married and Lu Shui loves you. Brother Su Yang, you can't watch my sister stay single, right? It's not easy for people to meet a. Please beg you, okay? I Nima. This S thing is really fixated on Big Brother Lu Qing. I'll look like it won't give up even if it hits hard. What about the $2 million you borrowed from me? When are you going to pay it back? Actually, Su Yang didn't really want to take care of her anymore, but no matter what, he had to get the money back that he had snubbed himself. Nowadays is the best time to ask for the debt to be paid back. If you really don't give it, then we'll talk about resorting to the law. A few moments later, Lorraine's message came back. You're annoying us, Su Yang brother, the money is all you willingly gave me to spend, how can I call it borrowing your money? Besides, there isn't even 2 million, okay? It's only 1.82 million at most. You're a billionaire now, so you're ashamed to have to ask your sister for this kind of money? Brother Su Yang, people have apologized to you. Is it good? You talked to Big Brother. Cut. Billions of dollars, that's money from Dad. What the hell do I have? If I hadn't been born again, I'd have been fooled by you with my demolition money. One size fits all. Okay, that's 1.82 million, if it comes back, then I'll talk to Big Brother. To be honest, the past 10 years or so was simply an unbearable past. It's really too unpleasant. Drinking and playing cards to beat his wife, was Lorraine all kinds of fooled, a large amount of money for her to spend. Let's get this shit over with as soon as possible. Really don't want to see Luo Lin this big S goods anymore. Think about it all, feel disgusting. Now Lu Shui loves him so much and her daughter is so smart and cute. It's really time to make a clean break with the past. Where do I have so much money? Let's just say I borrowed it from my brother, okay? When I'm with my big brother, I'll pay you back this amount of money. Isn't that a simple thing? Luo Lin obviously didn't want to return the money. Even if she had more money, she didn't want to pay it back. It was never a man who gave her money. Where was the reason to return it? Drag it out as long as you can, lull it in as long as you can. No way. As long as it's given, I'll definitely give it to big brother, otherwise, no deal. Still want to fool around. I'm used to flirting, right? Su Yang naturally wouldn't spoil her. Chapter 69 First Love and Newlywed Sweetness. After returning the last message, he directly threw his cell phone on the nightstand. Sleep for a while. Su Yang shrunk his body and then lay down. Sister Lu Shui, how did you make brother Su Yang change over? I found that he's really hurting you now. It's excellent. Yang Xia and Lu Shui were busy in the kitchen, chatting happily. Lu Shui couldn't help but curl the corner of her mouth, and an indescribable pride crossed her eyes. In fact, she couldn't figure out. After this man had a hangover, he woke up as if he was a different person. Treating himself like a new daughter-in-law who just got married. Spoiled in every way. Let her feel as if she was newly married again, and this time feels so much better than before. Nowadays is like being in a honeymoon. Just seeing him makes her feel so happy, so happy. Your brother Su Yang, this person actually has always liked me very much, it's just that he was momentarily confused by a woman. Now he sees and understands those things, so he's just being nice to me. Lu Shui used to think for a long time and felt that this should be the reason. Oh. Yang Xia nodded thoughtfully. But she still had a lot of doubts in her heart. It was just that due to her face, it wasn't too good to ask more. She had heard about Su Yang, who used to love playing cards, drinking, and looking for little bitches. Is this all because of that bad woman's confusion too? Maybe it was because Sister Lu Shui's luck was better, brother Su Yang's nature was still very good. Waiting for his prodigal son to return, so he became a completely good man. Alas. It's just that her former husband, Zhao Hai, didn't have a hint of repentance until he sent her over, until he went to the Civil Affairs Bureau with her for a divorce. People are really helpless compared to people. Sister Lu Shui, I feel like you two are like newlyweds. When you look at brother Su Yang, his face is all shy, hee. Lu Shui sniffed and couldn't help but laugh shyly. What Yang Xia said was really not wrong at all. Ever since Su Yan woke up with a hangover that day, she felt like a newlywed. He spoiled himself so much. Not only did he speak gently, but he didn't even say a heavy word anymore. Even when sleeping together. All especially take care of her feelings. If it wasn't for her insistence on dancing and all that and whatnot, it is estimated that all of them will be cancelled. Now that the two have been married for so many years, it has been until now that they have really experienced the feeling of newlyweds and honeymoon. Even experienced the sweetness of first love. When they were in college, Lu Shui just had a crush on Su Yang and it was really hard. Even after getting married to him, it was the same that she didn't experience the sweetness of love and new marriage. Unexpectedly. At the age of 35, all of this suddenly came. It makes the sweetness a bit overwhelming. All the unhappiness of the past seems to have dissipated as well. I really envy my sister. Look at you like a new daughter-in-law, sis, are you guys? At night? Can't be? You heard us like that. Lu Shui and Yang Xia are also considered to be very familiar, anyway, they are also women, naturally they all speak quite openly. Yeah, I said brother Su Yan looked like he was a bit tired these 2 days. But the duo chatted while cooking. The laughter in the kitchen was getting louder and louder. Honey, it's time to eat. Boo. After cooking, Lu Shui came to the bedroom and squatted on the bed, tenderly caressing Su Yang's cheek. This man in front of her. After beating and scolding her for so long, now the prodigal son finally returned. Letting her finally experience the joy of being in love and newlyweds. Her past anger and hatred was basically fast disappearing without a trace. As soon as Su Yang opened his eyes, he saw Lu Shui squatting at the head of the bed. That gentle pretty face, and that moving smile. With a stretch of his hand, Su Yang then pulled Lu Shui up. Then embraced in his arms. Such a good woman. When deeply love. Love deeply. Love deeply. Honey, let's go eat. Later when we go home we will. Lu Shui snuggled in Su Yang's arms, shy and gentle. Her voice could simply melt one's heart in general. Well. It is true that it is not very convenient here, after all, there is still Yang Xia. Brother Su Yang, sister Lu Shui, sister Yang Xia toasts you. Thank you both for taking you in, letting my sister have a place to stay in Jiangcheng. Yang Xia picked up the red wine glass and looked at the two of them with red eyes. Her family was from out of town and she still had her mother back home. All the unhappiness between her and Zhao Hai had never been told to her. She didn't want to make her mother worry because of these upsets. Now, she had finally settled down again in Jiangcheng and could breathe a long sigh of relief. Sister, don't say goodbye to outsiders. In the future, we will be close sisters, and in the future, no matter what, you can talk to us. Yes, what your sister said. Su Yang also smiled and nodded. Yang Xia, this woman, was indeed a person who knew how to return the favor and did not help her wrongly. I'll do it. Brother and sister, feel free. Saying that, Yang Xia raised her wine cup and dried it in one sip. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation. Drink slowly, don't be in a hurry. Lu Shui laughed and glared at Yang Xia. This sister, drink, just drink, so excited for what? This also cried on. It's okay sister is really happy. These days with you guys. I'm really so relaxed and happy, this is a relaxation that I've never had since I got married. Yang Xia wiped her tearful eyes and picked up the bottle of wine and filled it up again for herself. Brother, when our agency opens, my sister will not let you down. Saying that, Yang Xia picked up her wine glass and wanted to drink again. Don't. Su Yang pulled her arm. This Yang Xia, if she drinks again, she will drink too much. Slowly chat, slowly drink, that is not more interesting. Well sister, believe you, in the future we are a family. Sister will be relieved to live down, and work well in the future, is it? In the future, do not think too much, okay? Sister, how always with sister polite it? Lu Shui tenderly reached out and stroked Yang Xia's hair, a touch of heartache in her eyes. Chapter 70, Someone is thinking about Lu Shui. Aha, I know sister, today I'm just especially happy. Yang Xia wiped her tears and couldn't help but smile shyly again. Okay, hurry up and eat your food. This meal everyone ate very happily, the happiest of course is still Yang Xia. Crying for a while and laughing for a while. To Su Yang and Lu Shui, husband and wife were filled with strong gratitude. Sister, you look after packing up and cleaning up, the two of us will go back first. After the meal, Su Yang and Lu Shui also intend to go home, the rest let Yang Xia look at packing it. Goodless sister, you also drank a lot today, slow down. I'm fine, my husband will carry me back, brother. Back me, okay? Good. Looking at Lu Shui's eyes that were mesmerized from drinking, Su Yang couldn't help but secretly smile. After such a long time, this was the first time she took the initiative to ask herself to carry her. Not bad, this wife was finally considered quite bold. However, it was mainly because of the drinking, the wine strengthens the courage of the people. Wife, you wait a little bit, I give Yang Xia's sister to earn some money. Sort of give her a month's salary in advance. Su Yang took Lu Shui's shoulder and said quietly. He knew very well that Yang Xia was penniless since she came here. Living in a big city, every move required money, and it was definitely not possible without some money. Well, look at my brain. Wife forgets when she drinks too much. Hubby, am I a bit of a fool? Well, indeed a little. But I like it, I'll clean you up when I go back. Su Yang said while transferring $10,000 to Yang Xia. Yang Xia, brother gave you an advance of 1 month's salary, WeChat transfer, you must accept it. Alright, we'll leave first. Su Yang said, bent down and then carried Lu Shui on his back. The wife is quite light, still a little thin. Alas. In the future, we must give her some fertilizer. Women, more meat is more interesting. Brother. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia hurriedly took out her cell phone and quickly chased out. She saw Su Yang gave her the transfer amount, instantly tearful again. A month's salary was even given to open 10,000? The agency hadn't even opened yet, and it was surprising that they had given an advance of so much money. Yang Xia felt like her throat was stuck, unable to say a single word. She knew that no matter what she said, Su Yang would make her accept this money. Looking at the fading back of Su Yang and Lu Shui duo, Yang Xia's tears could not stop rolling down. Hubby, I found out that you are actually so meticulous. Lu Shui was lying on Su Yang's back, her lips were pressed against his ear, and the breath she breathed exuded the aroma of red wine. Su Yang pondered silently and did not speak. Was he really meticulous? Or did it turn out not to be meticulous? In fact, neither of them, it's just that he now really loves Lu Shui, loves this family, and cares about the good friends around him. Husband, quickly take me home. Good. Lu Shui's voice murmured, gentle and with a hint of petulance. Su Yang couldn't help but be energized. There's going to be the most fascinating dance to enjoy soon. Thinking about it made one feel in a trance. Hubby, why isn't Dad at home? Oh, he went out fishing with his friends today, I guess he won't be back until the evening. Hubby. He. Since no one was at home, Lu Shui just entered the house and immediately changed as if she was a different person. Her pretty face was scarlet, her spirit was glowing, and she was radiant. Before even entering the bedroom, just happily danced her most charming dance. Happy time passes always quickly. Without realizing it, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Shui snuggled in Su Yang's arms and gently chatted about the day after the fact. Hubby, that roommate of yours, Sunja, what exactly does he do? And what's wrong with him? Added your WeChat again? Su Yang sniffed and couldn't help but be shocked again. This kid can't be really fucking itchy, right? Hubby, don't get angry if I say it. Hurry up and say. Oh, well, I'll say. Looking at Su Yang's eyes, Lu Shui couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart. What she had been holding back and didn't dare to say. It was the thought of waiting until he was at his happiest, so that it might be the safest. It's him. Yesterday evening, when I was off work, he was downstairs in our company and bought me a big bouquet of flowers. But don't worry, husband, I didn't pay any attention to him. I drove the car and left, not a word to ignore him. Lu Shui tightly held Su Yang's hand, her body could not stop trembling slightly again. If this matter was put aside in the past, she would definitely be beaten up. But now, she would still be worried that Su Yang wouldn't be able to hold back his rage and hit someone. Oh. Su Yang embraced Lu Shui in his arms tightly for a moment, and there was no appearance of the violent anger she imagined would occur. Wife did a good job, boo. His voice was calm, and he didn't look like he was about to get angry at all. Did he say anything? Said. Seeing that Su Yang didn't get angry, Lu Shui was relieved. He said that he has liked me since he was in college, and he has liked me all these years. Hope I give him a chance, he will. He said he would love me well. Lu Shui meekly snuggled in Su Yang's arms, but her heart was still a little nervous. Humph. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a cold snort, and the hatred towards Sunjo in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. This matter couldn't be blamed on Lu Shui, he naturally wouldn't take his anger out on her. It wasn't like it was a fault that people were pretty. Even if there was a fault, it was not her fault. He also said for me to leave you. Said you. Oh, say what about me? A lousy person who doesn't deserve you? Well, pretty much, that's it. Hubby, you know, what he said really pissed me off, I really want to find a stick and crack his head. Lu Shui was indeed quite angry as well. Nowadays, her and Su Yang's relationship was getting better and better, and the current feeling was basically no different from a honeymoon. How did this person set his sights on her? Wasn't this intentionally destroying the relationship between the two of them? Is he still going next Monday? I don't know. Well, I know. Su Yang nodded and quickly had his own plans. Chapter 71, Zhao Hai's Remorse. Monday morning. Su Yang made a trip to the intermediary store to see the progress of the renovation was almost done. It can be renovated within this week, and then clean up a bit more, buy some office supplies, the soonest next week can start. Now the business license has come down, the official seal, financial seal, and so on are ready. As for the company's financial problems, naturally by Lu Shui to do. Anyway, at the beginning there is not much accounts to do, just take the time to do it casually. Yang Xia, come out to the entrance of the neighborhood, we have a job today, there are 2 sets of houses and the agent's contract is going to expire, we have to go and renew the contract with the tenants. For each set of house, Su Yang made a detailed record. The houses would all expire one after another in the following month's time. For everyone's convenience, Su Yang also discussed with the previous agent who represented his house. Inside the intermediary configuration of the furniture are discounted a certain price to deal with him. Anyway, this is good for everyone, 3 birds with 1 stone. Okay, brother Su Yang, I'll be right over. Yang Xia didn't have much to do right now anyway, and had been waiting for Su Yang's call. As soon as she heard that she had come to work, she immediately became excited. After waiting for so many days, he finally had the chance to help brother Su Yang with his work. Not much time. Su Yang then drove and picked up Yang Xia. Yang Xia, this file will be given to you to record from now on, this is all the house information of our agency. Saying that, Su Yang then handed a folder to Yang Xia. In the future, let's enter all of this into the computer and make it into an electronic version. Aha, okay brother. Yang Xia took the folder and couldn't wait to flip it open and check it out. Brother, we haven't even opened our agency yet, how come we have so many listings? Well, yeah, these are all brothers' houses. Su Yang smiled lightly and did not hide Yang Xia. This woman was still very truthful and didn't have any flowery hearts. Very trustworthy. Then. Yang Xia couldn't help but be stunned, she knew that Su Yang should have some money, but she didn't expect to be so rich. Surprisingly, he owned so many houses. And a lot of them were large houses, which one could not come down without a few $1,000,000. Actually, your brother used to be a lousy person, these are my father's houses, given to me. Su Yang nodded, there was no smug look on his face. If it wasn't for the fact that his dad still had this bit of family property left, he would definitely still be nestled in the original tens of square meters of small room with Lu Shui. There shouldn't be any chance of helping Yang Xia either. Perhaps she had been sold to someone else by Zhao Hai. Maybe she's already escaped, maybe she's fragrantly dead, maybe she's exhausted. Even though this era wasn't the past, it was hard for her to have a happy ending. It was a sad thing to think about. Oh, to you is your chant, now brother Su Yang is also a billionaire. Oh. Su Yang couldn't help but smile sarcastically. Behind this house are tears, forget it, or do not mention it. I hope that this point of family property can make the life of his wife and children a little happier. Jingling. Su Yang's phone rang. Hello? Something's up? The call was surprisingly from Zhao Hai. This brat. What a fucking asshole. Brother Yang, what have you been busy with lately? Zhao Hai's words carried a very obvious flavor of currying favor. I've been busy with a lot of things. Nothing to hang up, Su Yang was a little impatient and was ready to hang up the phone. He really didn't have much patience for such a lousy person. Because he was driving, his cell phone was still on speakerphone, Yang Xia was in the passenger side and heard everything clearly. He didn't want Yang Xia to be implicated by anything from him again. Don't, wait for brother Yang. That. Is Yang Xia still at your place? What's wrong? He. How's it going, Yang? Is it fun? You're fucking fine, aren't you? Hang up. Su Yang couldn't help but curse, then directly hung up the phone. It's none of your business if I'm having a good time or not. Anyway, now Yang Xia is not your wife, how I am with her has nothing to do with you, kid. Ringing. After the phone hung up, Zhao Hai then dialed again, several times in a row. Damn it. Brother, you don't have to pay attention to him, I don't have any relationship with him anymore anyway. Well. Brother knows. Su Yang glanced at Yang Xia and smiled faintly. Looking at Yang Xia's appearance now, and comparing it to the way he looked when he first arrived, there was really a big difference. Now the whole person's mental outlook could be said to be refreshed. Day by day, it was getting better and better. Hiddenly, there was also some radiant feeling. And coupled with the fact that Lu Shui had helped her buy quite a few suitable new clothes, she was even more flavorful after putting them on. Hello? Are you fucking done? Zhao Hai, this kid definitely seems to have something going on. He shouldn't be specifically here to ask him if he's cool or not. Brother. You do not be anxious. Well, I actually somewhat Yang Xia, I want to meet her, okay? Zhao Hai's voice was actually quite awkward, and it was also clearly a weak kind of feeling. Brother, I don't see him. Yang Xia heard it clearly and immediately expressed her meaning to Su Yang. Zhao Hai, listen to me clearly, Yang Xia is now my woman, no longer yours. You and her are already divorced, understand? You want to see her? Oh. Brother doesn't agree. Su Yang glanced at Yang Xia and nodded slightly. Of course he didn't want that kid Zhao Hai to see him. With that kid's virtue, he might hurt Yang Xia again. Brother, you've played it all. Why don't you still give her back to me, okay? I can return your money, not a penny less back to you, okay? Ha. Zhao Hai, then I don't understand, when you sold him you were on fire, lest I regret it. What's going on now? Getting rich? Su Yang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, his tone was disdainful. However, he was quite curious about this kid. Did he seem to be backtracking? No. Didn't get rich, I'm home alone now, no one cares about me. No one to cook for me, no one to wash my clothes, no one to send me water to drink when I drink too much. Alas. Even if you want to find a little bitch, you still have to spend money. I fucking really feel like I can't hold out any longer, oh. Brother Yang, have mercy on me, okay, give Yang Xia back to me, okay? Brother, give me the phone. Su Yang twisted his head to look at Yang Xia, nodded and handed her the phone. Chapter 72, Come to Life, Start Repossessing the House. Zhao Hai, if you have anything to say, talk to me, don't harass Brother Su Yang. Yang Xia took the phone and sounded extremely cold to Zhao Hai. Yang Xia, you're by Brother Yang's side nah. Then you guys are now. When Zhao Hai heard her voice, it seemed like he was stuck for a moment. His ex-wife, who had never followed his orders, had now suddenly turned so cold, making him suddenly feel completely different from before. I don't know how happy I am now that I'm with Brother Su Yang every day. Zhao Hai, just die, I'm now divorced from you, and I no longer have half a penny to do with you. Please don't bother Brother Su Yang or me in the future. Or I'll call the police. Scram. I never want to see you again in my life. After saying that, Yang Xia simply hung up the phone. There was no trace of thought left for Zhao Hai. She waited until the end, but he still sold her. Yang Xia's heart has long turned cold, there is no longer a trace of thought for Zhao Hai. She would rather wish that she had never known this person in this world. Brother. Yang Xia handed the cell phone to Su Yang, then lowered her head and fell silent. It seemed that her mood had also turned bad. Yang Xia, don't think too much. Work hard, brother won't treat you badly in the future. Su Yang put his cell phone aside and accelerated away with a kick of the gas. This itself was also Yang Xia's matter, so he couldn't say much. The only thing he could do was to help her and take care of her like a brother. Let her, a woman who had experienced suffering like Lu Shui, become happy. Well. I know, brother. Yang Xia slowed down for a while and slowly calmed down. She twisted her head to look at Su Yang, and her voice had turned very gentle. Ever since Yang Xia firmly rejected Zhao Hai, he hadn't called again. Originally, he thought that Yang Xia would still be like before to him, that she could be summoned and waved away. But the truth was, ever since the moment he sent her out of the house, everything had changed. It wasn't long. The duo arrived at Times Garden, where the two houses with expired contracts were located. The agency salesman was already waiting for Su Yang at the door. Together with the salesman, the trio went to one of the houses. Building 21, Unit 1, 901 #. The tenant here was a woman living alone, around 30 years old, with a great temperament. It was not known what she did for a living, the businessman did not know, and Su Yang would not ask. Miss Xiao Chu, hello. This beautiful tenant was called Xiao Chu, she and the salesman were quite familiar with each other. Hello? Xiao Chu nodded lightly and turned her head to look at Su Yang and Yang Xia. She guessed that these two should be the landlords. This is the landlord, Mr. Su Yang, if you still want to renew your lease, you'll have to sign a contract with him in the future. Okay. Xiao Chuchu looked at Su Yang, looked up and down for a while, then nodded lightly, not even a hint of laughter in her eyes. It seemed that this woman was hiding very deeply, making it impossible to guess what she was thinking. Hello, Yang Xia, show her the contract, sign it if you can. Yang Xia nodded, took out the contract that Su Yang had prepared in advance and handed it over. Anyway, the contract was also copied from the agent agency, except for the object of signing the contract changed. There was no change in the terms and conditions inside or anything. Anyway, it was a contract that people had used for so many years, so I guess there was no problem. Xiao Chuchu took the contract and scanned it, then looked up at Su Yang. Mr. Su, I want to buy this house of yours, do you plan to sell it? Oh, for the time being, I haven't thought about it, let me think about it later. Su Yang couldn't help but stare, this was something he really hadn't thought about. With the current property prices, a house here would cost more than $4 million. Here is the CBD of Jiangcheng. If you live here, it is extremely convenient for work. So the house here, whether it's for rent or sale, it's very easy. Okay, I've lived here for a few years now, and I have feelings for this place, so let's sign a rental contract first, and if you plan to sell it later, we can discuss it again, okay? Xiao Chuchu's voice was very nice, and the whole person was extremely calm. It seemed like some kind of leader of a big company, or the kind of person who was used to seeing big waves. It made people feel like she was very temperamental and extremely cultured. Okay, no problem. Su Yang nodded, but did not refuse. This matter would be considered later before considering it. If the price was right, it could be sold. The phone number on the contract is also my WeChat, you can call me at any time after you consider it. Well, can. Xiao Chuchu chatted with Su Yang while signing the contract. In a short while, the contract was signed. Coming out from this house, he went to another house. Building 36, Unit 2, 1002 #. There was a couple living here, both working in the neighborhood as well. Not long after, the contract here was also signed. Soon after, the agent left. In the future, these two houses would be managed by Su Yang and Yang Xia. No matter what needs the tenants had, Su Yang would have to find a way to communicate and deal with them. In the latter half a year, all the houses would expire one after another. In the future, the duo would get busier and busier. Brother, that woman just now is so pretty, especially temperamental. Hee, I think it's almost the same as Yang Xia's sister. Che, is not it? I can't compare to others, this woman is not simple at a glance, it may be what the company's leadership it. Ha, Yang Xia's sister will be the general manager of our company, oh yes, I am the chairman. General manager. The two of them got into the car and drove towards Phoenix New City while talking and laughing. After a busy morning, Yang Xia forgot about Zhao Hai for the time being. Nowadays, her face was already filled with a happy smile. Yang Xia, can you drive? Have a book, just not skillful, usually drive too little. Anyway, we have a car, you later more practice, after a while brother then buy a car. Su Yang thought about it, after the house. Will be recovered one after another. So many houses, by then two people a car is definitely too busy. Brother. You're going to buy me a car? Right. Looking at Yang Xia's somewhat surprised eyes, Su Yang nodded. Brother, you're always so good to me. Cough cough cough, Sister Yang Xia, I'm worried that our business will get busier and busier, this one car in the back is definitely too busy. Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned, and only then did he understand. It turned out that Yang Xia thought that he was planning to buy her a car because he liked her. Chapter 73, Classmate's Wife, Sneaky Drama? Hearing Su Yang's words, a trace of embarrassment came through on Yang Xia's blushing face. Su Yang was right, she was the one who thought slightly too much. Brother, in fact, it doesn't matter if you don't have a car, it's okay to take the bus and the subway. How can that be? It's still convenient to drive, besides. You are the general manager of our company, how can I let you sit on public transportation? Ha ha. He. Thank you, brother Su Yang. Yang Xia couldn't help but laugh along, and her face turned even redder. Brother, do you want to go eat with sister at noon? I heard my sister say that you like to eat fish. I can cook fish for you to eat. Oh, right Yang Xia, I'm going to Lu Shui's unit in a while to check on her, there are some things. Su Yang had been thinking about Sunja's harassment of Lu Shui, and planned to go over more often in the future. If he met Sunja, he would definitely not be able to spare him. Right now, Sunja didn't answer his calls at all, and WeChat was also blacked out. I don't know if this kid's brain is in the shit, but even stared at Lu Shui. This kind of thing, who the hell can endure it? Oh, that's fine, brother Su Yang, in the future there is time, you must come over. Oh. Brother, you also don't think too much, sister just wanna cook for you to eat, no. No other meaning. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang, her face turned red again. Perhaps this sentence, even she herself does not quite believe. Returning to the neighborhood, Su Yang first sent Yang Xia back to the garage, then drove away from the neighborhood again. Wife, I'll be at your unit in a while. The time was already 11:30 p.m. By the time Su Yang arrived at Lu Shui's place, it was estimated that it would be close to 12 p.m. Hubby is coming over? Great. After Lu Shui received Su Yang's call, she was overjoyed. There was more than an hour of rest time at noon, the duo could have a meal together and chat some sweet words together. In the past, the duo's sweetness was basically at home, and there had been occasional times when they were in the car. She very much hoped that Su Yang could take her around more, such as going to see a movie, going to skate in the park, and going for a swim together. After so many years, her Lu Shui's good days had finally come. She firmly believed that her husband would definitely bring her to enjoy a better life. Well, what does the wife want to eat? In a moment the husband will take you. Hearing Lu Shui's gentle and happy whisper, Su Yang's face instantly revealed a smile. This woman was really too gentle to herself. Not only gentle, but also obedient. It can be said that no matter what the request is, as long as it's not too much, she will do it willingly. Get a wife like this, what more can a man ask for? Husband, later I 11:50 to wait for you downstairs. Eat well, let me think about it. Well, good wife. Su Yang smiled and hung up the phone, the feeling in his heart was like taking off. Ever since he was reborn, he felt like he had picked up a heavy treasure. Such an extremely good woman was really more valuable than anything in the world. Especially when he saw Zhao Hai's regret today and Yang Xia's determination. He was really sweating with fear. If he had been reborn sometime later, would Lu Shui have been sold by himself? Then he also regretted, she also became so determined? Ow. This after fear of. The person simply feel the spine whooshing. Almost 12 o'clock, Su Yang drove to the Lu Shui workplace not far away, looking for a parking space stopped. After parked the car, to her work of the building's front door glanced. Only one glance saw the elegant and dignified Lu Shui at the entrance of the building. Standing so quietly, she attracted the attention of quite a few passing passers-by. However, Su Yang also saw the person who made him extremely annoying. Sun Jia. He was holding a bouquet of flowers and walking quickly towards Lu Shui. Lu Shui. You. Lu Shui was happily waiting for Su Yang, but she didn't expect Sunja to appear out of nowhere again. Lu Shui, give me a chance, okay? I know that you have suffered a lot these years. After I heard about it, my heart was like a knife. In fact, I should have been brave enough to come forward earlier to court you. Sunja held the flowers and smiled as he was about to hand them over. You do not come over. My husband will come over right away. Lu Shui couldn't help but be anxious, she knew that Su Yang would be arriving soon. She didn't want to let him see that Sunja was actually still pestering her. Moreover, this man courting her in front of so many people was extremely bad for her reputation as a married woman. Impossible, I heard that your husband took a beautiful girl out in the morning. Now I don't know where he is having a quickie, he won't come over. For Lu Shui's words, Sunja didn't care at all. Lu Shui could not help but be stunned. In fact, she was very clear that in the morning, her husband had an old set of houses to collect, and must have taken Yang Xia out. It was just that she didn't expect that someone would tell Sunja about Su Yang's whereabouts. Behind Sunja was the direction that Su Yang was walking over. Because she was blocked by Sunja, the flustered Lu Shui didn't see Su Yang either. Lu Shui, who is this big handsome guy? Wow. Someone sent you flowers, how nice. Lu Shui, see people so sincere, you accept it, put this flower in the office, how beautiful, That's right, that's. Take it, Lu Shui. A few of Lu Shui's co-workers happened to pass by and couldn't help but follow along with laughter and coaxing. Anyway, everyone doesn't know what's going on, it's just a figure of speech. Lu Shui, take it. Look, everyone is watching, I'm sincere. You also ordered 2 movie tickets, we can watch a movie together at night. The smile on Sunja's face increased, and there even seemed to be a hint of smugness and greed in his eyes. A look of determination. Ever since the last time he saw Lu Shui, he did have some heartburn. This, coupled with the fact that Lorraine had recently approached him to discuss something, had even made him firm in his thoughts. It was imperative to get his hands on her. Watching a movie? I'll watch your ass. Su Yang had already walked over quickly from behind and kicked towards Sunja's backside. In broad daylight, how dare you molest my wife? I think you're fucking dead. You're still my classmate and roommate. Classmate's wife, sneaky play? Poof. There was no suspense. Sunja was kicked to the ground by Su Yang. I ma. You shabby. For this kind of person who wanted to take his wife, Su Yang had long hated his teeth. Immediately after that, a big kick was viciously kicked up again. Chapter 74, a brick smashed into the hospital. Ouch. You fucking. After Sunja was kicked down, he hurriedly threw away the flowers in his hands and quickly climbed up. Su Yang's kick from behind had only kicked his ass. Sunja. You're not fucking finished, are you? Su Yang reached out and pointed at him, and quickly stepped forward again, wanting to beat him severely. It's not like Lu Shui is happy following you, why do you need to pester her? Sunja scattered his legs and slipped away, while running, he still nagged undeadly. Grip the grass. How do you know we're not happy? Besides, whether we are happy or not is none of your business. Su Yang chased after him while looking around for something to take advantage of. Hubby. Don't chase. Lu Shui followed behind in fear, also thumping hard to chase. Because of the high heel of the shoes she wore, it was a bit of a struggle to run. She was very clear about the consequences of Su Yang launching a vicious. Nowadays, their husband and wife are extremely close, and he holds himself in extremely high regard. But whenever someone dared to say something unfavorable about Lu Shui, he would definitely be extremely rude to that person. Not to mention Sunja coming down in broad daylight to harass her. Lu Shui? Don't you fucking run. Su Yang roared after him, looking like he had to beat him up. Don't chase. I won't come in the future is, hoo-hoo. Sunja's body type was a bit fat, and he was panting after running for a while. Beads of sweat filled his forehead. Nima. I can't get you killed. Su Yang was burning with rage and chased after him like crazy. He had often danced with Lu Shui in recent times. Not to mention, the physical fitness had indeed gotten a lot better. It's just that the form of the original dance has changed quite a bit, and now it's gradually developing in the direction of fitness. Su Yang was cursing when he suddenly saw a half-sized brick on the side of the road. Reaching out, he picked it up. Stop for me, run again and I'll smash you to death. Su Yang roared, grabbed the brick and smashed it. Lu Shui was now his scales. Whoever dared to harass her, he dared to play with whoever. He swore long ago that he would never let his wife suffer a little bit. Now you dare to harass my wife in public, I'm not done with you. Dang. Coincidentally, the brick in Su Yang's hand flew directly towards Sunja's head. Right in the center of the bull's eye. It smashed on the back of his head impartially. Plop. Sunja didn't even scream, and directly fell to the ground with a plop. Hubby. Whoa whoa. Lu Shui followed closely behind, and after seeing this scene, she was directly frightened and cried. Get up. Don't fucking pretend for me. Su Yang still wanted to go up and give him a kick, but at a glance, he saw blood flowing from Sunja's head. And with his eyes closed, he was motionless and slumped on the ground. It seemed to have been knocked out by one of Su Yang's bricks. Hubby, stop hitting. At this time, Lu Shui also panted and ran to, and hugged Su Yang's arm, pulling it to death. Su Yang did not speak, just gently patted Lu Shui's arm. Husband, oh. Lu Shui was scared and kept crying, but still didn't forget to take out her cell phone and dialed the 120 emergency number. She had seen Su Yang's brick just now clearly. At that time, it scared her to tears. This in case if Sunja smashed to death. The happiness and joy that she, Lu Shui, had just arrived, would probably soon go up in smoke. In the long days to come. Waiting for her would be endless pain and sorrow. Don't worry, he can't die. Su Yang squatted down and looked over the back of Sunja's head. It was found that it seemed like it was just smashed through the skin, and the skull wasn't smashed. However, Su Yang's heart was also drumming. His hateful brick seemed to have quite a lot of power. But who the hell let him harass Lu Shui? This kid just deserved to die. Still classmates, still roommates? Bullshit. Not long after, some passers-by gathered around in twos and threes. Everyone is pointing and saying something. Nearby is the hospital affiliated with Jiangcheng University. 120 emergency vehicles arrived in a while. Soon, Su Yang followed the emergency vehicle away. Lu Shui hurriedly drove his car, also quickly followed to the hospital. The hospital is very close, a few minutes of time to arrive. I.O. Before he even got out of the car, Sunja was awakened by the bumps. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself in the emergency vehicle. Don't move, it's being bandaged for you. The doctor hurriedly held him up and didn't let him move. Humph. Su Yang coldly looked at Sunja and couldn't help but hum. Su Yang, I'm sorry, I promise not to look for Lu Shui anymore in the future. As soon as Sunja raised his eyes, he discovered Su Yang in the car and couldn't help but shiver in fear. This kid. University the time also did not see him so fierce Just now that hit him that hard, completely is want his life Too damn scary. Say it, why the hell do you want to find her? Do I have a grudge against you? Okay, be quiet. Can't you see we're busy? Before Sunja could speak, the doctor unceremoniously stopped them. Indeed, this really wasn't the place to talk, much less argue. Sunja and Su Yang then both shut their mouths. Within a short time, the doctor had bandaged him up. After getting out of the car, Lu Shui also drove over. Alright, go to a CT and see if there are any problems. Now that he's awake and moving and talking normally anyway, it doesn't seem like there's a big problem. The doctor let him go for a checkup just to be on the safe side. Soon, the results of the examination came out. Nothing much, a little slight concussion, go back and rest for a few days and you'll be fine. The doctor looked at the CT film and came to a direct conclusion. Lu Shui had been following nervously, hearing the doctor say this. The hanging heart then fell to the ground. Tell me about it. Why the hell are you harassing Lu Shui? Before even walking out of the hospital, Sunja was pressed by Su Yang on the bench. You fucking want to go? If things are not made clear, you definitely won't be allowed to leave. Don't. It was all provoked by Luolin, that woman. She said that you beat Lu Shui every day, and said that she had long wanted you to divorce. Cough, and that day when we party, brother. It does feel that Lu Shui looks too beautiful. Su Yang, don't do it Sunja said. Su Yang cannot help but want to do it again. It turns out that you damn well looked at my wife during the party. Lu Shui was so scared that she tightly hugged his arm and didn't give him the chance to make a move at all. And her face was scared blue. Chapter 75, An Unforgettable Small Hot Pot Meal. Nonsense. Lorraine, she knows that we're on good terms now. I can't wait to love my wife. How could my old man hit her? Su Yang heard Sunja's words and couldn't help but feel angry again. It seemed that this matter was inextricably linked to Luolin. Su Yang had never told Sunja about his two families. But how did he know about it? And judging from the one-on-one situation on the day of the party, the relationship between this pair of dogs was definitely not ordinary. Now look. It was likely that Lorraine was flirting with something again behind this. Really, this is what Lorraine told me. Otherwise, how could I know about your situation? Otherwise, it is to lend me another goal. I wouldn't dare to harass Lu Shui. Sunja looked at Su Yang's rounded angry eyes and couldn't help but shiver in fear. This is really a fucking ruthless person Luckily, he was far away, otherwise he really might have been smashed to death by a brick. Then how did you know that my husband went out with someone? Lu Shui asked indignantly while clinging to Su Yang's arm. This is also what Luolin told me. She has a friend who lives in your neighborhood. It's probably because she saw Su Yang go out with a pretty girl. Sunja said, couldn't help but touch the bandaged head. It hurts. Don't dare to mess with him in the future, scary. This matter, even if the police are called, it is nothing more than compensating some medical expenses. After all, this matter is also his son Zhe is at fault first. In broad daylight, harassment of a married woman, this really cannot be said. If it is not Luo Lin, said Lu Shui, extremely hates Su Yang, he would not dare to do this thing. You damn well remember. If you dare to harass my wife again, I'll cut you. Let's go. Su Yang glared at Sun Zhe in disgust and gave a harsh word. Then he pulled up Lu Shui and turned around to leave. Originally wanted to have a meal with his wife to express his love. This time to make the heart very depressed. What good mood is not good? Thump thump thump. Lu Shui hurriedly followed Su Yang, her heart instantly relaxed. As long as he is no longer angry, at least at the moment will not happen again. In case his classmate was smashed out of the big problem, her Lu Shui's happiness can be really no more. Thinking about it all feel extremely fearful. Husband, don't be angry, okay? Just now, my wife was scared. Looking at Su Yang sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Shui carefully said. The voice was extremely gentle, lest it would accidentally make him unhappy again. Well. Su Yang took a long breath and calmed down. Then he twisted his head and gently nodded. In front of Lu Shui, he had to restrain himself. One had to be patient with this woman who loved him deeply. Said. Su Yang held Lu Shui's small hand that she took the initiative to hand over and gently kneaded it. Hubby, let's not get angry. We are not worth getting angry with his kind of people. Good husband. Lu Shui meekly let Su Yang knead her small hand, gently and softly comforting him. Hubby, let me take a half day off in the afternoon. I want to accompany you. Good. Feeling Lu Shui's gentle affection, Su Yang's anger finally slowly calmed down. Thank you, wife. Su Yang pinched Lu Shui's small hand and gazed at her heartily. Lu Shui was always so patient and gentle with him. Such a wife is so good and wonderful. Must be the best and finest extreme wife in the world. Lu Shui couldn't help but smile shyly and slightly lowered her head. That moving appearance really made people want to deeply embrace her in their arms. Let's go, wife, let's find a place to eat. Su Yan let go of Lu Shui's small hand, took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was now 1:30 p.m. Lu Shui tenderly nodded her head and pulled out her cell phone to send a message to her leader to ask for a vacation. Then she drove away from the hospital's parking lot. Hubby, do you remember when we first got married? You once took me to a small hot pot? Su Yang looked at Lu Shui and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This thing she said. He really didn't have any impression at all. It's fine, hubby has been quite busy lately, it's normal that he can't recall it. Why don't we just go there to eat? I looked for it on the map in the morning, I didn't expect the little hot pot to still be there, it's been so many years. Okay, wife, just listen to you. Su Yang nodded his head, expressing his complete agreement. In Lu Shui's memory, there shouldn't be many places that could make her happy after all these years. I didn't expect that a small hot pot more than 10 years ago would make her remember it so clearly. Well, then let's go there. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's eyes and couldn't help but smile happily and lightly. After being married for so many years, she really rarely went out to eat alone with Su Yang. The few times that she did, it was mostly when she was first married. That small hot pot was not too far from the old neighborhood where they used to live. Previously, that hot pot restaurant was still relatively small, but now it had opened up into a relatively large store. Business was also quite good. However, today was Monday, and it was also 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there were still quite a lot of empty seats. Su Yang and Lu Shui entered the hot pot restaurant and asked for a couple's small private room. The private room was mainly designed for couples, the atmosphere was elegant, but the space was not big. The duo sat down facing each other, and their knees could touch each other. But couples like this tone, the place is too big has not this feeling. You can eat face to face on top and hold hands underneath. The duo ordered a Mandarin duck pot and asked for a couple's set meal. Hubby. Lu Shui's eyes were a little red, as if she remembered something from the past. Well, you say. Seeing her appearance of wanting to speak, Su Yang held her small hand with some heartache. Between husband and wife, what else can't be said? Do you know, husband, that day was the 5th day of our marriage, it was still drizzling in the sky, and you were holding an umbrella with one hand? the other hand wrapped around my shoulder. At that time, I felt as if you already loved me. Although you didn't say anything, I felt that you hugged me quite tightly. I was so happy that day. Lu Shui tenderly looked at Su Yang's eyes, her hands seemed to be unconsciously trembling slightly. Chapter 76. Did she seduce you again? In a trance, Su Yang seemed to have a little impression. Or maybe it was just his imagination based on Lu Shui's description. Was there love back then? In Su Yang's recovered memories, it seemed like he didn't love her at all at that time. Holding her tightly was perhaps just for warmth. Wife. He gently nodded his head and gently looked at Lu Shui. Husband should have loved you better earlier, blame me for. Let you suffer all these years. It's okay. Lu Shui rubbed her already reddened eyes, tears could not stop flowing down. Although you beat me all these years, you never said you didn't want me. That's why I've been waiting for the day when you come back to me. Now it's good. Finally let me wait. Come wife, eat. Su Yang reached out to help Lu Shui wipe her tears and gently pinched her face. Eat. Lu Shui gently and affectionately looked at Su Yang and smiled shyly. Really? She felt that days like this were what she really wanted. This kind of day was like a honeymoon. It was very happy and sweet. While Lu Shui was eating, she looked at Su Yang every now and then with a glint in her eyes. Suddenly, Su Yang felt that his foot was pressed by a hot thing. He couldn't help but smile slightly and look down slightly. It turned out that Lu Shui had already taken off her shoes and placed her two small feet on the top of Su Yang's feet. She was still careful with her senses, and there was a hint of tentativeness in her eyes. Like in this kind of occasion, Lu Shui took the initiative to show love, or the first time it. She actually loved being able to have this kind of interaction and romance with Su Yang. It seemed like the ones that should have been there more than 10 years ago. To today slowly all exploded out like this. This silly wife. Su Yang reached out and pinched Lu Shui's face. She couldn't help but let out a soft cry, then she shyly lowered her head, her eyes filled with laughter. She could see very clearly that Su Yang's eyes were all tenderness and love. There was absolutely no appearance of the situation she was worried about before. Hubby, let's eat. Okay. Hubby, come, I'll feed you. Lu Shui smiled shyly, meekly allowing Su Yang to caress her face. Reaching out, she picked up his favorite lamb slices from the pot, dipped them in the sauce, and tenderly sent them to his mouth. Lu Shui's face was red, but she had been extremely meek and patient as she pinched the food for Su Yang. Only occasionally did she eat a chopstick herself. In one meal, the duo ate until 4 in the afternoon. During this time, Lu Shui shed tears several times. Scenes as warm and harmonious as this had appeared many times in her dreams. Now, the dream had finally turned into reality. Let's go, husband. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang somewhat fondly and quietly put on her shoes. Well, I will accompany you to come out often in the future. Su Yang somewhat heartbreakingly stroked her hair, gently comforting. After leaving the small hot pot restaurant, Lu Shui and Su Yang then drove back to the unit again. Su Yang's car was still parked here, it had to be driven back. Wife, just now I saw a movie theater on the road, I'm going to take you to see it later. Good. Lu Shui drove the car, lightly ruffled the hair in front of her forehead, and slightly twisted her head to look at Su Yang. A blush rose again on her pretty face unconsciously. She smiled shyly, but her heart was really incomparably looking forward to it. After arriving at the unit, Su Yang got out of Lu Shui's car and then drove into his own car. The two of them, one after the other, unhurriedly rushed towards home. And the two also directly opened the voice call of WeChat. Although it was one person and one car, they could talk at any time, and it was kind of like being around. Honey, has Lorraine contacted you recently? No. Why husband, is she again seducing you again? Lu Shui's heart was still more or less a little worried. She knew that for so many years Su Yang had feelings for that woman. Spent so much money for her and was not allowed to talk about that woman. Recently he did change greatly. But in the heart is not to that woman is still remaining love, she does not dare to be completely sure. And that woman is also really long and beautiful. Especially she has a good skill of hooking people. Now that Su Yang has so many properties under his name, he has become a rich man. It was really a bit worrying that that biggest thing would still keep on fooling him and cheating him out of his money. Don't worry, wife, I'm no longer the same as before. These days, how am I treating you, don't you still know? Su Yang couldn't help but smile slightly, and spoke to Lu Shui with a very gentle voice. Well, wife believes in you, husband is the best. Since Su Yang said so, Lu Shui would rather believe him. Well, in the future, no matter what she says to you, just ignore her. Okay hubby, I've always disliked her, this person is a super big ass thing. It seems like that bad guy Sunja is having an affair with her. It should be, if it wasn't for Lorraine flirting, Sunja probably wouldn't have harassed my wife. What the hell? Dead bitch. Talking about this, Su Yang couldn't help but get a little fired up again. He knows very well that didn't want to make any extra trouble, but Luo Lin had snubbed him for so many years, this breath was indeed a bit hard to swallow. The key is, after being snubbed for so many years, he didn't get any substantial benefits. Although flies do not bite seamless eggs, but who does not want to be cheated? There's still at least nearly 2 million that needs to be paid back. If it is not returned, then it will have to resort to the law. Ringing. Su Yang's phone rang, it was Lorraine calling. Honey, I'll take a call. After saying that, Su Yang picked up the call from Luo Lin. Hello? What's the matter, say it. Su Yang's tone was rather cold, much less a hint of a smile. Brother Su Yang, you see we've also been good for so many years. That 1.82 million, how about a discount? Let's say I give you 900,000. When Su Yang heard this, he couldn't help but get angry. This thing can still be so negotiable? Good for so many years? We're good. Once the bedsheet has not rolled, this is called good for so many years? Damn it. I almost died because of all her flimflam. Su Yang did not say anything, directly hung up the phone. This matter, there is no discussion. Subsequently, Su Yang connected with Lu Shui again for a voice call on WeChat. It is still most important to chat with your wife. You're a fucking piece of shit, I have nothing to chat about. Hubby, are you alright? Lu Shui's senses were extremely sensitive, she instantly sensed that Su Yang seemed a little off. It's fine wife, a shabby called, already hung up. The duo hadn't returned home yet, Lorraine's call came again. However, Su Yang didn't answer it, but hung up directly. This matter was not negotiable. If she didn't get tough with her at this time, then it would be hard to get this money in the future. Even if it was to resort to the law, it would still be a bunch of trouble. And make a big fuss, everyone knows, indeed also let a person feel troubled very much. Not much time. The duo then returned to the neighborhood and parked the car in the parking space downstairs. Husband. Lu Shui happily got down from the car and came to Su Yang's side. Hubby, let's go look at Yang Xia's sister, see if she still has any shortcomings. Well, let's go. Su Yang nodded and smiled as he took Lu Shui by the shoulders. This wife considered things, very thoughtful indeed. Even for a good friend, she would consider it so meticulously. Their house was not far from the garage, 5 minutes walk. Sister Yang Xia. The door of the garage was open, so the duo walked straight in. Brother Su Yang, sister Lu Shui, you guys are here I'm washing clothes, quick, you guys sit down first. Yang Xia saw the duo come in and hurriedly got up to greet them. It's alright sister, you are still so polite with your sister. I have already said, we are a family. Come, sister help you wash together. Sister, no need. It's just some underwear and stuff, everything else is washed. Yang Xia twisted her head towards Su Yang and smiled somewhat embarrassed, hurriedly stopping Lu Shui. It's all women's underwear, it's better to wash this kind of stuff yourself. Well. Okay. Lu Shui sniffed, smiled then didn't insist on anything else. Okay, Yang Xia, you get busy first, we just came over to take a look. Su Yang actually didn't want to stay much, just come to have a look, there was no need to stay all the time. He always felt that staying seemed a bit awkward. Yang Xia always seemed to look at him intentionally or unintentionally. He didn't want Lu Shui to find out about this and thus have any misunderstanding. Oh, you're leaving so soon? Brother. Yang Xia was thinking of pouring some water for the two of them, not realizing that he was leaving so soon. The heart was slightly still a little lost. Well, brother, still have a little thing, right? The day after tomorrow we go to the agency store there to see the decoration if said by then can get it. Good le brother. Okay, Yang Xia, we go back. Su Yang smiled and finished, took Lu Shui's shoulder and walked out of the garage door. Brother. Lu Shui smiled shyly and wrapped her arms around Su Yang's waist and shouted in a small voice. Pa. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh and reached out for a slap. Not to mention. This gentle and shy voice of Lu Shui just sounded extremely sensual. Ha ha. Shouting like this is not bad, I like it. Su Yang pinched Lu Shui's face, quietly said. Well, good Lu brother, received. For this harmonious thing in life, Lu Shui was extremely cooperative. Let's shout whatever you want, as long as Su Yang is happy. Ding dong. Su Yang's cell phone came with a message. Right brother, it's getting late, I'm going to buy some food, why don't you go home first? At this time the two had already arrived downstairs. Lu Shui began to calculate what to eat at night. Well, it's okay. Su Yang looked at his cell phone, it was a message from Luo Lin, that thing. So he nodded his head. Brother, I'll be back in a while. Wait for me, oh. Lu Shui smiled shyly and winked at Su Yang, then walked briskly to buy food. Looking at Lu Shui's slender and brisk back, Su Yang felt his heart instantly gush out another hot stream. This wife. Really good. Be sure to clean up her later. Su Yang then tapped his cell phone and opened the message sent by Luo Lin. Brother Su Yang, is it okay or not? I really don't have that much money now. You're a billionaire now, how can you still look at this amount of money? No money? Su Yang didn't simply believe in the nonsense she said. She didn't know how many people she had fooled over the years, and she had fooled nearly $2 million from him alone. And he's just a small lickspittle. What about the big lickspittle? And what about Lorraine? At least a few tens of millions is still very possible. Not even 1 point less. My big brother might be traveling in the next 2 days, and he might be gone for 1-2 months. Anyway, he's not short of chicks right now, so just watch yourself. If you can't catch the opportunity, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Su Yang couldn't help but secretly sneer, then he sent her a message back. Chapter 78, Lorraine prepares to pay her debts, Lu Shui becomes the head of the household. Humph. Brother Su Yang, you're so annoying, crying. It was obvious that Luo Lin didn't want to pay back this money from the bottom of her heart. After all, it wasn't a small amount of money yet. Although she knew that big bosses casually shaking their hands were more than 10 million or hundreds of millions. But with the ability to flicker to the money. Are also their own hard-earned money now. Su Yang ignored. Horror. Taking his cell phone, he headed upstairs. After arriving home, Su Yang found that his dad was writing big words in the study. So he went in and said hello. Dad, the writing is not bad. Ha ha. Dad looked up and couldn't help but laugh. When I was young, I was a bit interested in brush writing, and it's only now that I've finally picked it up again. Seeing that you and Xiao Shui have such a good relationship. I am also relieved, right? Take this bank card, give it to Xiao Shui, let her manage the money in the future. Dad said, put down the brush and pulled out the bank card from his pocket. Just give it to her yourself. Su Yang waved his hand, originally thinking of refusing. It's better for you to give it to her, I see that Xiao Shui is still like before, defending you in every way and obeying you. But in the future, the family's money, I suggest that it is better to let Xiao Shui to manage it. She is much more down to earth than you, what a good kid. Dad shook his head, but still insisted on handing the bank card to Su Yang. Okay, I'll give it to her when she comes. Su Yang could only nod his head and then put the bank card away. Letting Lu Shui manage the money, that was certainly no problem. Such an extremely good wife, any more money would be safe to give to her. Coming out of the study, Su Yang went to the living room. He directly leaned towards the sofa and turned on the TV. After a busy day, it was time to relax. Watching the news, he again suddenly remembered the tenant Xiao Chuchu, who wanted to buy his house over at Times Garden. That was a very temperamental woman, long and beautiful. To sell or not to sell? In fact, he is now not at all short of money to use, and then again the subsequent rent will slowly come to his account. Or forget it. It's better to slowly keep it to collect the rent, besides that place is not lacking tenants at all. Ding dong. Su Yang's cell phone rang again. It turned out to be another message from Luo Lin. Alright, brother Su Yang, let me think of something. I'll return this money to you as soon as possible. Let's talk about it first. After I give you back the money, you have to give big brother a good talk, don't play any tricks on me. This S-Goods is quite cautious. Don't worry. We'll definitely speak properly, and can also say it in front of your face. Okay, no problem, I can ask my big brother out and say it in front of you. From now on, we'll part ways. Good. That's what you said. It's what I said. Ha ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh secretly. Since it was to pay back the money, it would be in black and white to stop the trouble. Let's do it this way, I'll return half of it to you first, then you ask big brother to come out, and we'll all meet, and you'll say it to his face. If big brother recognizes it, then I'll pay you back the latter half. And let's make a note, you have to sign for me, and then we part ways. In the future, you're not allowed to stir up things between me and big brother. Luo Lin's most urgent thing right now was to get on this big boss's good side. And she was most worried that Su Yang would make trouble from it, so she thought of the trick of making a note. Anyway, black and white, no one can cheat. As long as he, Su Yang, stopped making trouble, then she, Lorraine, would soon become a real person. Okay, I kind of realized that you don't love me at all. For so many years, it was all about fooling me. Once you met a big spender, you kicked me out. Oh. Lorraine, it's true. Well, since we've come to this point, let's just leave it at that. When this is over, we'll split up. Nobody cares about anybody anymore, just pretend we've never known each other. This was the effect Su Yang wanted. Anyway, after the money was snubbed into his hands, who cares what happens to Lorraine in the future, it doesn't have anything to do with him. Alright Su Yang, that's it then. You can contact Big Brother now, I'll pay you back $900,000 first in a while. Okay. I'll contact right away, I know you've long wanted to kick me in the ass. Su Yang's words showed an indignation. The more so, the less Lorraine would suspect anything. In her perception, Su Yang still always had feelings for her. Starting from the time when she was in school, to more than 10 years after graduation, it had always been the same. So the more indignant Su Yang was, the more normal she felt. After sending the last message, Su Yang put his cell phone aside. It was just a matter of waiting to receive the money later. Receive the money and then contact Big Brother. The latter was just making a scene. Anyway, Lorraine was paying back the debt. It was only natural to pay what was owed. Even if this was exposed later, there was nothing to worry about. Ka-ching! With the sound of the door opening, Lu Shui returned. In her hand, she was carrying quite a few things that she had just bought. Give it to me, wife. Su Yang got up and went forward, reaching out to take the things in Lu Shui's hand. Thank you, husband. Lu Shui tenderly glanced at Su Yang, her face filled with indescribable sweetness. The pleasing expression became less and less. But the feeling of happiness became more and more obvious. In the kitchen, Lu Shui started to busy herself with cooking. Hubby, you've been busy all day today, you're quite tired. Go rest for a while. Seeing Su Yang ready to help cook, Lu Shui reached out and then hugged him. Watching him help with the work, she suddenly felt a little pain in her heart with happiness. It was already hard enough for her husband to start a business outside. It's better not to let him help anymore, right? Right, wife, here you go. Su Yang smiled and pinched Lu Shui's pretty face, reached out and pulled out the bank card given by his dad. This is? Lu Shui couldn't help but stare, a moment later her eyes widened. This bank card looked familiar. Oh, this is Dad's bank card, he said. We are this family, you will manage the money in the future. No, husband. I cannot, or you to manage it, I really cannot. Lu Shui could not help but be shocked. How can this work? It's enough that her husband loves her so much. She had never thought of being in charge of this family. In fact, hubby also thinks so. In the future, all the money in the family, you will be in charge, including our agencies as well. This. Lu Shui sniffed and couldn't help but cover her mouth instantly. The brain turned buzzing for a moment. Dumbfounded for a moment. Chapter 79, The Last Debt Owed. She was very clear. In Dad's bank card, there was a deposit of nearly $100 million. It used to say that it was to be used for the children's schooling. That is, a lifetime of schooling cannot use so much money. But this is just an excuse. In fact, Dad just want to give them this money. I just didn't expect. Hubby and Dad but unanimously agreed to let her to manage money. Managing the money is managing the money, that's being the head of the family. Hubby. I can't, I'm afraid I can't do it well. It's better if you do it. Lu Shui hugged Su Yang tightly, her heart pounding. Coming to this home for more than 10 years, she never thought that there would even be such a day. Behave, you are after all the only finance and accounting person in our family, who else will you give it to? Good boy. Take it. Su Yang also tightly embraced Lu Shui, strength also more and more make more and more. Soon, Lu Shui became some shortness of breath. It also deeply felt Su Yang's love for her. Okay hubby, I'll listen to everything you say. Then I'll manage first. She meekly snuggled into Su Yang's arms, a little dizzy with happiness. Well, that's more like it. I want to see your new clothes at night. Good. Lu Shui blushed and tenderly nodded her head. Come, I'll help you choose vegetables. Su Yang reached out and pinched Lu Shui's reddish pretty face, then let go of her. The three of them ate dinner, and it was also time to pick up Su Lele from school. Hubby, you go clean up first, I'll go pick up Lele. Because of today's status upgrade, the glow on Lu Shui's face was even more obvious. There was a feeling of laughter in her eyes at all times. Let's go together. In the past, it was mainly Lu Shui who picked up the children, and the two of them were together very rarely. Anyway, it's not far, but a little matter of time. Good. Seeing Su Yang take the initiative to pick up the child with her, Lu Shui was naturally happy. Hubby's performance was really getting more and more perfect. Su Yang drove his car, took Lu Shui with him and left the house together. His left hand held the steering wheel, and his right hand held Lu Shui's small hand. She also leaned to the left as much as she could and put her hand out for Su Yang to hold. Su Yang drove the car unhurriedly, and in just a few minutes he arrived at the place he had agreed with Su Lele. The duo came 2 minutes early, and the child hadn't arrived yet. Ding! Su Yang's cell phone rang. It turned out that a text message had come. Su Yang let go of Lu Shui's small hand that he was holding and reached out to pick up his cell phone. The $900,000 arrived. Su Yang, I just called you $900,000, check and receive it. Once you receive it, contact your big brother, let's make an appointment to meet together, and you explain the matter to your big brother. Soon, Luo Lin sent another WeChat message. No problem, wait for my message, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I will definitely get in touch. Good. Since the money had arrived, things were naturally good. Wife, come out from your class for a while tomorrow morning, go with me to do something. Okay hubby. Lu Shui hadn't asked what it was, and directly agreed first. It's this way. Afterwards, Su Yang briefly said the matter of asking Luo Lin for money. Oh, line husband. All at your arrangement. Lu Shui quickly understood, and her heart was naturally very happy. At least the things she was worried about were finally considered to be accounted for. That is to say, after this matter, Su Yang and Luo Lin would never have a relationship again. The two of them would just pretend that they had never known each other. Lu Shui was extremely happy about this. She had dreamed of this. Unexpectedly, things were actually about to come true. The child came over. The two had just finished chatting. Su Lele happily trotted over. Seeing that it was Dad's car, her heart was still a little happy. Usually it's Mom who picks her up, and Dad occasionally comes to pick her up, not too much. Dad, Mom. After getting into the car, she realized that the original Dad and Mom came over to pick her up. And Mom's face was extremely happy. And also pulled Dad's hand, all forget to put down. Mom, are you so happy? Well, that's. Lu Shui then realized that she was still holding Su Yang's hand, it really wasn't good in front of the child. So she hurriedly let go. Lele, today's dinner is made by Dad, and also made you ribs. Really, that's great. I like eating ribs the most. Because of her mom's happiness, Lele's impression of her dad is getting better and better. Nowadays, it was completely possible to communicate normally. This made Su Yang very pleased. "Let's go, baby." Su Yang shouted with a smile and directly started the car, then rushed towards home. After dinner, Su Lele went to her hut to study. Su Yang and Lu Shui naturally wouldn't stay in the living room. Nowadays. After all, it is the honeymoon period of the two of them, and their feelings are warming up day by day. Su Yang can obviously feel the change of Lu Shui, a little bit is gradually converging to normal. "Big brother, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock can spare some time? Cooperate with me to perform a play. The thing is like this." After Lu Shui and Su Yang finished their work, Su Yang began to talk to Lu Qing. Lu Qing was, naturally, extremely cooperative with this. Anyway, no matter what. He was nothing more than an S-wolf and an S-thing to Luolin, no one was nobler than anyone else. In the future, after the two of them know each other better, we will compare whose acting skill is high. "Okay brother, no problem." "That good, Commerce Street over there 24, there is a cafe, we drink a cup of coffee together, things finished I and Lu Shui will go. The rest depends on your good Lu brother." Lu Qing could not help but be happy. So, maybe can really will that S-goods lure to the bet. Thinking about it is quite interesting. No matter how, is also a stunning S-goods off. "Hubby, you and brother Qing have agreed?" Well, it's at that cafe near your company, let's all meet together and settle things." Su Yang smiled and nodded, reaching out to embrace Lu Shui deeply in his arms again. "Okay hubby, wife is so happy." Since Su Yang was going to completely break ties with Luolin, then naturally, Lu Shui was incomparably happy. For so many years, the thing that made her most depressed and worried was this. Now, it's finally going to be resolved.